When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la.
Welcome to Asia Day 4. I'm Des. This is Tim, and I'm here. We're a little bit behind time, Tim, so we've got a bit of a broadcast to fly through here. How are you doing today, buddy?
We do. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to seeing some new teams. I always love a little bit of that for our first time in Asia Des.
It absolutely is, yeah. So without further ado, let's take a look at what the hell's been going on in this region. Because like you, we were doing a little bit of catch-up this morning as well. Here's how things stand. To no one's surprise, Elevate sit at the very, very top of the table. Weibo Gaming are up there as well. But Daystar, they're very much in the mix of things, Tim. And we definitely can't ignore Fury, who are just behind them. And then everyone else, they're playing a little bit of catch-up, is fair to say, Tim.
Yeah, I think it's one of those leagues that you could easily look at and kind of just look at Weibo and Elevate and think, yep, that's going to be it. That's going to be the fight. But no, it's great. We've got 4 teams, like you say, really in the mix. And then kind of the best of the rest coming up behind them. So yeah, we'll see how things go today because a couple of these are facing off against each other. You know, right slap bang in our first matchup, Des.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about that in just a second. In fact, let's talk about all of our games today so you can see what's coming up. Kicking things off with a very, very tight fight, as Tim mentioned. 4th versus 3rd for Fury versus Weibo Gaming. Leighton Dragon versus Daystar. Top versus bottom. Elevate versus Soul's Heart. Top versus bottom. And then a scrap down at the bottom for Shark LFO versus Arrival 7. That first game, though, to me, Tim, it feels like it's going to be the tight one. So let's not waste any more time and get straight into it. Let's take a look first and foremost at Fury's roster and talk about these guys because there's some names on here that you and I have seen across the years at the top level for various times. We've cast them back in APL North. We've seen them playing on various tournaments as well. It's good to see them again.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, Dark and like all this, I think anybody who's been kind of familiar with the APAC region over the last 5-6 years, they're going to be the names that probably jump straight out. BG Man as well, you know, we've seen knocking about. And then, of course, we've got Crit J there and Exlarot I can't say. I don't think I'm going to be able to say
I think there's a typo there because there's an extra L in there. It's Exerlotic, I think.
That's what I was like, where does that L fit in?
Accelerotic, I think. That's definitely a tongue twister. I definitely get that wrong in the middle of a cast. I know it without a doubt. But he comes in as their support player, absolutely.
Exactly that. Exactly.
Well, let's take a look then at our other roster as well competing. As we said, it is a fourth versus third place. Weibo Gaming, one that many have got very, very high hopes for. If nothing else, Tim, because of Turd Smack Talk.
I mean, we all enjoy, a little bit of turd on the timeline, don't we? It's always an interesting tweet. It's always an interesting interview from Turd. And, we've got him, of course, joined by a lot of familiar names there as well. APL, Reapshoven, Speakeasy. No real surprises coming in with this roster, even when they're winning, when they're up at the top of the table. It is no real surprise. We know that they've got the skills. We know that they've got the experience. We expect them to come in and put up really good performances, and I think Fury are going to have their work cut out for them today.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what map we're going to. Both teams played a few days ago against Elevate and lost on Bank, and Tim, we're going to have a rematch there because both teams clearly feel they've got a point to prove. Interesting.
Bank, 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 bank.
You're gagging to talk about it because of your Chanka thread yesterday, and I just know that I'm going to get to speak for all of about 5 minutes this cast, and the rest is going to be you. I dread if we go to the basement and see him picked up. Please ban Tachanka
in Bank Basement yesterday. I know Bank Basement inside and out. I can hit that Tachanka Shumika shot onto that plant denial area with my eyes closed at this point. I'm expecting to be picked up any day now as a Tachanka specialist just to play this site, to be honest with you, Dave.
Forget about that, mate. You love the NBA getting in touch, wanting to sign you to a team before, it's slamming them from downtown. But yes, we'll see if we get down to the basement. Socials are pretty split. No surprises there, I guess, given again that we've got a fourth versus third place game. Both have got an identical record, but where the difference stands is that Weibo Gaming have got a +8 round difference. They were far more dominant in the games that they won than what Fury were. So let's see how it shakes down. I think I'm leaning towards Weibo on this one, Tim, but they do kick things off on the attack. So maybe Fury can get themselves a good start in this game on the defense.
Please no smoke or Tachanka bans. Let's have them both available so we can see. I just want to see what. I just want to see Des. I just want to see what they do. I just want to be able to have a look at them comparisons because we'll get into it more. I guarantee you that we will get into it more. But it is just a super fascinating when you look at Siege overall and balancing and operator versus operator and what makes this game beautiful. Believe me, the deeper you go with it, it's a really, really good example of it. I was right deep into it yesterday. Bans do come through. We've got Kaid and Mira being taken off the board. Hibana and Ace. So we've got the double hard breach ban going to be taken out by Fury. So trying to slow Weibo down essentially. That's going to be your play if you're going for that double hard breach. And it's also trying to make it more difficult to attack that top floor because of course both the range hard breachers go. So it makes it difficult to clear out that vending wall. And we're getting right into it, Des, with no Tachanka being picked up. Look, let's get into it, Des. Let's get into it on basement. This come about because me and you have spoken about this a lot, haven't we?
Tim, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Carry on.
No, you go. We have discussed this at length. You said, I think you were the one who picked up on it and said, look, why are we seeing all this Tachanka? Like, we see a lot of plants succeeding when the Tachanka is there.
We do, and I think it's because of the AoE. We spoke about it a lot. It's not particularly large, and if teams are relying on that to be plant denial, then it's not really going to benefit you too much if they can just creep into the side of site and get that diffuser down, whether it's a long wall, whether it's a short wall. It doesn't matter. Teams always find a way around. And there's been this debate over the last couple of days. I think I put some of the M80 players on a hate watch a little bit. They were just like, man, Hot on Gold was like, I was sweating playing Chanka today. I didn't want to get it wrong. And I was like, yeah, damn straight. If you're picking the Chanka, you can't get it wrong. But the point kind of essentially is that the AoE isn't very large, and teams rely on it to be their plant denial, and so often a plant goes down despite the Chanka being in the right spot. And I'm yet to really see teams demonstrate that it's a solid pick. It's like if you really practice it to the death, sure, but often teams don't, and that's why we see the many mistakes that we do. What they need to do clearly is sign Tim as a Tachanka coach because he's got all the answers for him now.
So true. We're going to see BG Man taking down Turd. That's going to be the Demos off the board as well. Quite a big loss there and a great start for the defenders. But so really the big difference that I found yesterday when we're looking at, what are you doing for your area denial of default plant spot? Are you taking the Tachanka or are you taking the smoke? The big difference between the two things, Tachanka is arguably in perfect siege, in perfect circumstances, if you can create them, he's way better. He will deny that entire area for 70 seconds. He's got 7 seconds per canister, 20 canisters, 140 seconds, but it takes 2 to close out that entire default area. So 70 seconds of denial of that entire area versus smoke at only 30. Like, that's insane. But you need to cover so many things to allow them to successfully hit those 20 perfect shots, and I think that's the key point where we see the failure coming in. Smoke, to get his maximum 30 seconds denial, just needs to hit 3 throws, 3 canisters, and he can fight in between. He's much more active, whereas Tachanka's got to hit that 20 perfect shots to keep that area locked out. Got to reload at the right times, because you can't just go through all 5 and do a full reload, because it's a bigger than a 7-second gap, so you leave gaps for the defenders to move through. So you've got to be reloading every 2 shots. You've got to be super focused, and that means effectively your team are playing 4v5, because they've got to cover elevator, they've got to cover vault, you've got to have Jaeger, you've got to have Lamar, you've got to stop yourself getting flashed, you've got to stop a Gon 6 taking your shield out. Like, there's so many things that need to happen perfectly to allow Tachanka to maximise his denial of that area, and I think that is the #1 reason why we see Smoke and Goyo as a combo being more effective. You know, anecdotally, we see a lot more plants go down with Tachanka than we do with Smoke and Goyo, and I think that's largely why. But I'll tell you, the big interesting one that I picked up on was the time to kill for Tachanka is nearly 2 seconds quicker, you know, than for Smoke, and that surprised me.
Interesting, mate. Tick changes to be done there. Right now, it's about changing how this round plays out, though. We saw Reitz walk up with a big 2K from Garage, but the rest of his team haven't quite found the success to capitalize off the back of it, and I fear that might start to become a bit of a story. Under his watch, though, we have got this plant going down, but here comes a step across. Lycolis finds his man, and that's round 1 over towards Fury, really without too much bother. I think for the most part there, Weibo Gaming very, very slow throughout the round, only managed to start pulling that trigger late in the round, and it wasn't bad when Reitz got his spot, but they didn't leave themselves enough time there to focus on getting that diffuser down in a safe spot.
Yeah, I think this kill was the key. You know, you can't always say you've lost the round after an entry death, but I think it was actually really big in this case. Turd on the Deimos gets picked up on the top floor, and it kind of just breaks that roam clearance. It leaves 2 alive in open area and able to continue playing their time, their life. They don't have to drop back. They can, you know, burn more away from Weibo on the attack. And I think it was actually quite a big loss for them overall. And Fury were able to utilise what they'd got from that and apply those gains really, really well to the round. So forcing Weibo into a bit of a wobbly plant spot. It's not terrible, you know, if you can get inside of lockers, but it was always going to be difficult to hold the cover from there, because you can be challenged. You know, they're thinking, they're going to come across red through vault, you know, into red through the rotate and try and challenge that way. They're going to come through vault door itself and challenge from window. You really can't cover both sides. So very, very difficult close out for Weibo at the end, and a good round from Fury. We're going to see them move in round 2 up to the top floor, and that is going to be an interesting one, because of course Weibo have none of that long range breach available. Hibana and Ace taken off the table, so the player in elevators should be reasonably safe.
Should. Till nades start flying, but they're having a different conversation. Absolutely. Again, for me, it's more coming back towards like the Denari coming along here as well. We've seen it played across the world a few times now. Clubhouse definitely where we've seen the most success, admittedly aided by the attackers not really respecting it. And look at this beautiful bit of art, suddenly eliminated.
Look at that beautiful clearance.
Okay.
The clearance of that was art in itself. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Like always, manages to pick up Reaps. That's going to be another good entry for Fury. The Twitch gone. How about that? Like always, should not be getting away with this. Playing on the windows and picking up a double like that is borderline unforgivable for Weibo. They need to really switch on and sharpen up here, or they're going to find themselves in trouble very quickly.
I just think it's a little bit crazy when you've got things like a Zofia on side and you've got nades, like you've got options to make this player move, but instead they've let him keep the power position, giving away their own position and paid the price for it time and time again. At least finally he's going to find himself going down here. But Tim, I feel like the damage is done. You've taken off 2 of the big players. Reaps, who was the only one, well, alongside Hoban, of course, making a bit of a go of it last round. Speakeasy, with that sense, was so crucial to this execute that now they're a little bit stuck and they're going to have to figure things out with the 4 smokes they've got in back pocket.
Yeah, I think you're really going to struggle from here if you're Weibo. They've got Ape on Carly as well, which it kind of... I won't go as far as get like half an operator. I don't, no, you can take the challenges on, but you can't be getting in there and mixing it at close range unless you absolutely have to. You switch into the secondary for that. Really, they're kind of hoping for Fury to give them something here and for him to pick up a long range angle, but they're just not going to do it. Exelotic, there you go. Dark managers to pick up Turd as well. So now Ape's got it all to do. No choice but to get into close quarters on the Carly. I don't see this one happening at all.
Absolutely not. No, it's a weird first couple of rounds here for Weibo. I thought we'd see a little bit more coming out of them, so it's not been the strongest start. First round, admittedly, Turd being picked off in the fashion that he did and only really reaps off very much. In this one, they've been shooed up by a player holding close on Window and Lycolis, and that really has been the summary of it. Need to see them shake themselves down a little bit, because the interesting thing about Bank as well, we've only really got a brief moment to talk about it. It's been one of the permabans of both sides. They just do not play this map. Yet both brought it out against Elevate, both got absolutely battered there, and have chosen to come back here almost to prove a point in a way. And I just feel like, is that the right idea when you've already demonstrated that you can't play it against one of the other top teams? Like, if you can't attack particularly well on it, you're going to pay the price. But equally, one of them couldn't defend either. Didn't win a single defensive round against Elevate. So both teams have got something to prove here. So far, it's only Fury that are proving anything.
Absolutely, they've looked great so far. Weibo, again, just never really looking anywhere near trouble in sight. The botheredometer is out, and Fury were, I can confirm, unbothered. There was just, nothing forcing them to move, nothing forcing them to really think about a plant. I know they started putting it down in round one, but it was literally because the clock was running out. It was just running and start putting the case down. But yeah, Fury have done really well both times. Weibo not getting close to any sort of controlled execute and of any sort of level of map control or site control that would allow them to put that diffuser down. So something that definitely needs to improve for them. And in all honesty, Des, I think it's another round that they lost in the first minute of the round. They've had Lycolis pick up 2 players on the window, one of them being the Sense as well. Absolutely huge loss from them, and they've just never really recovered from it. So Weibo have got to start doing better in this first minute of the round from here on in.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if things change up now then. It's now or never. Otherwise, things are going to start to look pretty grave for Weibo going into that second quarter. Starting out as we've done previously, up on these windows. And I'm honest, I was going to make a joke earlier on about getting whiplash as we started talking about Chanka, because I was like, wow, like 3 minutes ago, we were just having a casual chat and now we're into game. I'm like, where the hell has the time gone? But I feel like I'm getting it from these comps as well. Like, think about it back in round one. We had Deimos being played by Turd. He was the one going in and being more aggressive. He was the one being droned in. Now Speakeasy's playing on that role. We've got Reaps going across and Twitch on towards the Nook. Just a big change up in who's doing what for this team in this round. And I don't know if they think that's the right answer. I mean, Ape getting a kill like that through a softball is certainly one way to get things moving. Ouch. I'm so perplexed. Was that wall just not reinforced? Am I stupid?
I don't think it was. I think it's nice and soft.
So we ban Hibana
half
and
of it
Ace,
is nice and soft.
and then we leave half of it soft. Okay.
Yeah. I
Interesting.
mean, they've paid the price. Second kill comes in as well. That's going to be the Azami taken out. Dark will be no longer for this round. And Weibo, I said I wanted better in the first minute, Des, and I couldn't have asked for more. They've come in with a double. They've got themselves an advantage. They've woken up in the game. Critj's been forced back down on the clash as well. So this is really, really good from Weibo now. They've got top floor control nice and quickly. They can start opening up verticals, make sure nobody's playing inside of Teller's archives, that area is clear, and then think about where are they going to get the diffuser down. So next step that I want to see, Weibo, you've ticked the box from it. You've given me that better first minute. What do I want to see now? If you don't get all the kills, I want to see you shaping up and getting enough control to be able to think about putting that diffuser down confidently in a nice default spot, not just wherever you are because the clock's running out. Let's get it nice and controlled and start thinking about putting the case down.
Absolutely. I mean, again, as you said, it's one of the first times they've got themselves with the advantage. Surely things are closable out from here. Admittedly, down to the small mistakes by Fury. I know that we feel like reinforcing one wall would be enough, and yes, it does cover the most of it, but clearly that small slither that you leave can be enough to get a couple of kills. A nade comes through off the back of a kill from Critj. So suddenly we're down to a 4 versus 2. I don't see Weibo losing this one out, Tim. Not when they've got 45 seconds still to play.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. No, that one's there. BG Man manages to sweep across. It's a little bit easy for him, to be honest. I think they weren't aware of his position, but it doesn't matter as APL moves in from the back, picks up the double, and I like that from Weibo. I was talking about confident control, about working sight, and they've done that really well by pressuring both sides. They were bringing the diffuser in towards that cafeteria side, a little bit of pressure there, but they've got APL on the backstab. Beautiful stuff. Much better round from Weibo. Looks like they woke up in round 3, and we could well have a game on our hands.
Yeah, even a couple of rounds will be enough to get them cooking, I think. But obviously, you want a bit more than that. I think we haven't really got like the history to go off of for either of these teams. It's the main challenge, I think, is that we haven't seen them play much bank. So even looking at their attack and defense stats throughout the stage so far across the other maps they've played doesn't really feel truly reflective of what they can do as a team. So it's hard to really have any numbers to go off. Instead, you're just going off what you see. And yes, it's been a couple of questionable rounds, one good round. Will we assume we'll see the next of the same 3? I don't know. But we are seeing that Azami taken away. It was picked up back in that first round by Fury for the defense of the basement. So at least that's not going to be in the way for them.
No. I'm just wondering, we've got the Warden on side, so I just want to keep an eye on Lycolis and see where he's going to be playing. Not deployable. Could be a Blue Stairs player. We'll see what happens. And we'll see Weibo basically need to keep Turd alive on the Deimos, don't lose him, get that roam clear complete, get open and cafeteria without losing anybody, and then we can start to see what their actual execution on towards site is. Now, obviously, I've spoken earlier about the Smoke and Goyo combo being a good alternative to Tachanka, who, you know, Tachanka giving that 70 seconds denial, Smoke down at 30. That can be bolstered by the Goyo being brought along, but that is where, of course, Siege gets so beautiful, because we look at the counters available. We've got 4 nades and we've got the Twitch drones as well. So we want to see some nice early dealing with those Goyo canisters, because this is the beauty, and this is again another one of the strengths when you argue for Tachanka in this position potentially, is that Tachanka's denial is all at his own choice, where Goyo's is not. A lot of that can be taken away. 20 seconds per canister, 4 canisters, 80 seconds denial total. Much better start from... No, I was going to... I thought that Turd had gone in and got the kill there. Not ideal, as Crit J manages to pick him up. I was about this. This is beautiful Vigil play from Crit J. Absolutely. You know, we talk about how Vigil doesn't bring... Vigil doesn't bring anything to the team other than time wasting and potentially a couple of kills, and that's exactly what he manages to do there. Great start from Crit J. Gets himself a double, and again, this attack could be over before it's begun.
Yeah, for Crit J being unpredictable, I think he literally opening the wall, gun up, ready to fight when they expect him to come swinging onto the door was the thing that caught the second player up by surprise there. Hoven, just no chance of being able to survive that one. But again, it's a case where Turd's on the entry on this Deimos and they've been stung by someone that he wasn't even aware was there. And look, it's a Vigil. I get it. Where are the drones at his feet? Back in round 1, we had drones racing down White Corridor in case there was someone there. Yeah, he died to a player through the hatch, which is kind of beside the point, but we've had that information there before, and it feels like either it was missing this round or it was ignored. I don't know, but they clearly haven't done the due diligence here, and they've paid for it on this site twice now by losing players early in the round because they aren't doing the right prep.
So Lycolis is still playing inside a server room rather than playing aggressively. The Hatch is still in position at the minute, so he's been able to kind of play wherever he wants there, but he has dropped back to site now. So that means that server room is going to be there for the taking, but look at what's left on the wall. I was saying about these nades, these Twitch drones, how are they going to deal with those Goyo canisters? They haven't. So with 2 of them at least stacked on that wall, as soon as that clock ticks down to 40 seconds, I'd expect to see Fury start popping them, because it's going to clear out that last 40 seconds. We see one of them go there. The next one will follow in about 20 seconds time, and then they've still got the smoke canisters as well. This is great use of that combination of operators.
Absolutely. Well, look, he's dug in nice and deep there, in the sort of spot that you would see a Chanker in, but with that time now starting to tick down and all 3 smoke canisters left in pocket, it feels like it's only going one way. We also have the C4 to play behind. The Sentinel not quite covering everything off. Might be a bit of, I can tell you what, for a second then I really thought Exolotic was leaving himself exposed, but no, keeps himself up for now. The smoke just keeping himself tucked back, and Tim, this one's definitely going to have to go down to a deep push in. A great smoke, albeit a little bit deep, will let them go a little bit closer here. They need a follow-up from him, but he might not be able to catch the player who's now pushed in deep, saying that he gets taken down from goal down to the last 5 seconds. This one is done as Reaps has got it all to do, and of course he's going to save a bit of KD, because why not?
What a perfect example we've got there of the alternatives. There's Goyo and Smoke working in perfect tandem there to get that one done. And you see why, because I'm sure that people start saying, well, you just run through it, Ish. Just run through it, Ish. And in a way, you're not wrong. Yeah, you know, it forces players to run through it, go to bomb chassis instead. But look at what happens. You've then got a player in gold bars, ready, on that angle. They can't be challenged. They can't be challenged unless you send somebody down vault hatch or you send somebody in garage. So if that's not happening and it's purely server-sided, in this angle, Dark's in perfect position. He can just sit there and wait and go, you know what? We've got enough smoke canisters and enough goyos that they cannot plant that default spot. They are going to have to come to bomb chassis, and he's there to mop them up when they do. Really good stuff from Fury. Love that defense.
Excellent stuff, and I'm not surprised to see this timeout coming in because, as you've seen across 3 of those 4 rounds so far, it has been them losing players during the kind of build-up towards an execute or starting to look towards a site that has been a major issue. Whether it was like Colas playing on that top floor window and killing 2 players there, should never get away with that. Or whether it's been Turg getting caught out early in the round and a great bit of play from Crit as well. We've seen Fury definitely capitalizing on the chaos for sure, and the ones creating it. But I would have expected Weibo, given the team that they are and how dominant they have been against 2 of their opponents in the stage so far, to show us a little bit more. Let's see if they can set right the wrongs that we saw back on this site last time. Up to the top floor we go. And we're doubling down a little bit here, Tim, on our architecture. Still got that Dayar on side, but we've also got the Aruni and the castle now joining the fun. And I'm pleased to report, Tim, both of those walls are now reinforced. To be fair, let us point out at least that Fury were not defending top floor when they left half of that wall set. It was open and cafeteria, but they still had, I think, 3 players on top floor. So really, get both of them reinforced. They were probably they got exactly what they were asking for. This time around, I don't think Fury are going to get away with what they did last time, like always managing to pick 2 kills up on the windows. That being said, we have seen Weibo, repeat those mistakes so far. Round 1, round 4, very reminiscent of each other. So need to be cautious. And again, I'm going to say the same thing. Weibo, a better first minute, please. Yeah, you can ask for it, Tim. Doesn't mean you're going to get it. But so far, so good. No one has been ripped off the windows just yet. Although Lycolis is in exactly the same position. So think about what I said last time. We had the Zofia on side last time. We have frag grenades. We've got the fire coming at the capital. We've got a lot to work with here. We managed to get rid of the one. Speakeasy's going to remove Crit pretty early on as well. The Aruni going down. The DMR being taken off. That's a pretty key first kill to get. Removes that, well, some of the long-range capability away from the defenders here. So for Weibo, just take your time now. Get yourself set up. You've got all the tools to make this execute work. And you've still got a hell of a lot of Flores drones to chew through first.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see that the teams are dealing with Denari well so far, or at least in this configuration. Obviously, like I've said it already, I feel like Denari is possibly one of the most complex operators that we've had come into Siege. In terms of, variety of configuration. So I think we're going to see lots and lots of changes over the next 6 months or so with Denari and how we see those gadgets used, where we see them placed. At the minute, cleared off pretty easily, so job done for Weibo. They get themselves the opening kill onto Aruni as well, so they're looking pretty good at the minute. There's nobody inside of Janitor really. Lycolis is over there,
oh, come on now.
But he's, I think, struggling to maybe be as aggressive as he might want. Dark does manage to pick up Turds, so need to be careful here. Turds on a very quiet game so far. Fire is going to do the job, however, onto Dark to take him out. That's going to mean that the Nitro is useless. Kill for Hoven, and it is Weibo back in the advantage, but only a minute left to go and not quite ready to put this diffuser down yet.
Yeah, great use of the fire as well to get these players that are in these tough to unravel positions. Like I spoke about it, nades, fire, you've got the gadgetry to make this work, and they're actually capitalizing on it now. They've got themselves 2 kills in the round. You've removed the Warden, so those smokes are now so much more potent coming out of Hoven, alongside light screens going down. Everything here is in their side, but again, they've been caught out by someone they just simply had no awareness of, Tim. They've got to deal with the Janitor player still, because Lycolis hasn't had to move this whole time. They were prepping to try and fire him out, but missed the fire, so now he is free to just deny windows all day. They've also got the vertical, so despite all the good work they've done, Tim, they've left themselves with a few checkmate scenarios here they can't really do a lot about.
No, I agree. I think Fury win the round from here. 20 seconds left to go. Weibo got to make a move. Can't find... Ooh,
nice.
I was going to say, can't quite find the angle, but Exolotic does. Speakeasy picks him up on a trade. 2 versus 1 now. Time running down. BG, man. Does get taken out. Speakeasy's going to look to put this down. I don't know how much information they've got for Lycolis, but he waits it out beautifully. Does he wait for it too long, though? That's the question. Guns up now for Speakeasy. This is a straight-up fight, Des.
He's got no HP like Otis. He gets hit once and he's toast. All he's going to be is a spray through the wall and he's going to go down, but no!
Gosh.
Speakeasy shooting the wrong side of the reinforcement will pay the price.
Please find it! Please find it!
Come on now. This is getting silly. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, Fury going to win the round and go up 4-on-1, but my heart, Tim. My heart. Wow. I haven't cast staged before and I realised why. I think I'd had a heart attack before now.
Whew. Boy, this should come with a health warning. Yeah, like Olis there, left it a little bit late. I think he's so low health. I think he's just very, very conscious. If he gets there before 0 seconds, Speakeasy just comes off that diffuser, flicks one bullet, hip fire. It doesn't, anything. It doesn't matter. I think, just looks in his direction and like Olis loses the round. So he's playing it super, super cautious. But yeah, that was very, very close. He's done really well at the end, to be fair. In that 1v1 with Speakeasy, to say he's up against a full operator HP, he's give him the run around. He's gone, give him a 50-50 situation, forced him to pick a side, and he's managed to come out of that all right. So well played from Lycolis there to close it out. 4-1 Fury, and they're looking good for it.
They are indeed, yeah. And they've used a lot of this scenario. We've seen some beautiful artwork. Haven't really seen the effect. The thing is, you could turn around and say it's not been effective, but in a way it has, because it's drawn out things like those nades, and repeatedly the commentary I've offered has been, they've got things like Zofia, they've got the Capital, they've got frag grenades they can use to make players move, but haven't really had any nades left to use more often than not. So I think part of it actually is the fact that it soaks up that utility is quite a key thing. And I remember back during the meta when everyone was nading out mutes that were sat on doors, for example, because it was the easiest way for you to clear it through. You couldn't see the other side, no idea what was there. Safest thing to do, just roll a nade on through and take away the mute jammer. It's a similar thing, and probably you turn around and say, well, yeah, 4 mute jammers versus 1 setup of Denari. Absolutely. But by the same token, it's still doing the job of taking away utility from the other side. And if what you really want is a shield and a gun, then you get that with Denari anyway.
So we've got the same setup, and reinforcement count is the problem here for Fury. That's why they're only half reinforcing that wall up at the top near elevators. But they've got the same problem because Exelotic is playing in that same sort of position. He's looking to play those elevators. It's probably going to matter a bit less as Critchard does manage to take down Ape, who was the one last time who went and opened that angle and got the line of sight down there. But it is still possible for Weibo to do that, to cut off those rotations in and around Stark, out of Janitor, top main stairs, could all be dealt with. So right now Dark is just going to be holding that angle with the Valkyrie. But yeah, another good start and another one from Weibo where they've been wobbly in that first minute.
Oh, misses the shots here. That would have been crucial for Reaps to find, but has missed his man. But he now get rounded from below. I mean, he could do. There's a player watching him around elevators, but don't know if he'll stick around. Dark debating life a little bit here as Turd finding himself 0 and 5 if things carry on at this rate. Speakeasy, thank God, manages to get the kill onto the sentry. Should be able to save Turd, but he's very, very mindful of a flank, and he's right to do so. We've got Dart lurking down here. BG Man's in there with him as well. 2 of them looking to be a real headache here around Archives.
Yeah, I think Fury have played that well. They didn't need to over-aggress. It would have been easy to get, a little bit thirsty for that kill onto Turd. But you know what? He's down at 20 HP. 1 bullet's going to kill him anyway. Just let the round tick on. Let them waste their time. So 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Verticality is in the control of Weibo now. They need to start softening up the site, moving these defenders, forcing them out of their positions to give them an opportunity to find some space for Speakeasy to get in there and put that diffuser down. But look, Hoven, Turd, Speakeasy, all on low health now. Could be a real problem come those last 20 seconds.
Could well be. Again, I'm always mindful that the clock runs away from them, right? We've got the Monty at the front that can be the spearhead for them, can get them a lot of information if required as well. Reaps finally managing to find his kill in the round as well. Started out strong, let's not forget in round 1 with that 2K. Has been quiet since, and normally expecting to go pretty big. Turd, after being picked up, is on the board. Gets rid of BG Man. A 4v2. Surely, Tim, we get that 4-2 half that we thought that we might after 3 rounds, but it has definitely been scrappy to get here.
Yeah, you'd expect so. They know where Exelotic is now, so it's going to be difficult for him to have any real impact in this round. They can kind of just flood 3 into sight and leave 1 to watch him. Challenge comes in, like always has no option other than to go for it inside of sight. Turd taken out, but it's going to be surely a matter of seconds. Exolotic is going to be full white flashed, trying to fight his way back in, gets hit with more utility. Plant goes down. This one is Weibo's almost certainly, and it's a shame for Fury because there was an opportunity there for them to get it done, but Weibo have fought back fantastically after that tough start to the round and managed to get this one done very, very confidently. So a good one from them. Exolotic, he's just looking for anything he can pick up to get started here, but Hoven won't allow
doing
that.
a marathon around bank. I was like,
He's
how many
just
angles
running
do I
laps
approach
at that
from?
point.
You got to try and make a play at some point, my friend, but unfortunately, boys a bit too composed and Fury not going to be able to save that round. Honestly, with how that half has played out, Weibo have done well to get 2 rounds on the board there. It's been a bit scrappy at points, but in the rounds that they have won, it's looked pretty good. Now we get the side swap, Tim, and that classic line, if there are 2 halves to a game of Siege kicks in, Fury could really struggle here on the attacking side. Weibo could be an absolute fortress and impossible to break down. You just don't quite know what you're going to walk into. But let's get through our bans. First and foremost, Monty taken away from Fury and Kaid taken away from Weibo.
Yeah, that's the question now, isn't it? Have Fury done enough? They looked great. You know, they've looked really good for the 4 rounds that they've won. But have they done enough? Are Weibo going to come out and look like a different beast here when they get themselves on the defence? Looks like it could be a double shield ban coming in with the Monty going first of all. Kaid taken away from the defenders. And we're going to have... No, it's going to be a Hibana instead. So interesting choice. You've kind of... gone half and half there. You leave them the ace, which may well be the 3rd ban, but you can see ace being picked up immediately there because it is going to just give that long range breach option, as we've spoken about, for that elevator wall, particularly if as and when they're going to be facing that top floor site. So yeah, we'll see whether, keep an eye on that, see whether they get punished for that as defenders.
Absolutely. It's more about since that change to the ban system came in, a lot of teams have kind of rolled up that top floor as being a quite preferential site because you can set up shields up there. You can use it really as a defensive lane because there's no way for the attackers to be able to open that wall. Look historically when it used to be the bandit tricking game, or on occasion Kaid, if ever he wasn't banned away. That would be the method you'd use to try and make sure it stayed closed up, but that wasn't guaranteed for long because you would just get naded and eventually forced back with that wall most definitely being opened by a player who will then stay on the rappel pretty much the entire round and do a hell of a lot of damage from that position. That has obviously changed quite a lot now, as you remark, but I think until we see that 3rd ban come through, that is very likely going to be the ace, Tim. As you say, we'll probably see it played a little bit.
Just taking out the default cameras, a little bit of due diligence there, make sure they're aware of anybody playing in and around server. But it's going to be a case, I think, of getting in there, making sure they've got any roam gear cleared out. But how about that? Like, Corliss has gone straight in, and I love this. If server's available, yeah, if server's available and you're being given it, then take it. Leave a drone in there. If they've nobody blue stairs and they've nobody server, then just go in there and take it. Take the ground, and like that, you will often find that you might just pick up a nice cheap kill. Bottom of blue stairs, not been aware. I don't know if he's maybe swung him out of dirt, you know, and been aware that he was there, or maybe he was already established in server and they were trying to track back in through blue stairs. But either way, absolutely punished. It means Hoven, Speakeasy now needs to play over there on his own. He doesn't have his server support that he might have had otherwise. Great start to the round for Fury, and again, another problem in the first minute of a round for Weibo.
Oh, come on now. Come on now, boys. I mean, the Warden was meant to be playing on blue in the first place. Like, that was 100% part of the goal. The fact that he's then died has meant the Smokers had to come across to step and protect it. I think Fury have read into that and gone, right, we can sit here and get stalled out by smokes forever, or we can go hella aggressive here and just shut him down early on. They've done that. Now they're in a 5 versus 3 with the majority of the round still to play, Tim. This is like dream level stuff.
It really is. You know, Fury are absolutely cruising in this one. They haven't cleared out Hoven yet on the hatch. That could be one problem for them. But if we look at that, we can see those Vulcan canisters already being taken out. But what about this? Turd manages to pick up a double. They've let him slip onto the flank. Big mistake, Fury. They've been drawn in and focused on that server availability, and they have committed the cardinal sin of forgetting the rest of the map. And Turd is going to punish them heavily.
Are we watching baseball? I have not seen this many throws in years. It's bonkers. Like, there's no drone net set up. No one's watching anything. Now we've got the flip-flop of the round going back and forth. A very interesting C4. A spray towards smoke, not getting what they need. What the hell is going on in this region, man? Ape gets one back onto Exolotic. It's a 2 versus 2. 45 seconds still to play. Good positions being held by Weibo in quite aggressive spots, but someone please help me. What is going on?
I can honestly say that's
please.
the first time I've ever seen anybody drop hatch to throw a nitro over the top. It's the first time I've seen it. Like always from the hatch managers to get one. It's a straight 1v1 fight. AP managing to pick up the kill through the smoke. He's going to disable the activated diffuser. And Des, that was a round of siege. Absolutely brilliant. So Des has had enough. Des is done. He refuses to engage. Yeah, first time I've ever seen anybody drop a hatch and then try to launch a nitro forward. I think Hoven didn't expect to be up on that mid floor for as long as he was, because Fury just ignored the rest of the map. Were punished for it by a turd. He was just left to play on that hatch, and he was like, I've still got my nitro. I need to be in red to throw this at the plant spot. Like, what's going on? And just has to drop back into sight and kind of try to get anything going that he can. But yeah, that was something. That was something.
Yes. Yes. A round of siege was played, Tim. It occurred at a moment in time, and we shall not speak of it again. We're going to the top floor for this defense. And hopefully things get a little bit more stable. It's the only thing I can ask for. Got a pretty heavy leaning towards this info denial comp as well. The Mute and the Mozzie coming along with that Echo. Echo's what we're speaking about for a second. And we've seen quite a rise in getting picked up in this patch. I think across all regions around the world. Admittedly, I haven't watched NA or too much of Brazil, but other regions that I've watched, obviously the three that we have here in APL, EML as well, we've seen an awful lot of Echo being picked up, not just on the usual maps you'd see him either, on quite a good few of them.
Yeah, certainly getting, you know, it's one of them. He's kind of always been a fringe operator, I would call him. And I don't mean that in terms of his ability. You know, he brings an awful lot to the team. We just don't see him played a huge amount, but yeah, definitely a big increase lately. And, you know, we know the value of the Yorkais. It's not only intel, but it's that opportunity to deny late in the round as well. Gets more powerful as the round goes on effectively, because we just see those moments where he stuns out. To be fair, in APAC North, we saw a very close one. It was only Misa that rescued PSG Talon from a final second round loss to an Echo towards the end there to win the game out. So yeah, definite value in that Echo.
Absolutely. Well, looking on the attacking side of things, Tim, of course, we've got that Sense being rolled out again. Seen quite a lot of the operator, especially on the top floor of this map, of course, given that's where we're going. No big surprise to see it being picked up here. No Capital on the side may be the bit of a stinger, because the main thing you want to try and do is move AP out of Janitor here as well. And there are, of course, many ways that you can do that. Well, he can very easily swing onto either side. He can C4 over and deny the plant. It's a real power position that you need to unsettle in some way. BG Man going to smoke things off here so they can try and get this wall opened up. And sure enough, they should be able to do just that. I think it may have been shot off, Tim.
No, it's jammed out.
It's jammed.
I was going to say,
I
was thinking I can see the reinforcement, so it can't be shut, but no, it's going to be jammed out.
Oh my God.
AP punished. I don't know why he was looking to, I think he was trying to...
Observer. My head was shaking as well.
He was trying to maintain. I'm kind of like, look, the exothermic's already jammed out. Leave it alone. I think he was trying to, you know, maybe avoid if he thought a nade was coming. I don't know what he thought. Or stop it being shot out or something. But he put himself in harm's way and was punished for it big time. So that's AP gone. That's wall opened as well. So yeah, not a fantastic passage of play for Weibo there.
No, but the plant is going down, and that's what matters, Tim. Here we go. BG Man's in. Now, obviously, AP is not able to deny because he's dead. Echo's coming in just about denied it away with a couple of milliseconds to go. And now it's going to be panic station. So Weibo, they've got to respond. And sure enough, Speakeasy steps up, does what is required. They're very, very mindful here of a backstab push coming in, but it's not quite a thing. You've still got Turb below as well with the C4 in back pocket. Tim, they've got this one locked down. This should be theirs for the taking.
I was going to say, if Turd hits them on the flank again, then there's absolutely no sympathy for Fury whatsoever. We're going to have an additional screen go in just to provide that bit of space to collect that diffuser and look at getting it down on the ground again, but it kind of falters as the Toxic Babe canister comes out. Turd manages to find one. Shouldn't be happening. Hoven picks up Crit J as well. 4 versus 2 now, and it looks like Weibo have held on. 1 second left to go, and that is the round done. And Turd is able yet again. He's just playing this slippery role here on Bank, and it's working perfectly for him. Kill after kill in the last couple of rounds, and really, really damaging Fury's chances.
All right. It's an interesting one because Weibo still had so many layers to that defense to go. I mentioned Turb with the C4, for example. If they got the diffuser down without that yokai zapping out the diffuser at the last second, very fair chance then everything just starts to fall apart from there, because by the looks, they didn't really have much of a response in the moment itself. I'd love to see a replay at some point of just how close that disable was. Maybe we'll see it at the end of the match with the replay package, but I'd love to know just how tight it was. It looked to be a couple of 100 milliseconds at the very most.
Yeah, it was very, very tight, but well timed and well dealt with. And so we'll see Weibo now moving on to the third choice site. It's going to be open and cafeteria. So we're going to have a top floor hold from them. I would expect at least 2 players up there on that top floor. We'll see who will be designated to be playing in that area. Hoven and Turd look like the 2. Doesn't surprise me. They're going to be ones that are just loving to get themselves involved in those gunfights or back themselves in a challenge. Saying that, Turd does drop away. We'll see whether he returns at a later point or not. But I was going to say, Archives Tellers also makes a lot of sense for Turd. You need somebody who's willing to play a little bit aggressive there. They're going to come under a lot of pressure. You can't have somebody who'll back down or, you know, fall away from a fight. But also, he's got that nitro in hand, so can punish them if they get sort of overextending on that top floor, if they're not sure about what's underneath. It's Ape actually who joins Hoven for the face-to-face hold upstairs.
They still think there's one in behind the Kiva, but no, Hoven had already set to crossing towards the hallway here, so not quite going to be able to punish him in the way they were hoping. Good idea though, of course. You get one person open the window, one is gun up, and you hope to catch the player by surprise before he can react. But didn't quite get away, so lucky. So now this bit of a stalemate ensues where they're going to have to figure out a way through. Of course, they've got the utility to do it. They can move with Roteros. They've got frags they can toss in. They've got flashes. Plenty of tools to get the job done, but we don't want to see the team losing too much time here at stage 1 of this round.
Desperately wanting that fight for a second, I think they're watching. For was it going to be the Rotero or was it going to be Exolotic poking his head into the skylight? It was a Rotero as it happened. Didn't manage to shoot it out, and it will be activated and clear a little bit of that utility. Top floor clearance is going pretty well here, actually. Crit J moves across, can get himself into Janitor. Going to have a little Valkyrie camping out as well, so can just remove that bit of information. But are Fury aware of turds that are underneath, and have they done something to mitigate the risk of that nitro?
Now, I don't think they are wholly aware, Tim. Archives has kind of been a bit of a deathbed for both teams throughout this game. We've seen Roma spending a lot of time around Archives, and from there, striking across in towards lobby, being a nuisance on towards bottom square, even just holding an Archives and walking over a couple of kills. We've seen a few times. So it's one of those where I really feel we need some presence down here if we're going to be able to force these guys back. And for now, we're down to the last 60 seconds. Turd is still here on this front desk and may well strike. I don't think they know that he's here.
This is it. He's just being slippery again. He's got the drone. He's moving around. They're not 100% sure. I don't think the Bucks really doing enough work above to get eyes on the entirety of that site and say he's not here. He must have moved out to front desk. He's there ready for the challenge. Absolute freebie. That can't be allowed to happen. Like I say, if that Buck is doing more, you know, sort of quicker work, getting that floor ripped up, checking all through that site. Look, he's not here. I can't find him. I can't pin him down. Then you would have been ready for that fight. But like Olis wasn't. Turds played a great game there. He might lose his life, but there's 30 seconds left to go. 2.5 minutes and a kill. Great stuff from him in Archives.
Well, they lost a minute looking up at stock earlier on, trying to get the way through there. Couldn't do that. And then spent a lot of time dancing around lobby. Couldn't quite get through that. At least here a couple of kills have gone back and forth, though. Very nearly saw Speakeasy go down at the same time. So actually, I'd say for the attackers, this is not looking too bad, Tim. And just like that, they've exploded forward and completely crushed things out. Just as I was saying, that they'd lost so much time throughout the round trying to get these basic bits set up. They explode in the dying few seconds and find what they need.
Yeah, just being complimentary of... It's been the story of the game, really, hasn't it? Sort of complimentary of one side, and they do a few things right, and then all of a sudden it just crumbles, and, you know, here we are. So, well played, Fury. You know, I was a little bit critical of the Buck, not maybe doing the work quick enough up above to understand Turd's position and location before he killed Lycolis, but ultimately goes in there, gets a nice double at the end, skeleton key for the first, flicks back to the rifle, and a hip fire for the second. Beautiful stuff. Closes out the round, and that's going to be advantage Fury once again. We expected this one to be close. It's 2 of our top 4 teams, you know, particularly Fury, Elevate, Weibo. They've been the ones that have been fighting over that top spot, and then you kind of, you know, you throw Daystar into the mix as well, and you've got our top 4. So it was always going to be a close matchup. Now then, we are down in the basement, and this time I've spoken at length about that to Chanka. We're going to have him brought along by Speakeasy this time. He's going to be setting himself up in that position to look for that plant denial. He's got his own shield. So, you know, this is another way that Chanka, nice and self-sufficient, can provide for himself. Personally, Des, after a lot of practice yesterday, I'd suggest maybe get that shield just a little bit forward from that position. It makes it easier to make the 2 shots that you need to make. We have seen a number of times the Chanka players hit their own shield.
I really don't want to break your flow, but I'm going to make a coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
You don't need to do that, Des. But yeah, I think you can get it a little bit further. And the reason that I say that is the position of the Chanka there is under threat from the window, but also possibly main stairs as well. You can shoot through the wall from main stairs. So if you move further forward, you're protected by the bomb chassis more, and it just gives you a little bit more safety. But let's keep an eye on how that denial goes.
What I so love about this kind of thing, I am here, by the way, the coffee thing was a joke. The whole thing I love about this is, like, this is the theory that we speak about, and this is what the debate has really been, is in theory, it's better. Yeah. But how often is not like a game of chess where everyone is in an exact square? There's certain rules to which they can move. No, it's a game of Siege with one-shot headshots, right? So much can change. So in theory, it plays out that way. But do we get to that stage, or do Fury find a way to disrupt? And having a player inside a garage is certainly one way of doing that. It's why we've got Ape giving a little bit of cover there. Any kind of pressure you can put on Speakeasy here will just slowly peel back that potential time waste mechanic.
And, you know, talking about that theory, in theory, Des, we are 50 seconds away already from Tachanka being able to deny that default plant spot for the entirety of the rest of the round. Like, if he can just focus on doing his thing and just put those shots in at 7-second intervals, that's it, 1 minute 10, bang, he can clear out the rest of the round, and you're having to go deep. Dark manages to pick up Hoven. That's a big one, because when you pick out those defenders from around him, we see the shots starting to come in, so he can do a good majority of the round. We've got Smoke, we've got Goyo, he's got backup as well. So I think if you're Fury here, you've got to start looking away from that default spot almost and say, where else can we get to here? Because there's going to be so much denial.
Absolutely. It's starting to get a little bit nerve-wracking for them, Tim. But as we saw last round, they managed to explode forward last time and close it out in the space of 2 to 3 seconds. It could yet come down to just that. No one looking for a backstab on towards Ape and Garage, but there is one coming down main stairs. They know that he's there because of the barbed wire. So Lycola's position given away. Smoke's coming out, gets swung from close. Now Ape just completely deletes him as he tries to step on forward. And now, Tim, we're going to see just how effective that Chanka is at denying the plan. And
that's exactly what your Tachanka needs. He needs that support to keep him in position without having to worry about this. There you go. And that is why it is so difficult, because the rest of the team has to keep Tachanka on that pedestal to keep him denying that area. As it is, plants going down. Not enough time. 3.5 seconds it takes one of those fire canisters to kill. So the plant goes down. It is secured. If you're over halfway there, before the first one comes in, it's done. Great stuff from Fury. They understood the assignment there, and that is disrupt Speakeasy.
I thought it was 2.5 for Chanka.
3.5.
3.5, 2.5 for Smoke.
It's about 3.3. About 5.3 for Smoke. Yeah.
Yes, I see. Sorry, I thought one was 2.5, and I was like, feels real quick. But no, you are right.
Thank you.
I thought I really said your response then to be, I know.
I'm glad. Thank you, Des. I'm glad about that. The job I spent 14 hours looking at yesterday, that I'm right about the time to kill. That's excellent news. Thank you. Yeah, it's, I think I couldn't be so precise because I was kind of going off where's the first frame of animation of damage. You know, I can't be like, but I think it was like 3.37 seconds for the Tachanka shell to kill from like first doing a little bit of tickle of damage. And it was, yeah, about 5. I think it was about 5.2 something. So it's about 1.9 seconds difference between the two of them. But who's counting, right?
Who's counting?
Who's counting? But no, look, that was a great example of, I think, both sides of that argument. I know that we keep going on, but it's just such a fascinating thing at the minute of, you know, which is more effective in that position. And it's fascinating because we're seeing the pros lean towards Tachanka. We are seeing a massively increased pick rate for Tachanka there, but I just don't think that he's being used. I don't think he's being supported enough to enable him to do his job. ideal utopian siege, the Tachanka just needs to sit on the bomb chassis so that he's safe from main stairs and just have his shield out in front of him and don't move. Don't move. You know, he doesn't need to be in a position like Speakeasy was there to be challenging anybody. The rest of the team needs to facilitate him to do that. And in those circumstances, yep, he can deny that area all day long, get quick kills on anybody planting, brilliant stuff. But Siege is not often played like that, and when all these other things are happening and the team are getting pulled left, right and centre, the Tachanka inevitably gets pulled into the mix, gets hit with a shot, and that's it. Your denial is gone. Whereas Smoke, on the other hand, just takes one quick throw, bang, detonate it, and then can get out of the way, can get into something else, and come back and do the next one 10 seconds later. So, yeah, it's a real conundrum as to which is the best overall. There's so many arguments both ways. I love it. It's what's beautiful about this game.
It is. You can sit there. I mean, people do literally have it as a living to sit there and analyze the game to death. I think it was Meepu who tweeted out, actually, after like, I think he'd been playing the game for 6 years at that point, and he found a new angle with Buck on the map, and he was like, I've been playing this game for 6 years, almost non-stop, and I'm still finding new things every single day. And I was like, and that's the beauty of the game. It's why we love it.
It is. Absolutely is. 100%. Brilliant stuff. So let's get on with this one. Fury have got themselves onto match point, 6-4 now. So Weibo Gaming need to find themselves 2 rounds without response. No more mistakes at this point. We've seen them get through the first half of this round without a loss of life, which is good. I've said the first minute of the rounds have been catastrophic for them sometimes, to be honest, throughout this game. So having a more solid start has been brilliant for them. We've just got a little bit of approach of 2 players here getting tapped on the toes. The pistol comes out, but Speakeasy does manage to get Exolotic. We're going to have Reaps collected as well. So 5 versus 4 effectively now, as Weibo are just going to re-establish themselves back down in the basement again, giving this one another try. This time more reliant on that Smoke Goyo combo, deciding Tachanka is just too big an investment, chasing that big payout that he offers.
Weird, Tim. It's almost like the sort of thing we've been speaking about, isn't it?
Imagine.
Look at this pressure starting to build. Hover gets one. Hover gets 2. Critchay dropping that shield guard and gets bitten out for it. Love it. 2 left for Fury here, and it feels like Weibo should at the very least be able to hold on, Tim. Get this one over the line, close things out when there's only 20 seconds on the clock. He's getting one more, and this one most definitely a different outcome. Turns out Tim Chanka is the problem.
Phenomenal stuff from Hoven. Absolutely beautiful. Double BG man taken down there at the end. Flawless round. And that is going to be another one on the board for Weibo. We're going to see all 12. Wouldn't surprise me to see a little bit of overtime here. But yeah, Weibo just mixing things up there a little bit, deciding, you know what, we're not going to try to cocoon the Tachanka down there and look after him. Instead, it's going to be get out into the map, fight our fight in open and cafeteria. Hoven gets a beautiful double, which obviously helps them a lot. And that's going to send them on to at least one more round against Fury.
Absolutely, and they take their time out. They want this over and done. They don't want to see it go into OT. It's been a scrappy game, Tim. You can see in a way, like as we've remarked throughout it, why Elevate had the dominant games they did over these 2 teams. 7-2 and 7-3. Elevate won on this map against them. Both having not played it in the last 6 months, it was very much a map that they didn't play. It's at the very bottom of their map pool preference. I think we're seeing a little bit of that now, and if it goes to OT, God knows which way it goes. Obviously, with 4-2 halves, you'd expect it to go towards the defender, whoever starts on defense. But you just can't say that definitively, not with how the game has been going.
No, you can't really. It feels to me like, you know, I feel like Fury have played the better game, the better, shall we say, the better siege. You know, overall, I think they've had some really, really good rounds, really strong starts to rounds as well, and they've controlled rounds well once they've had the man advantage. But I feel like Weibo have played a really good scrappy game, you know, getting the job done when they've needed to. Hoven pulling out a big double there, for example, just, you know, mixing things up, adapting, saying, look, the Tachanka didn't work last round, scrap that, move on to plan B. So yeah, it's been a real contrast of styles, it's felt like, as well, which has been good fun to watch. We'll see whether we get any more of this or not. It's going to be up to the top floor. Ace is available, so the elevator wall will not be safe, but I'm going to bring him along at the minute, Fury. They're going to opt for Thermite instead. Kind of always like Ace as an option here, because, you know, there's a number he can still do the breaching that Thermite will do over at Square. If you start him over, you know, towards this side of the map, just get him straight onto to that elevator wall, bang, just get one Selma on there, and then he can come off, he can go elsewhere, let somebody else sit and watch that angle. But as it is, they're going to be giving Weibo that safety around vending and stock, which we know is such a critical position for defending this. It keeps your janitor safe, and then your janitor player denies your plan. So yeah, I think I'd have maybe gone for the ace here and given myself that option.
Well, it also wouldn't have been a bad shout to go in towards the Brava, given the gadgetry that we've got coming along. And I know it's not like a C Maestro must bring Brava kind of situation, but that is a lot of information that you can collect for free if you can get a Brava into the right spots. So it kind of feels, with that paired with the ace, that Fury has sort of said, this is our lineup, this is what we're playing, we're not changing it away based on what we see, we're going to what we are comfortable with and what our game plan all centers around. We'll see, of course, if it works out. A little bit of work to do still in terms of clearing things through. Again, you've got all these mute jammers to get through, the Mozzie Pest to shoo your way through, the barbed wire on the way through, the Evil Eyes. There's a lot to impede them. They're going to have to find a way through that first.
I love the clash coming along as well. You know, again, it's just another one of those barriers, another one of those difficulties, another problem to solve. And that's definitely what Weibo have gone for here. Just lay out as many issues, as many gadgets for Fury to deal with before they can think about coming in for a plant. We've got Crit J on the sense, so that tells us straight away what the plant is going to be, I think, for getting that diffuser down. It's going to be about getting those light screens out, creating a bit of space, and then getting on in. Inside of that, maybe a smoke canister as well. Getting this wall open, we can see the thermites on there now. So Fury, they're kind of ignoring a lot of what Weibo are trying to do here, and they're just shaping up to say, we're just going to create a situation where it's really difficult for you to see what's going on. But it's the clash that could be a problem, but no, BG Man deals with it beautifully.
Yeah, nice stuff there. I remember when Clash first got reworked, we saw a bunch of people in ranks, like, you see a nade coming at you, you pick the shield up and just step backwards, no problem. I think he really wanted to win that gunfight first and foremost there, and has paid the price of being almost too patient in a way, and wanting to win that and thinking that it'd be okay and to be able to get away. That Clash being gone, massive. The only worry I've got, Tim, is the clock. We're down to the last 40 seconds. That has been the first point of engagement. It does put some pressure in towards Janitor, but I feel like Fury have still got so much to get done here, and they just do not have the time to do it.
Yeah, Ape's in a really big position here. It's going to be up to him to try and hold on. Crit J is taking a lot of damage there as well. Needs to be careful. Doesn't want to lose his life to a toxic beard, but BG Man gets himself another, and that's pretty much round over now as Janitor is cleared out. Light screens come in, 2 kills along the way, and surely it's a matter of time until Hoven gets picked up. Diffuser will be planted successfully in the chaos as well. 4 versus 1 as Hoven manages to fight back, but will do no more as Crit J cuts him down, and Fury managed to get this done for a full 3 points, and that could be big in terms of this league table.
All right, not too bad an end. Again, I was a bit nervous as we started looking at the clock there and the power position still being held on by Weibo, but Fury get it over the line. I didn't expect that one. I thought Weibo can weigh the stronger team today, but it does mean that Fury now jump over them in the table, push themselves back up towards Daystar, right up there at the top. It's going to be interesting to see how things develop, but we'll go to a break. When we come back, we've got Leighton Dragon versus Daystar. See you in a few.
Better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
Let's go! Leonの絡む肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後 われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けに
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. Kind of dig into the third wing. This last question actually is a little bit of praise from one of your friends.
Is there even any hot sauce on that one?
I think we should put a little bit, maybe we just, do you want to do the honors and just put a little bit more of that on for
You might need another bite.
poor guy?
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Heavy hand.
Okay, so
That looks delicious.
while your intern enjoys that, yeah, like I said, we've got some praise from some of your fellow competitors in the APL. This is a comment from our good friend Lunchbox.
Ah. Who the fuck is that?
I'm pretty sure Turd was a Kiwi, and he couldn't find a team in OS because absolutely no one liked him in OS, so he literally had to relocate to a different country, and he has to play in Asia now because no one liked him in OS.
I don't even know who that guy is, to be honest. And I am better than every other OCE player, so that's okay.
Oh, the intern's digging.
The ice cream's out.
Oh, God. I don't know where you found this guy, but he's feral. Alright, so where are you from? You're from OCE, right? But you went over to Asia.
So I'm originally from New Zealand. As Lunchbox said, true story. Nobody wanted me in the OS League. And I think I had a pretty good timing. Like Blast had just taken over in 2023. A lot of my friends, their contracts were ending with their previous teams. So we ended up making a team and I got inputted out to the Southeast Asia League for 2023. And I've been there ever since.
So your first ever professional team was firstly flying overseas.
Yep.
Secondly, the best team in the region. And how many events have you now gone to overseas?
Been to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.
And do you know how many that guy's been to?
0.
I didn't even
A
know
whopping
that.
0.
Amazing. And where do you live now?
I live in Tokyo, but we play from Bandung in Indonesia.
Mr. Worldwide over here. What did you think of the wings?
Very spicy, to be honest. Ice cream, lifesaver. Taking it well.
Welcome back to Asia Day 4. Now, I had to go and get myself some paracetamol. Other brands are available because that first game gave me a raging headache. And now we're going into game 2. And hopefully things start to look a little more convincing, I think it's fair to say, Tim. It wasn't the prettiest performance for either of the two teams we just had, but at the very least, Fury got it over the line, and we did see some moments of brilliance for both teams. As said, hopefully in this game now, we see these next two teams start to show us what they're really made of. We've got Leighton Dragon coming up against Daystar. So let's take a look at Leighton Dragon first, Tim. But again, for us, this is a new region, not really cast much of Asia before, so only really seen some of these teams at international events. And for these boys, they could have had a better start. They've currently not won a single game. They've lost 3 of them. You know, Fury, they just saw play, beat them 7-5. Weibo beat them 7-1. They had an overtime loss against Soul's Heart, who we'll see play in our next game. For Daystar, they haven't lost a game, so this is going to be an upward battle for Leighton Dragon.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier than what they've experienced so far, I don't think. Like you say, especially with Daystar having just watched Weibo lose out on some points. You know, yes, Fury get them, but whenever them teams around you are dropping points, you're immediately, you know, thinking straight away, let's get right into it. And so, yeah, these guys are going to have a very difficult game ahead of them. It's not to say that they can't do it. Absolutely can. You know, the one thing I will say is all the stats very even across the board. I like to see that. There's, you know, they're not reliant on anybody to keep them competitive. You know, they're all putting a shift in. It feels like maybe it just needs one of those maps where everything clicks and we see that extra 10%.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the other side as well. Daystar. These are the boys everyone's quite excited about because for the longest time, the conversation in this region has been Weibo, formerly Bleed, and Elevate. They've been the two teams everyone's been excited about. But Daystar currently find themselves sat in second place. Admittedly, haven't had to come up against top opposition yet. They've faced a lot of the bottom teams. So now we're starting to get to a period where they're going to find themselves right at the top of the table after 4 wins. But their next few games will start to show the real challenge. All you're hoping is they don't have a bit of a speed bump trip over here against Leighton Dragon.
Yeah, the pressure's always on the team with the expectations, though, isn't it? Like you say, coming in, we can see that the stats are, much better across the board here for Daystar. They've had a great start out here in Asia to get themselves rocketed up the table, but it does put that weight of expectation on them for this matchup, and it's not going to be easy for them. They need to make sure, as I've always said, you can only beat the team in front of you, and if they don't get the job done today, they could be left kicking themselves.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the battleground, Tim, and see where we're heading to for these two teams to see what it is that they're made of. Of course, just had a bank game just a second ago. Both teams permaban, didn't really have a chance to see them at their best, it's fair to say. We're going to an El Clasico map, Tim. It's going to be Club... I said El Clasico a lot this week, but we're going to Clubhouse with these two teams.
There was all sorts of arguments in SAL about the term El Clasico. Lynx was not happy at the phased liquid game being branded El Clasico, which I absolutely think it is.
Getting upset by the use of El Clasico.
I absolutely... Well, it was more not the use of it, but Lynx's argument was that wasn't El Clasico. That phased liquid wasn't El Clasico in Brazil, and
I would say it most definitely is.
I was having none of it.
Region.
Most people were saying that it was, but I think Lynx was trying to argue for an update to FaZe and Furia. But the problem with that is the whole point, and this is what I pointed out. The whole point of El Clasicos are the history behind them. You can't just change what the matchup is. You can't now just go to Spain and be like, oh, well, actually, the last couple of years, Real and Atletico has been a bit of a better matchup.
Exactly.
So that's not how it works. Sorry. So, yeah, that was the discussion around El Clasico. Anyway, I digress. We're on Clubhouse. It's Daystar versus Leighton Dragons. We'll find out whether this is going to maybe establish itself as a bit of an El Clasico. But, yeah, like you say, a bit of a basic map choice, not a bad map choice. Don't say that in a negative way. I love Clubhouse. It's, I'd say, one of my top 3 I enjoy watching. I'd say, Night Evan Labs, Chalet and Clubhouse all up there. What I do think is this is actually going to be really difficult to get anything against Daystar on this one. I think if you're wanting to go up against a team that is arguably better than you, and that's what the performances in the league table suggest so far, there's a little bit of a gulf between these two. I think you're always better heading somewhere smaller, simpler, Chalet, Border, somewhere like that. I think coming somewhere like Clubhouse where teams are going to be super polished. We talk about it all the time. This is the map they've been playing the longest. This is the old faithful for most teams. It's going to be tough, I think, to get much out of Daystar here for Leighton Dragons.
Yeah, I think part of it probably comes down to looking at their recent game. My main worry for it is for Daystar. It's their favorite map in terms of banning preference. Like, they almost never ban it away. They haven't played it in about 2 months, so not since our last stage. Whereas for Leighton Dragon, it's a map they like. It's not their favorite, but it's definitely up there. They played it against Fury and they lost it just 10 days ago. So assuming Daystar at least thought, okay, we're going to Bank or Club, we've done our prep on both of those maps, no problem. My worry coming into this one is that Daystar have all the recent tape on what you do on this map. You haven't got a clue what they've done for the last 2 months, so you could well have just sleepwalked into an absolute bruising on this map, especially since Daystar start on the defense. Let's see, though, if Leighton Dragons are indeed just that, Leighton Dragons, and can surprise us a little bit and bring out something a bit special. We're starting off with our bans. Kai taken away to no one's surprise. The Capital going away. A ban that I like. We don't see it as much as I think that we would normally get to see it, but I think this opens up a few interesting angles where, of course, you can play on Catwalk more aggressively, and he's also very, very effective in executes in general. I think it's a really good ban.
Yeah, I'd agree. Daystar definitely protecting Catwalk there, wanting to be able to play up there. Grim kind of leans into that as well. Grim's got, popping the Grim canisters up there and making it so the player playing on elbow or anywhere around finds it difficult to move. Not having the Azami taken away from them as well. Like, I understand it from Leighton Dragons. They've taken Cade and Mirror. You can only take 2 at this point, but the Azami is going to make it really easy for Daystar to hold a couple of positions. What I would what I would like to see is make sure that they get that site played, you know, before, if they lose. I think if you're going to do those things in your bans, if you're going to look to give yourself the opportunity to hold on to those positions like Catwalk, make sure you're playing a CCTV. Make sure, you know, you've got a Zami so you can hold that area. It's going to be more powerful now than if you leave it to round 4, 5 or 6 when a Zami's been banned, if that's the next ban that comes in. So just make sure you make use of it in this first quarter.
Absolutely. All right, let's see how things go down in the basement. Tim, I'm sure you're heartbroken we don't get to see a bit of Chanker on this map as well and see what he can do. We definitely have seen it before. I always think back to Brede playing it on this map and being a bit like, why play that when a smoke's available here? I think it's much for the same reason you discourage things like Kitchen. I'll tell you what, this is the Shanker broadcast, isn't it? Discouraging things
I'm
like the
not getting involved anymore. I'm not getting involved anymore because I had Fresh in the group chat saying I've just tuned in and he's banging on about Tachanka again. So
he did say to me, he's like, look what you created, bring back the gardening, please. And I was like, okay, we'll talk about the garden later, but you've already spoke about it this week. There's been no real progress. You haven't been very well, therefore it's on a bit of a
I've been a bit
standstill.
unwell this week. It's a bit of a frustrating one in the garden. I've not been able to touch much, but next week's going to be a big week for progress, I think. So I will report back with further updates.
But the weather is awful next week.
On further broadcasts, and I'm just going to have to work through it. I think it's getting to that point now. I need to finish it before winter sets in, so I'm just going to have to, as much as I can. A lot of the woodwork's done, which is what the weather really affects. I can dig in the rain. I don't want to, and that's why I've avoided it, but it's not really a reason to not do it. So yeah, I just need to lock in and get it done now, really.
All right, let's actually get into this one now. We're a minute in or so, and a lot of the work from Leighton Dragons so far has been clearing the majority of the map, making sure they've got the control they need. I think objective number 1 is ensuring that Momo stays alive until the late round. You're on that Ying here. You're a key part of the execute, especially when there's a clash bearing down and you're looking to be a bit of a nuisance. But Tim, look what they've missed. That Valkyrie camera on the light, that's a ranked classic, that one. They see what's going on. They know who's there. Admittedly, you also hear him open up the floor, so you kind of expect it to be a thing. But do they know that Momo is super close on main stairs? I don't think they do.
No, I don't think they do. That's gonna. If they've missed the Valk cam, I feel like they're gonna miss the flank, and they need to be, you know, very, very cautious of that and make sure that they're. There you go. He's just headed up. He's going to be watching the bottom of main stairs, so just make sure nobody can head up there to hassle you, and that looks like that's going to be the case. So actually, Leighton Dragons, you know, not doing too badly. They managed to. Yep, that hatch is going to get cleared off as well, I would imagine. Yep, that's going to be done. So they're actually looking okay. A minute left to go. They've got the kitchen hatch open. They're moving these defenders round inside a site, but the big problem is they haven't really cleared a lot of that utility or space yet. We see the nades starting to go in. No damage has been done to anybody on Daystar.
No, not just yet, admittedly. Although they've done all this like work they need to get things opened up from above. Yeah. Actually down on the site itself, different conversation. And yes, it's not a Chanker, but there's still a good amount of stall they can use here. You've already seen the first one of those smoke canisters come out. That's going to waste another 10 seconds or so. Still got 2 to play with. Still got a clash to face off against. Still lots of things that can impede them here. Already seen Gundown going quite low at this point as well. Souffle going to fall. Souffle gets rid of Momo. That's the key one. Into a second. Should never get away with that kind of push. I thought he hit the third then, but no. It was CL elsewhere getting that kill. They're going to hold on successfully here, Tim. I really doubt that we see KCB or Cotley turning this one around. In fact, no, they're down to just the last. It's not looking too good.
No, not looking too good at all. 1v5 becomes 1v4, but it's not going to get any better than that, is it? Oh, he manages to get one. 2 seconds left. That's going to be the end of the round as Suzuki cuts him down. Yeah, tough one for Leighton Dragons. They actually did, you know, quite a lot of right stuff. You know, they've gone in there, they've opened up the hatches, they've started, you know, forcing the defenders out of position by using those verticals, opening up with the book. It's just when it came down to the actual doing, and that's sort of what I was always going to be worried about with Leighton Dragons. You know, they're going up against some really good players here on the side of Daystar. So it's kind of like, you know, you're not going to die opening up a floor generally, are you? You know, the floor's not going to shoot back. So you're pretty safe. The danger is always going to come from Leighton Dragons when they're having to make that push, when they're having to go and take those challenges. And those are the moments, you know, that they need to stand tall and find those kills and create that space. So a lot of the good that they did in the round, great, yes, but it was the easy good. It was, you know, the good that is not going to really fight back and get those kills, and that's where they fell down, really. So not the end of the world. First round, you know, your best start you'd expect for Daystar there, getting down into the basement. So they're going to move now to gym and bedroom and try to hold on up here, and then I would imagine CCTV cache next, given the bans that we've had. The bans will help here as well. The Capite quite often used on this one to play on the windows and move people around. The Grim as well, certainly used to force people around in master bedroom, create that little bit of space, stop people peeking out of showers, that sort of thing. So yeah, it should be very valuable for Daystar, these two bans.
Absolutely. And I guess nothing else, again, reminding you that this is a 7th place team versus our 2nd place team. One has lost all 3 of their games, one has won all 3. So there is that expectation that you are going to see Daystar be able to shut them out. And I'm with you on what your comments were in the last round. It was the easy things they got right. That's fine. We've got to see if they can get at least a couple of rounds in this half, though. Otherwise, it's going to be being a very, very quick game. And it would be Daystar up to 4-0. What a start that would be for them after we get through the halfway point of the stage, because there is that reminder. Also, after this day, once this day is done and dusted, we are over halfway through the stage, and to have max points from not facing off against the top 4 teams so far wouldn't be a bad spot to be in for Daystar at all. So now getting themselves focused on having these walls opened up. Of course, Cotley, the main one to be focusing on in that sense. Still, all 3 Salmons in back pocket for K3 as well. More work still to be done. In fact, for the most part, Tim, they've just said, you know what, forget about trying to clear cache and CC. We've kind of done that now. Let's get over towards the main wall and get things done. That's opened up no problem here, but now we're into this wonderful stall game, making use of the tubs.
Yeah, it could be obviously wanting to just
trigger.
Just wants to trigger that exothermic absolutely as quickly as possible as soon as the tubrow wears off, but I was just going to say that there's going to be a big problem here, and that is the combination of tubrow and electricity. You cannot, you know, rely on leaving that charge on the wall, getting it. It's not going to happen. They needed to do more to disrupt that, and that is taking control of that area they've ignored, cache and CCTV, so that they can play on the windows, so that they can't bandit trick. Jogo does manage to pick one up, but a couple of kills come back the other way. Leighton Dragon this time winning gunfights, keeping themselves involved in things. Jogo picking up a second as well, though, and still is in this area. Not much he can do here, I wouldn't have thought. Well played from Momo to clear out CCTV, so now Leighton Dragons maybe just need to calm down a little bit and take stock of what they've got. 55 seconds, plenty of time left for them.
I was going to say the same of Daystar, really. Just calm down. Like, why are we losing 3 players that aggressively out on the roam? We almost lost the 4th on the pullback through construction because he was too busy trying to spray back through rather than just getting back on site to join his teammate here and set up some angles. Now he's tied to the window. Oh, I don't know there, Seal. That is not a good close to this round for the boys. They've been a little bit off on this one. And Momo is left, right, left, right, left, right. Azuki had no idea where the haymaker was coming from. Look at that. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Easy kill for him. Nice, good round coming out on the attacking side, but I draw questions about how aggressive Daystar were being.
Yeah, I think Daystar have just maybe learnt a little bit of a lesson there. I would expect to see, you know, in following rounds, they've gotten aggressive. Probably on the back of round 1, you know, there's maybe a little bit of ego creeping in there. Like, yeah, we can run around against these. That's not happened. They've been punished for it. So well played, Leighton Dragons. Stood up well to that aggression. Punished it as well, and we're able to go in and take advantage of it. So a good round from them, taking gym and bedroom. It's going to move us across to round 3, and it's going to be CCTV and cache, which I'm glad. I was a little bit concerned for Daystar after them bans that they might, with the opportunity, just go back to gym and bedroom again. But I'm like, no, at least play CCTV and cache. You've given yourself every opportunity to win this site, you know, with the bans that you've gone for. So that is going to be the case, and we'll see just how adamant they are on holding onto Catwalk, and I think the answer will be very.
For sure. Seeing a little bit of both then. Now let's see what happens in round 3 before we get that repeat of the quarter. As you're remarking, we'll see what's going to happen inside of Catwalk. I've already seen that dot coming along for Jogor. I think we already know exactly where he's going to, especially when you've got an Azami on side as well. They're going to lock this up nice and tight here and make it an absolute nuisance for Leighton Dragons to get in. I really thought we'd see like a shield coming out again. Probably a Monty, honestly, to help kind of strong arm your way through here. Maybe they're a little bit nervous about getting caught up on the main stairs. I don't know. But I feel with what they've got, they're going to struggle to force those players back.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Ooh, just an opportunity there to take out one of those clutch drones as well is going to be missed. And Maverick going straight to work now. Then I'm always very judgmental of the Maverick players. If you're going to be the Maverick player, you better be ready to do this cleanly and quickly. It should be well-versed, well-rehearsed, and it is indeed. Cotley, he passes the check, Des. Love to see it.
And we've seen so many players get that horrific.
We have at this
so
level.
Many C4s, so many double impacts coming out. It's just horrible. But yes, he has passed the check, Tim. You're right. He gets the Tim seal of approval.
Certainly does. again, not a problem whatsoever. There will be no criticism from me. Clutch drone is going to be going in, picking some valuable utility. A little bit of a miss there, but we'll go again. Oh, how costly was that miss? Missed the first opportunity on the Banshee, goes for it again, and then gets taken out. And that would have been a bit, it's not a huge piece of utility unless you're thinking of hopping in the window. They'd already got the bulletproof cam, but still, it's a nice one to turn over because it forces a reaction from the defenders, because if they move too far out a CCTV door, a cache door, it will then trigger. So definitely something that they would have needed to dealt with. So it would have been better in their pocket than not, is what I will say.
I think they assume that he's still on catwalk somewhere, and I know he is technically on catwalk, but he's not like deep catwalk. He's very close towards sight here, so can afford to hold on. Doesn't know about the player underneath him to his right now that he will surely misses him out and dies in the breach. Unfortunate spot to find yourself in there, getting a little bit too hungry for that kill and pays the price for it. But down to a 2v2, Tim, honestly, could still go either way.
Yeah, it really could be anybody's. Souffle had a big couple of kills in the middle of the round there that really kept Daystar in this one. Otherwise, it'd be another round that you were looking at thinking it was going to be for Leighton Dragon. But Leighton Dragon have done a good job here as well of dealing with that catwalk. I said the bans, you know, we're not necessarily specifically focused on catwalk and catwalk only, but they were certainly very, very helpful of catwalk. But they still haven't been able to hold on to it, even with the Azami. 30 seconds left to go. Full health, both for KZB and for Cotley. This is definitely doable for Leighton Dragons to get themselves a second round on the board.
Absolutely. Down to that last 20 seconds. I was wearing away. It had to do something, but haven't got away with it. Oh, Azuki deleting both. One at range. You spoke about that Aruni, of course, one of the only remaining operators on the defensive side with that magnified scope. Deleting at long range on towards those catwalk stairs. Then an easy close at mid-range to the player out on breach. That's Daystar up 2-1. Expected scoreline, I think it's fair to say, but Leighton Dragons still showing they've got a little bit of bite in them here, Tim. Could well surprise us in the second quarter.
100%. Definitely rounds that they could pick up. I think, I said, basement for me out of those three was probably the biggest struggle for them. They were the furthest away from that one. But your two top floor sites, it wouldn't surprise me to see them come back and win those. I think we're going to see a little bit of a different, when we get to it in round 5, I think we're going to see a different gym and bedroom out of Daystar. I would strongly expect to see them just rein in that aggression a little bit and just calm down. But that will make things more difficult for Leighton Dragon. They were able to punish that aggression previously, but what would I like to see from the attackers this time out? Same as you did before. You don't need to do anything drastically different. Go in and do the easy things well. Open the hatches, open the floors, clear out the utility. But it's then about creating space and finding kills. Maybe getting somebody down blue, getting them established so they can pick up a kill or two to create space for a kitchen hatch drop, or maybe a push down dirt, or a main stairs push into moto. You've got to be able to get that kill or two that's then going to give you the space. You can never really attack into a 5-man defence when they're all left alive down in the basement of Clubhouse.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how things shape up with our couple of bans having, of course, a bit of impact. Joe Gore, he's going to be a bit of a nuisance, isn't he? I think anyone who watches EML will, I imagine, will remember Leakyfact's play out towards Strip just the other day. This is not the style of play that Leakyfact would go for, but I respect it. Surely he hears him round by his door to the right. Yes, he does. Now he's going to swing, goes for his man. Look at this. It's all too... I was about to say it's all too easy, but Timmy almost bottled that one.
I think he kind of was tracking him up the wall, wasn't he? He was like, he thinks he's continuing repelling, and then he stopped repelling, but he just continued tracking with the repel and missed a couple of shots above him, but still gets away with it. Look, it's a little bit too easy, realistically, for Joe Gore there. As he comes out of that door and he stands there for about a second, and there was no reaction, but it's very, very quick as the game now to tell you there's an enemy outside. Like, you know, really, Leighton Dragon should have been aware of that. And if you're on the rappel there, you've heard the door go, you should be panicking. And I think that's exactly what was happening, and that's why there wasn't too much of a response. So unfortunate start for Leighton Dragon. They lose 2. We're going to have Vessi Gundam going through on the Deimos, trying to get something going with those tracks. Did manage to pick up the Valkyrie earlier, but Pican's all the way back down in church now, so not a major problem. Jogo is going to be the real problem here out in Strip. Wow. He can just play his life. He doesn't need to go anywhere or do anything, to be honest. I mean, as he is, he's going to run for it, and why not? You know, it's the smart play, really.
But look how much time that's wasted, Tim. I mean, that joined up with Pecan's aggressive, so like early peak as well on towards Momo. 2 players have gone down here. It's a 3 versus 5. You can get back on site there. You don't have to stay out and play your life in there and strip anymore. You're not looking to waste any more time than you already have, and you've got 2 kills. Just play your angles on site, and this round looks pretty much done and ready for the taking already. They've got C4s to sit behind. They've got smokes they're playing behind. Keep a barrier set up everywhere. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. What on earth? I mean, Souffle, I don't think he quite got the memo though, to be fair. The aggressive run from outside of stock in towards Kitchen Hall, just to keep on putting them on edge a little bit here and slow them down that bit further. It's measured aggression is how I'll describe it so far. Ashogor gets another. This one looks toast, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly does. We've got presence bottom of main stairs there. Manages to pick up Azuki, so that gets them something at least. 2 versus 4, 35 seconds left to go. I was going to say have diffuser in hand, don't anymore, as Cotley's going to be dropped inside of Kitchen, and I think that probably does spell the end of the round for this one, realistically. And yeah, you can go and recover your man. 20 seconds left to go, 2v4, diffuser down. You're just getting absolutely battered from underneath at this point. There you go. Joe Gore moves up. Souffle will pick up the final one. And with that, that's going to be another round to Daystar. They do look very comfortable. Leighton Dragon have had some good passage as a player. I don't want to write them out of it. You know, we knew it was always going to be a tough ask for them here on Clubhouse. But 3-1, Daystar, they feel like they deserve it. They feel pretty good for it. And Leighton Dragon have got some catching up to do, unfortunately, for them. And as I said, I think round 5 is going to be a lot more difficult than round 2 for them.
I kind of look back to when we were referencing earlier on, we were speaking about Leakerfax playing that exact same spot. You know, there's top teams that we're speaking about here. Like, who was it they were against when we were speaking about that game? Was it Matchco? It was Matchco, yeah. There's some top players on Matchco that we've seen do well and be around the scene for a while as well. You know, formerly known as Makers, we've seen them fight their way through to an SI. Yet they were absolutely bullied on this map by Falcons. And I just think even sitting here and looking at it now, there are going to be games like this where you are going to get bullied by teams that are very, very confident in themselves, that know that they're better than you. It sounds horrible to say, but it's true in this case. Like Daystar are just a better team than what we're seeing coming out of Leighton Dragons. And they're able to abuse that to the max. It can be a bit disheartening, and I really hope for Leighton Dragons they can get a second round in the half and they give us something to, you know, wait for and hope for in that second half. But if this carries on to a 5-1, Daystar will be on for another very, very dominant win, I think, and find themselves moving further up the table.
Okay, then we're going to have Cotley just taking a couple of little peeks around there, making sure he's not going to be getting picked up.
Hello.
There we go. I think Des and I just having some technical difficulties as well.
Did we do the 2 casting thing again?
We kind of did, but not too much, because we've been down that road before, Des. There's not many situations you and I haven't faced. So when I just stopped hearing you, I thought, this isn't right for Des. And I thought, he hasn't dropped from the dit, so I thought there was a good chance you were still going. So I did leave it for a little bit. And then I talked a little bit, but then I shut up because our wonderful producers told me. Triple kill coming in for Gundam. Let's not miss that, though. 5 versus 2. And what a start. Souffle falling flat there, Des. Huh? That
jokes, man. I hate them so much. It's a free look. Come on, man. We should know about this. Oh, I mean, yeah, it's been a great start. Cool, but you should not be getting picked out by a player in construction for free. You know this is where players fall back to. Normally, you've got someone on that window waiting to catch someone as they retreat through construction. But fair play to Seal. He's dug himself in. He's done a bit of magic. Not much more to say than that. May well be able to give him a little bit of fighting hope, Tim, but I do still think at this point, Leighton Dragons should be able to get this one over the line.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. So, yeah, what we're finding out about Daystar so far is they're absolutely great. They just can't defend Jim and Pedro. It seems to be the message at the minute. 2 versus 4. They've got an age of time to hold on. I'm not saying it's not possible for sealing it. It's not possible. I was going to say I don't think it's not possible, but then one of them dies, it's over. So yeah, Daystar again just struggling with Jim and Bedroom, and again just getting hit with the, losing out on aggressive siege essentially, and losing that round, but. 4-2 half, I think they'll probably be fine with that. They might have wanted a little bit more from it. A 5-1 was looking possible, but ultimately, get yourself to a 4-2 and move on to the attack. But, I made the joke about Souffle there, Des. I don't know if you picked up on that one.
No, I didn't, Tim. Please explain it to me.
But interesting fun fact about Ace for you. I've never had a Souffle. I've never eaten Souffle.
Neither. I was like, it's so weird you said that. How do they build the synergy? I was about to say after you finished speaking exactly the same thing.
There you go. I've literally never eaten souffle, and for a bit I was thinking,
What is a
that
souffle?
I was thinking, is that the one with egg whites? And then I was like, no, that's a meringue. So I don't really know what a souffle is. I'll
tell
have
you, Tim. I've got a little Google up here.
Please do.
Souffle is
Please
a French,
do.
It's a French baked egg dish. It can be sweet or savoury, made from a
Oh, it is egg
flavorful
whites.
base, like a thick sauce, enriched with egg yolks and then lightened with whipped egg whites. So you're halfway there.
So it's right. So whipped egg whites is how you make a meringue. So it's kind of like it's like a dessert within a dessert. Then it's kind of like got a part of the meringue element sort of
How
thrown
do you
in.
make
Right.
one?
Okay.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Hang on. What are the actual
I know that
ingredients
I made the joke about a souffle falling flat because I know that they are particularly difficult. I like more than cooking. I prefer baking and desserts and things like that. I'm quite good at that stuff. But yeah, I know that souffles are kind of, it's one of those litmus tests really of like, are you a good sort of, pastry and baker, pastry chef and baker is, your souffle and being able to get it to rise and to stand up. So I know they're quite tricky.
You can have it either with like a thick white sauce or like a bechamel sauce, but you can put custard in it for the sweet one. And honestly, a custard souffle sounds pretty banger. I'm here for it.
Oh, maybe we'll get an opportunity at some point on our travels to give one a whirl. But
Now, what you've got to say now, Tim, is like, to transition us back in, you've got to be like, will we see the rise out of Leighton Dragons here to get themselves back into the game? Or are things going to carry on going Daystar's way? It was a good last round. Go on.
I didn't think I'd be forgiven another one, Des, to be honest with you.
If you say one, Tim, you may as well say 10. Just keep them rolling.
Oh, let's have a look then. 5 versus 5 still inside of the round, halfway through. CCTV cash and not too much disruption coming in, but good Mavin. Again, Cotley, you can be my Mav any day.
You can be my map any day. I don't know why that tickled me so much.
Now, there is a reference in there if you look deep enough. I'll maybe share it with you at the end of the round if you've not got it.
Maybe afterwards, because for now Momo is really pressuring down on towards Catwalk, looking to cause a bit of bother. This is what I thought we'd see early on when we were talking about holding on aggressively in towards Catwalk, by the way. Great use this time round to get the Monty up there, feed the info, make use of the nomads. They tried this last time round but couldn't quite make it work, but here they've absolutely rolled on through. Tim, flawless round. That's 2 back-to-back. What a half recovery that's been, because at 3-1 I was almost convinced that Daystar were going to 5-1 this half.
That's an absolute steal from Leighton Dragon, honestly. Like I said, there's been rounds where, yes, it's been all Daystar, but otherwise, they've been very, very competitive in the 3 that they've won. They've won them more than confidently. Daystar have got to be a little bit rattled here, especially with Leighton Dragon moving on to the defence. I'd argue on Clubhouse it maybe gives them a little bit of an advantage there, so we'll see how they go in the second half. You can be my Mav any day, Des. So it's kind of a little bit of a Top Gun reference, because obviously the line from Top Gun is you can be my wingman any day, but the main character being Maverick, you see, so there you go.
I see. All right. Okay. That's not even really a dad joke. That's just a nice little cultural reference, mate. Pop culture.
There you go. That's why I just squeezed it in there.
I'd love to say squeeze was in some way, shape, or form related to our conversation about souffle, but I don't believe it was.
No, it wasn't.
That's a shame.
I was busy daydreaming about our beach content that we did in Rio with Ian after the mention of the movie and Ian doing the beach volleyball stuff.
Yeah.
I drifted away onto a sunny beach in Rio for a second. My apologies.
Oh man, I wish. I'd love to go back there again.
That was beautiful. Absolutely.
Beautiful. Our little day out was class on Copacabana and going up to see Monte Cristo and all the rest of it. It was fabulous.
Yeah, it was beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. But talking about beautiful stuff, Leighton Dragon will continue to. We'll try to continue and find and keep that momentum that they've gained over the last couple of rounds. Almost delirious, Des, but I don't know why, because it's almost like it's like a 2 a.m. cast for us or something, but it's not at 2 p.m. We're absolutely fine. It's a Saturday. Leighton Dragon looking to continue that momentum. They've had a great round 5 and 6. They get themselves onto the defence this time, and we've got we've got the Goyos in there. We've got everything they can to try and slow things down. They've been allowed to keep hold of the mirror as well. It's the Electro Bros that have been taken away by Daystar, so it's going to be wall denial that is more difficult for Leighton Dragon. But I like what they're doing. Can't deny the walls. That's okay. We're just going to lean into delaying you as much as we can. We've got Smoke. We've got Goyo. We've got Tubarau. We're going to play behind mirror windows. We're going to make your life really, really difficult, and I like this from Leighton Dragon.
Absolutely. Well, if we can carry on as we are and they keep on rolling forward the momentum they've built up so far, this could prove to be the upset of the day, Tim. We merely only had one of the games so far. We could yet still see more upsets rolling on through, but not anticipating it in some of our later games, to be fair. But now it's about getting ourselves sort of things set up and opened up. We have already started out with that. We've had, of course, the main breach open here. And as you've seen already when we've gone into towards Shimon bedroom previously, the whole goal for the defenders is to hold out towards Cash and CC, waste a whole load of time, burn a bunch of utility, and then pull back in towards site whilst trying not to die to the player that is watching on construction window. The reason for that is you want to be able to control the west window inside of CC itself. It lets you see across the entirety of that south balcony. As the attackers, you're able to stop defenders getting onto that window and gunning you down whilst you're getting ready to jump in towards site. That's a great shot from Gundam as Soufflé gets a team kill. That is not the start you want.
Gundam absolutely flying there. Look, I was just going to be positive about his hold. I was going to be positive about his hold anyway. It was I like the way he was managing Cash, and then he pops the Goyo, but then he wheels round, gets killed, looks for another. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Leighton Dragons are flying right now. We came in there selling this, bottom of the 7th place versus top. It's going to be difficult for them. They are absolutely rinsing Daystar in the last few rounds.
Well, that now starts to get very concerning for Daystar. Like I said earlier on, they've beaten 3 low teams so far. Leighton Dragons are another one of those teams, 0-3 as it stands. If they lose this game, it's going to be a big stinger when it comes round to the back end of this stage. And of course, the SI points that you can earn based on your finish in this league stage. Pecan's down to about 1 HP. Defenders have got themselves dug back in against the jacuzzi wall here, sort of happy with how things are setting up. They've got essentially a 4 versus 2. Pecan, you can whisper at him and he'll die at this point, Tim. It's not a massive concern for them, so just letting them see what's going to happen next. What are Daystar going to do? Apparently, step forward and find themselves losing out on another player. Pecan now left in a 1 versus 3. Smoke in front of his face. Very little that he can do, and I don't see him clutching out this 1v3, Tim. Not with 15 seconds to go.
Absolutely factual at this point that a light breeze would have killed him there. One sniff of that Toxic Babe canister would have done him in. As it was, he went to a shotgun. Never going to be a pretty ending for him. Leighton Dragons take themselves the lead for the first time here, 4-3. And I said this, didn't I? Securing that 3-3 half might just give them an opportunity to actually close out a win here, because they've got themselves onto the defensive clubhouse. And as we always say, teams know clubhouse. If you don't, you're not going to get anywhere. So you should be comfortable on your clubhouse defences, and they've just shown us that they were. I'm going to shout it out again. That player from Gundam at the beginning, inside of construction, managing Cash, CCTV, popping the Goyo, getting the kill, forcing the team kill. Just really nice stuff from him. Really, really nice stuff.
It was that helped by the team kill that followed immediately after. Yep. I was just like, oh, man. Thinking on it, it's very rare that I've seen team kills these days, but I think in our broadcast just a couple of days ago, we had one back then. We've had one just now here. It really is a bit of a lack of momentum sinking away, because you're just like, we're just helping them win a round now. Is that how it's going? I can only imagine the Daystar camp after losing these 3 rounds in a row against a team that, again, realistically, they should be comfortably beaten given how the stage has gone so far. They'll be kicking themselves a bit for this, especially given for Daystar, as you remarked, it's one of their favorite maps, Tim. They love this map, and they haven't played it for 2 months, and they saw Leighton Dragons play it 10 days ago. They're being battered from pillar to post across these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, they really are. Let's see if Leighton Dragons can continue doing so then. We've got KCB up on that top floor on the Vigil, so something that Daystar need to do, they need to pay attention to, or are they just going to rush straight on into sight? Jogo smashes through that dirt tunnel wall on the Blackbeard, and he will not be stopped here. He's going to keep marching on forward, just wanting to get aggressive. Nade goes in to clear out any further utility on that door, but he does get backed off.
Now, at the very least, yeah, they know he's there, and that's the main thing. It's the pressure that he starts to apply just by existing around that spot. It's going to pull resources. It'll pull attention. You can't really afford to just ignore a shield the whole time either as well, because we know that if you get him into a 1v1, very fair chance the Blackbeard walks away the winner. They have to show that respect. That means the smoke will be held up for a little while here. You're probably going to also have KCB now working his way back down towards site. Yep, as I say that, you see him come down from that first floor, down in towards blue to rejoin his team. He's had enough of being out on their own there. Only about 60 seconds wasted, but it's still a gun back on site.
Seal just going to be watching that top main, hoping to catch out anybody rotating back, but you're too late. Everybody is back. Jaeger Momo actually heads back up the stairs. Needs to be careful because they were being watched a second ago by Seal. But I think, yeah, thinks better of it. Gets himself back down into long and back to site. So 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and Daystar have plenty of time to start getting things done. We've got Pecan just opening hatches at the moment, using that plethora of striker utility to good effect. Nades and hard breach are his choices, but the opener has gone again to Leighton Dragons, but they've never dealt with the Blackbeard Des, and it's going to come back to bite them.
Can't really deal with him, will always be the problem unless he's challenging you, or you can dump C4s on him and smokes and all the rest of it. He's going to sit there and just apply constant pressure. Now we're finding one coming the way of Pecan as well. Goes between the two sides, however, down to a 3 versus 3. Can they hold on here? Momo giving his team a little bit of a chance, Tim. But it's not looking maybe as straightforward as you'd hope for, as another one falls. Daystar going from strength to strength here. There's one left standing. Momo tries his best, but all around blue, it's a murder in the blue, Tim. They all fall, and Daystar finally get another round on the board.
That's really unfortunate for Leighton there. They dropped the diffuser in blue and they got the kill. Momo recognised it straight away, and I thought they're just going to sit on this case here with 3v3. You know, they know they've got to come and get it. Maybe they can bait them in, but no, just didn't happen. Daystar, I think, were just like half a second ahead of where it would have been possible, you know, for Leighton to maybe win that from that position. But Daystar were already finding them kills. They just needed another couple of seconds to get themselves set to say, look, you know, this is the area now that we need to defend. But we're going to have actually Daystar, despite winning that round, they're going to call the tack time out and just decide that they need to steady this ship.
Do very, very desperately here, I think. I mean, yes, you got that round on side. If you hadn't have taken it, being down at 5 and 3, you'd be kicking yourselves, Tim. Here's a good chance, I think, for you to reset things, have that conversation now, and get back to winning ways. Because if they can't, this is probably going towards OT. And given how we saw them go to OT against, I want to say it was Shark, or they were against Souls. Remind myself, it was against Shark LFO. Yep. That was a game that really they thought to themselves they should have been walking away with all 3 points from. Again, they have to maximize their points against these bottom teams because their next few games are going to be really bruising. They've still got Elevate to go. They've still got Weibo to go. They've still got Fury to go as well. That is not a very easy set of games that you've got. And they may even find themselves walking away with no points from it. So you need to get as much as you can now. If they can have that tack timeout, reset the mental a little bit here, sort out the issues, get themselves going, there's still a chance they can do this in regulation. But I certainly wouldn't be counting the Dragons out. They've looked very good so far.
Yes, they've certainly looked like they can win the rounds, but I don't know. I feel like we've just seen a head wobble coming from Daystar. What I feel like we've just seen in that round, and then following the tack time out with it. You know, it's not often that we see teams take that tack time out after a win, but I think that is a full head wobble. That is right. That's what we should be doing. Let's stop messing about. Let's get this one. But you know, Leighton Dragons have certainly shown us so far that they're no pushovers and they're not going to be scared. It is going to be quite an extended hold here. We're going to have the Denari gadgets, the trip connectors being positioned out on those windows just to prevent any hop-ins, catching them unawares. And straight away we are having attention out towards CCTV window and construction, so we'll keep an eye on this. It could just be to send the Rotero drones in, and it may still be a main breach and catwalk push, but for now, deployable shield is successfully defended.
That's the key one as well. Like, we know about how powerful shields can be and just how much it can offer to you, especially when paired up with things that we're seeing in this round, like the Azami and like the castle. It's just a lot of protection that you give to yourself. You can see just how tightly things are locked up inside of here as well. I actually really like the Denari being used on the catwalk here as well. Something we haven't seen yet. Someone walks up these stairs and tries to aggress onto you, such as a shield. They're getting zapped. They have to drop the shield to shoot it out, or you try and burn a nade up there. Even that's hard because there's ADS is scattered around. It's just a lot of layers to have to work through and gives even more protection to the catwalk player overall. Really like that.
Still on the drones here, Azuki. Not going to be pushing in too aggressively here. Knows that he's playing into quite a serious extended hold. Souffle will kick things off with a pickup onto Momo. So that's going to be the Denari gone. Castle joins him as well, with Souffle finding a second 5 versus 3 now. And like I said, it just really feels like Daystar have had a little head wobble and said, no, we get back into this. We know who we are. We know why we're near the top of the table. Jogo, Pikanzu pick up 1 apiece. That leaves us now 1v5. Cotley has got it all to do. He can be my Maverick if he gets this done. He can be my Malusi too, but unfortunately not. Souffle third in the round, and that's going to be Daystar taking another. It feels like they've just found that other gear, Des.
Inevitable that a Souffle will rise to the top. Tim, I think he's now at 9 kills, highest in the game overall. We kind of thought after that tack time up we'd see him step forward a bit, and we have seen just that. See if Leighton Dragons can unlock that potential, get themselves moving again. Into round 10 we go for our bans. We'll see what the final ones are going to be here. Tim, any guesses? I'd imagine an Azami maybe coming out on the attacking side. Anyone's guess?
Yeah, it could be
Blackbeard.
an Azami. I don't think there's really much point in taking a hard breach out, to be honest. But there we go. We're going to get one anyway. I think there's more value to be found. Honestly, I'd have took the Blackbeard out. I'd have took the Blackbeard out.
I guess the problem with that is you drop the Blackbeard, you get a Blitz, or you get a Monty, or you
I
still
know
like,
there's
often
other
you often
options
say
there.
it's like ban all the shields or none of them at all.
I totally agree with you on that, but the reason that I say that is the same principle works with the hard breaches. I just look and think, what value have you got out of that ace ban, really? What value have you got? Nothing. I think you've got next to nothing out of it.
Just to really emphasise your point,
Cabana,
Tim, they have played ace once across those 3 rounds.
Yeah, I just feel like you've got absolutely no value out of that. Whereas, you know, I completely appreciate you bring the Monty, bring the Blitz, but you do at least get some value out of the Blackbeard ban. It's already caused you a massive problem with that dirt tunnel push. You know, you're going to have another Church Arsenal defence to come. I think just get rid of the Blackbeard, and then, yep, you might have to deal with a Blitz, you might have to deal with a Monty, but you've had some value. I don't see any in this.
I like how we're seeing more of that striker as well, by the way. Something we spoke about in our broadcast a couple of days ago, that it isn't just like a Brazil thing anymore. Like, for those who might not recall, Furia very famously played the living death out of this operator way more than any of the team. FaZe were up there as well, but it was mainly Furia. And I asked their coach, I was like, you know, why are we seeing so much striker? Why are you guys playing it so much? And the answer really came in is that you need nades a lot of the time. So you bring along the nades, and you've got a second set of utility you can use to burn through things. In this case here, it's having those frags in back pocket. Not a bad gun to bring along. Still got the flashes to be able to push onto players that might be roaming, for example, or to overwhelm later in the round. Secondary utility is just really powerful at the minute. And there isn't really another like primary gadget that you sorely need to bring along in this lineup.
Seal takes down KZB. A little bit too easy. The guy all losing his life there, just straying across into CCTV, not aware that that angle was going to be open at that moment, and is punished for it. It makes Clash's job that little bit more difficult now. Momo going to have to be the sole force holding them back from taking CCTV and Cash. They might not bother taking anymore, to be honest. As long as they know that CCTV is clear, which they can hold from the rappel that they're on, that makes them confident to play the windows, and that's all that you're really looking for in trying to get a hold of that side. I've just noticed the Azami is over there, so they do need to be aware of Gundam as well. But yeah, at this moment in time, they can more than likely comfortably use those windows. Azuki manages to pick up more. That's the Clash gone. Like I say, Daystar just hitting the accelerator pedal now.
You've hurt.
What?
No. Was he like 1 HP? I need to see that again. I need, if he was full HP, send that straight to the dev team. That is bullshit. There is no way he was on full HP then. No way.
I'm sure we will get to have a look at that. Des is incensed. We're going to move on for now. See you. I wish I was that good with shotguns.
That was a strong reaction. I'm sorry.
Good heavens. Seal peeks around the corner. He's looking to get anything going here. Finds himself 1v2. Look, it's the same again. It's the same old story for Daystar. Every time. Oh, beautiful. Flips to the secondary, picks up the headshot. This is dual. No, it's the same old story in terms of the way that they lose in the round. There you go. They've lost it to K3's shotgun. You know, the way that they're losing it is that they just suffer that moment of aggression from Latent Dragons. And it's bang, 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 kill, kill, kill. And all of a sudden it's 5v2, 4v1, you know, and this is what Daystar keep allowing to happen.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Right. It started out so well, and then they just had the Cotley effect.
Here it is. Here it is.
Bro, he was full HP! What?
What?
No! Okay, he's like, what, 80 HP? Nah, dude, no
Wow.
way. Pack it up, send it off. Wow. Express delivery to Canada, please. Jesus
Look,
Christ.
maybe. Look.
That's horrific. I've seen some bad ones before, but that was something else.
I think.
I've got a headache, man. I can't be having this.
I think that there could be I think that there could be I don't know. Well,
Joe is
maybe
raging right now.
no, maybe.
Jesus.
Well, obviously the shotguns fire a spread of pellets. I
Tim,
don't.
Tim, shut up. Don't
No,
try and
well,
justify this through some kind of weird logic.
Listen to me! Listen to me! What I'm saying is, and the problem is I don't have enough we're talking very specific game mechanics here, and I don't have enough like knowledge of the minutiae to be... What I'm saying is, those individual shotgun pellets... I don't think... Maybe they're not each individually like a one-shot headshot, so it's going to do less damage, but, you know, on a hip fire, maybe one of the pellets has hit the head, and that then accounts for a large amount of damage.
Tim, shut up. Stop
Kind
it.
of. Maybe.
Stop it. Stop
Something
it.
like that.
Don't justify this bullshit. Jesus. Okay. Okay. 5-5. We're gonna get OT again, aren't we?
You'd be fuming, wouldn't you?
Oh, mate. I mean, fair play, Cotley. He's played that brilliantly.
He played it brilliantly.
I don't understand how someone has walked in and died to a C4. You'll have heard it come out, but they've died to that, and then he's got the most ridiculous kill with a shotgun I think I've seen yet.
If I died to that shotgun,
I want to say
be
there
fair.
was a worse one. I did see someone once, just inside this double door you can see here, inside the bar, get a kill halfway up main stairs, and I was sort of basically here. And even then I was a bit like...
I remember that.
Do you remember that? I want to say that was
Yeah,
like just
I do,
after the rework had come through, we were a little bit like, right, this is bollocks now, stop it. Quite
Yeah, I
bad,
remember
bad
that
language. But it was still pretty damn bad. And that one was also pretty awful as well. Like, both of us a little bit, whoa. All right, shotguns. Let's stop talking about them now. Let's carry on with the game, shall we, Tim? Down to base up we go. Honestly, I'm so rattled.
I can tell. I love it.
Okay.
I'm here for it. Right, down to the basement we go, as you say. Leighton Dragons doing a fantastic job here. They are outperforming our expectations. I'm sure not their own expectations. They know what they're capable of, and they're delivering it now in the server. They keep having fantastic moments of aggression, or meeting Daystar's aggression very, very well head on, dealing with it and coming away with the kills. So they just need those couple of killer
I've just
moments.
seen it on the stream. I'm over the screen again, and I want to be sick all over again.
Just stop torturing yourself. Turn the stream off. Oh, right, what have we got here? Leighton Dragon just going to move themselves back down. Everybody's back on site now. Gundam needs to be careful because I imagine main says is, there we go, just about to get opened up. So he's going to be forced away back into short and long. Nitro goes out unsuccessfully, and the round keeps rolling.
Keep casting Tim on clipping that moment. I've got to clip it.
We've got 2 kills coming for Daystar. One was an opener along the way for Leighton Dragon. Pikanzu was taken down, so a little bit of loss of utility with the striker going by the wayside there. Oh, it's a little bit too easy, is it? Is it? No, it's not. Souffle goes flat again. Gundam cuts him down. Absolutely beautiful. I thought the Val was going to lose that all day long. It's a shot in the bag. Leighton Dragons are doing it again, does it's 2v2.
Down to the last 5 seconds, though, Tim. Daystar have got to go now. Do they try and make a plan happen, or do they just leave it out? They're going to try. But at this point, it's a 1 versus 2. Seal has got it all to do. For now, holds on and plan sticks, Tim. They've been a little bit too scared, a little bit too tepid. But when it's needed, they go big. Up they go to 6 and 5. And they're in a spot to be able to win this game in regulation. Daystar, it's now or never.
Unbelievable stuff out of Leighton Dragon there. No fear in them whatsoever. They are fully doing the whole dragon works here. The claws are out. The fire breathing. They are not being backed down. They are absolutely making a monster of themselves right now. 2 brilliant rounds. Again, Leighton Dragon just getting super aggro. Souffle just missing that opportunity. You got to get that kill on the Valk. Daystar probably win the round from there, but somehow Gundam manages to pop the headshot and off they go. Beautiful stuff. Leighton Dragon 6-5.
Wow, what? It's entertaining. This is kind of like a staple of APAC, I feel. Not even like a sub-region. APAC North, OS, Asia. We just get... You almost in a way have to dive into the chaos. And I can appreciate that at the best of times. Tim, you know me, I love chaos sometimes. It's so fascinating and entertaining in the same stroke, as much as horrifying, that you don't really know where to sit sometimes. But we're at a stage now. We've had a very, very entertaining game back and forth. Leighton Dragons, 7th place, and maybe here about to beat our 2nd place team. That's the story of the day. And that's what we're about to find out over these next 3 minutes. Let's see if Daystar can get it done on this Cash CC attack.
Very carefully peeking around the corner. Daystar not wanting to give anything away because they know that Leighton Dragons are feeling themselves right now. They are bringing some serious vibes into the server, and it wouldn't surprise you to see them just getting that little bit of cockiness about their stride as well and having a look for the spawn peaks. But Daystar, I like it. They're showing their attention, their due diligence. They're making sure they're not going to get caught out by anything. And we found ourselves 30 seconds into the round. Everybody survived, and I like that for us because I think we could be in for an explosive last round. I didn't want to see anybody getting taken down too early and it just being a bit of a rollover one way or the other. But Daystar, they're clinging on at the minute. They've lost the opportunity to get the 3 points, which is a little bit of a loss after Weibo took that loss earlier on to Fury. So will they get anything? That's the question. They're going to have to go to overtime if they want to.
Does Cotley know about what's going on? I don't think even he knows. No, they don't know that each other are here. In fact, now Pecan's aware. Going to get himself a free... Oh, my God.
What?
Okay. Okay. Hey, back, guys. Woo!
Again, you know, being punished there, Daystar. It was the same as Souffle last time out with that fight against Gundam. This time it's Cotley who manages to not quite benefit the same. He does lose his life at the same time, 4 versus 4, but that's fine for Leighton Dragons. They've taken down the knock, they've taken down a threat, and they can just grind this out 1 kill at a time. Playing the trade game is fine for the defenders.
Absolutely. I mean, for now, we've got Gundam under a lot of bother here at some point. Going to need some help at some point. The nades are coming up there as well, still being flashed out. More keepers going down. There's like a snake on his belly, crawling across towards the second one, and has now got there. I don't quite know where he is, and Tim, they've got no utility left. They've blown their load trying to make this happen, and he's now dug in deep, and they've got a bulletproof staring at them. This is not looking for good for Daystar. I don't think they managed to win this one out.
Oh, just a missed opportunity as well. Gundam is taken out by Jogo. So Daystar now have something to build from. They've got the light screens. They've got themselves catwalk, so they can start to think about, can they get enough ground to put the diffuser down. Leighton Dragons kind of only have one option here, and that's to get a little bit aggressive. Try and find a kill or two. They do a lot of damage to Seal out on that small roof. So opportunity could present itself here, but they've done everything right here, Daystar. They've got themselves in a position to really defend this. The kills are coming in. 1v1. 1v1. There's the fusers down, but Momo has a real opportunity. He's done it.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's done it, Tim. That's the kind of energy we need in this game. You guys are new. Daystar, they should have been able to hold on for this one, but just couldn't quite make it happen. It all went wrong around catwalk, and it is completely fell apart, just like Tim's mental. 3 points to Leighton Dragon.
That was... So for a second, we've seen it before. Was it Naif who did it? We've seen it before where, you know, where players like jump up at their desk, whether they're at home, whether they're online, whatever, they jump up because they've got the clutch, they've won the moment, and they forget to do the diffuse. And for a second, I thought he's not like jumped up to celebrate at home and forgot the diffuser, is it? And so we're all waiting, and then you guys are noob. It's over. Leighton Dragons win, 3 points, brilliant.
Fantastic game, but sadly it's over, and now we have to go to a break. When we come back, game 3 awaits. We'll see you guys in a few.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Every game day, you're so toxic. What's wrong with you?
As an OS legend once said, it's 95% mental. So if you can win the game outside of the game, then it makes your life easier inside the server, you know? I think as long as you keep it in good spirits and you don't take stuff out of the game, I think like typing in chat, shooting bodies, all that stuff is only a net positive for you. So yeah, it's part of the game.
You will keep doing that shit on stage 2.
Of course.
You live in Tokyo, and then you playing Indonesia with your boys, and then you're born to be New Zealand. Which place is best?
I like Tokyo the best because I don't have to listen to Reap snoring every night. It's pretty nice. And I think in Japan in general, it like the environment you're around is much better for esports than any other country, you know? You can walk down the street and everything is esports. So many different peripheral stores. They have like org boot camps everywhere, and just the culture. Everything is so much easier for esports than, you know, New Zealand or Indonesia.
What are your goals moving forward with your professional career?
I think like the long-term goal, obviously I'd like to win a trophy. The first APAC trophy would be awesome to be a part of. Individually, yeah, just learning something every day, whether it's, you know, 1% improvement or 0.1% improvement. As long as I'm steadily improving and learning something every day, then I'm happy.
Cool. And then if you had to 1v1 any player in APL, who would be and why?
I probably pick Reaps because a lot of people think he's the best player in Asia. So if I just smoke Reaps, then I'm automatically the best player.
You think Rips is best mechanical player in this region?
No, I don't think that. Other people think that.
How about your opinion?
I think I'm the best, obviously.
Again, you're best.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I have another date. Catch you later.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't. Get ready! I'm taking them out! Changing mags.
We've had a little bit of time to cool down after that very explosive and entertaining game, and now we get to go into our second half of the Playday. And this one, I think it's fair to say on paper, Tim, is the one that we all look at as being maybe the most decisive. We've got Elevate coming up against Soul's Heart, and Elevate so far, Tim, they're the team to beat, and no one really looks to be coming too close.
Yeah, I think there was... I don't want to say it was a surprise. It was, you know, we always thought it was going to be a game against Weibo, but I mean, I predicted Elevate to win, but I know a lot of people did favour the other side of that matchup, but I think that's probably, you know, the team that we thought would come closest to being able to get a result out of Elevate, but yeah, it wasn't even really kind of close, and we expect to see that continue now. You know, you don't even really need me to run through the names. If you've watched any competitive Siege, you'll be well familiar with all of these, apart from maybe Stemp, who's, you know, one of the newer players on this roster. But yeah, you know, the names do it for themselves. These are absolute top tier players, and they're starting to find their feet in the region a little bit. It was a struggle last time out, but this time they certainly feel more up to speed.
Let's take a look, of course, at their opponents in Soul's Heart as well. Like, yeah, of course, with Elevate, you know a lot of these names, as you said, on the international stage. Soul's Heart, a little less so. There's still something here they need to show. Although we've seen some of these boys on the international stage before, to be fair. You know, DCH, I can think of many rounds where I've seen him fly off. Mr. Punch was an old addition to the original roster, but also came in and really made a name for himself. It's just that these guys have got to show us a little bit more. 1 OT win so far and 2 regulation losses. It hasn't been the dream start for them to this stage.
No, it hasn't. Look, sometimes for teams that are going to be finishing towards the bottom end of the table, it's about growth. It's about learning within the stage. You know, you might be surprised for me to tell you that once upon a day, Furia faced relegation out of top tier Brazilian Siege. That was their first stage. You know, and then they came back and ultimately look at where they are now. You know, they've had a phenomenal path through the game. And, you know, it's not to say I'm trying to sell that Soul's Heart are going to, you know, win SI one day, who knows, but ultimately it is sometimes about development, it is about learning, it is about grinding, and that's kind of the position they find themselves in a little bit today. I think it's what can you take away from this. You know, you've got 5 people in the server against you here on Elevate who can really teach you some stuff, so you know, what can you take away from it? And look, there's 2 teams in the server at the end of the day. We've seen it countless times. We saw it in APAC North. You know, we would have said the same of D plus Kia, wouldn't we, against Mergaming on Border, and look at what happened there. Mergaming came out and absolutely spanked them. So, you know, don't write anybody off in this game.
Well, I may already do that, Tim. We'll find out what we're going to first and foremost, and then maybe I can cement my decision on what I think the outcome of this game is going to be. Elevate are the ones to beat us with remarks for Soul's Heart. They're looking really to find some weakness, some gap in the armor when it comes round to their map pool, and Clubhouse is going to be where we're heading to. An interesting one, to be fair, because Elevate, Tim, you're not going to believe this, given their 5-1 on Bank, they're 3-0 on Border, 3-2 on Chalet, they're 0-5 on Clubhouse over the last 6 months.
I'd say that's probably quite a good map banning phase for Soul's Heart.
It's interesting for sure.
You know,
I mean, for Clubhouse, it's also one of the maps they don't like to play. In fact, both teams last played this map about 2 months ago, both against Weibo. Back then, I believe it was a loss coming out for Elevate, and it was the same story for Soul's Heart. So both have had a bit of a bruising on it 2 months ago. Haven't really had a chance to see it since then. And looking back at that game, way back in July, it was, I believe, for Elevate, it was part of a best of 3, which Elevate actually won. So, something to be said for that. And of course, we'll see how things bubble up as we start getting into game. But Tim, it's a repeat of the same map again. I wonder if we'll see a different set of bans and a different approach to the game overall, because there was a lot of aggression in that previous game from Daystar, a lot of roaming. In that second half was where we saw Leighton Dragon really come alive.
Well, I don't want to, you know, write Soul's Heart off here, but I just don't see how Elevate can be so bad on Clubhouse. Like, I'm not buying it, Des. You know, these are players that have grown up in Siege playing against some of the best Clubhouse teams in the world. You know, playing against FaZe at their peak on Clubhouse were phenomenal. You know, we had some fantastic, we spoke about El Clasico. I remember at least 2 phenomenal FaZe Liquid games played out on Clubhouse. You know, and players like Psycho have been going up against that constantly, you know, for years and years. So I'm not buying it, Des. I'm not buying it. I think Elevate come out and surprise us on Clubhouse here.
I think they'll come through with a pretty comfortable win today. I know what the record says. I know how it looks. It's one of their permaban maps. They don't really play it all that often. It's only ever been picked against them or been in the best of 1, and they wouldn't pick to come to this map. Don't forget they had that choice between the final 2 maps. They wouldn't choose to come here unless they had something in mind. First couple of bans coming out. Kai, to the surprise of no one. Ace, the next one to come through. Maybe we see a double hard breach banner, see her banner going away here as well. No, it's gonna be the Monty instead. So the Electro Bros, the Monty, and an Ace gone. Electro Blows.
Okay.
I'm feeling like electric wind.
Is it new soul? I've lost my train of thought there.
Me and you both, mate. It's a weird day.
Forget it. Move on. Look, again, we're kind of getting caught up in that middle ground, aren't we, for Soul's Heart, of like 1 hard breach, 1 shield. You know, they've got a purpose, but hatches are still going to be fairly easy to do because we've got Hibana on side, so no major problem there. We've still got Blackbeard on side if you want a shield. We've seen already, you know, how good Blackbeard is, particularly pushing dirt tunnel, things like that. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. Taking Monty away from Psycho is never a bad thing, to be fair. But yeah, other than that, I think Elevate will navigate those bans absolutely fine.
All right, well, let's get into it then. We're starting things off down in the basement. That's where Soul's Heart are choosing to kick off their defense here, their hold against what will no doubt be a pretty oppressive force in Elevate on the attacking side of things. No massive surprises for Elevate in terms of line of fire. They've not got any shields coming along, but we do have that Capitao, and Stemp on the Ash, I imagine, is here to cause Spot of bother, I think it's fair to say, Tim. Looking it's going nice and quick. Has already the door opened up for him. Hoping to maybe catch someone on the retreat back down towards site nice and quick, but no one's here. They've already all got themselves down, except for Mr. Punch, who's holding up towards top blue, and Markalele just ahead of him, holding inside of lounge. Tell you what, he's got here pretty rapid though, Tim.
I was going to say
in.
straight away, Stemp not messing about. Surely they will have heard the cue at the bottom through the barbed wire, but I'm not sure that they were ready for the challenge. However, Scatman stands up beautifully to it, manages to find himself a little shotgun kill onto Stemp. That's
shotgun range.
That's your Ash dead. Not the end of the world. Elevate were basically sending him in for that reason. You either get a couple of kills or you die or both. Like, whatever, we'll see what happens. So yeah, we've got a bit of damage done there to the mute, but certainly not as much as Step might have liked, and it leaves Elevate back to the drawing board. But how about this? I said that Elevate should be they should be capable of playing Clubhouse, and they've come out, they've lost the first 2 kills, make it 3. It's going to be a flawless round for Souls Heart.
I'll tell you what, Tim, the thing is, I'll address it head on. Elevate are that hate watch team in the region, in the same way the D+ Kia are in APAC North. Because it's an import team, because it's a roster of Brazilians playing in the APAC region, fans of the region want to see their downfall. And it's been very, very hard to find any kind of downfall so far. They've played absolutely brilliantly in this game. I think they've tried to go a little bit fast in round 1 and just to kind of set the tone against Souls Heart. But Souls Heart have pushed them back, rebuffed them at every turn. 3 kills in the row. Yes, they've lost Mr. Punch, but the damage has been done. There is still 70 seconds to play, but they're in a 2 versus 4, and they've still got to deal with things like smoke canisters and impacts, Tim.
I'd appreciate if you'd pronounce Mr. Punch's name correctly, Des. In all cases.
What's the joke?
Mr. Punch. Is that it? I think
but it's not all uppercase though. Look at his name at the bottom of your screen.
I know, but
it's a capital H at the end.
Punch.
Yeah, so it wasn't all uppercase. It's the all letters you want me to pronounce.
The long that I want out of you.
Mr. Punch. Okay, fine.
That's what I want.
I feel like a wrestling announcer now. All right, we'll go for it.
Just going to be looking to see Elevate if they can get anything going down the hatch. Not going to be the case. 30 seconds left to go. Stacked up against a load of utility as well. Trying to push in from blue. Markalele is going to take down Ion. So we are largely done here. Resets with a little reset, but I don't think it will be enough, to be honest, as he's going to move himself down blue. Does get spotted out. Manages to find 1 onto Just Only, but I don't think there's going to be any more joy for him. Taken down by the Vulcan canister. Little choice else for him to do. Just move in and try and get something going. But nope. Elevate. Not looking good in their first attack.
Nah, you know another name that I love on this team, and it's already warmed me up to them, is Markalele. It sounds like a football player's name, doesn't it? You can imagine like a bit of commentary from like the 80s of a Brazilian player just being like Markalele threw on goal. Yeah, I could just get that feel for it. It's great.
There was a French Chelsea player, Claude Makalele. So yeah,
close enough.
Very, very.
I want to keep saying Markalele. I don't want to stop at just the 2 that he's got. You got Mr. Punch and Markalele.
Punch.
I don't know what else we can do. In fact, no, I know exactly what we can do with the other names, because we've got Scatman and we can do the whole I'm a scat man. That can do that one. We can do DCH. I don't know.
You can do that one. I'm gonna swerve.
You love a sing song. What are you on about?
I just don't. I don't see me trying to hit the scat man as being a positive thing for the broadcasters.
I think it is the best thing that could happen to the broadcast today.
Really.
I love how we've zoomed in on the ragdoll as he just collapsed on the floor. Very good.
Let's move on to round 2, shall we? It's going to be gym and bedroom this time around for Souls Heart. Having picked up the first round, confidence I'm sure will be high amongst the team, and they're going to be hoping, having managed to get Elevate to a map that they're 0-5 on for some unknown reason. A group of Brazilian players unable to play Clubhouse just seems very, very strange to me. But here we go. Souls Heart may be able to take full advantage of that and get something out of the matchup. Let's see how this one goes. Straight away going to be opening up logistics hatch. I think attention paid towards Jacuzzi wall as well. They've got resets and wraps on the hard breach, so plenty to go at. I'd like to see them open construction wall, open Jacuzzi wall, open CCTV wall, open cache wall between CCTV and cache if they need to. Just open everything up.
Absolutely. I mean, this time I'm looking at the comp and it just screams big time slowdown, right? 2 drone operators on side means we aren't going to see Stemp marching into site inside 30 seconds and hoping to get a couple of kills. It's just not going to be a thing. Although, looking back on it for Stemp, it was a classic thing of like siege timing, right? He almost got away with finding a couple of kills, but was just like a fraction of a second too late to the party and paid the price for it. Interesting decision here as well, by the way, not to focus on cash and CC, very much ignoring it and paying the price for it. Psycho at least guarantees a trade, but it's still Stemp lost here. Not the ideal start they were looking for.
Switcher on will be taken down. That's going to be some valuable utility at least taken away. Psycho, I'm not sure if he's got another one, but he will be struggling for that one at least. And Soul's Heart, they're kind of backs to the wall a little bit now because they can't use elbow. They've got breach open. They've now just lost DCH as well. Reset's managing to pick him up. So the net is just going to continue to tighten here, I would imagine. And that is, of course, a big problem for the team. They still have the presence out in... This is the problem. They've only got 3 men left alive, but they've got 1 top red. They spread very thin at the minute. And as soon as Elevate recognise that, I'd expect them to just get super aggro. Just pick a point, maybe somewhere like Gym, Breach, just go in and win fights, because then what's going to happen, you're going to have the defenders trying to play back into you, and that's when they're going to have a big problem. But at the minute, Elevate seem happy to kind of sit and wait, and yeah, I just don't think they may be recognising the opportunity.
They've kind of like ignored everything else now. So okay, you've actually got to go and clear out cash CC, and I understand it if you want to play with the south window. 1 kill, almost looked for a second, but no, wraps a bit too quick. Good teamwork from Elevate there to collapse down onto that top red player. Now maybe feel they can start looking at the site, as there are only 2 left standing. Both are playing on the sites. 1 is the smoke with 2 canisters left. 1 on main stairs pushing up, 1 inside of construction. He might just die because of that flash that we saw come on through, but no, the keeper barrier blocking the line of sight out, wraps into another. Mr. Punch going big, off to 1 more, 2 more to find, but can't quite get the man on towards the right-hand side of the bed, and he pays the price. You like that one, Tim?
That's, I think, one of the greatest calls oh, the timing of the...
It caught you off guard a bit.
It's really tickled me. That was beautiful. And almost, it was one of them because it was just a throwaway joke that I made because of his, because of all the extra U's in his name. It was just and I'd just forgotten about it. I'd forgotten that little passage of 20 seconds madness that we had. So you just bring it out in the. It was too much for me. It's too much for me to handle.
I'm glad to have made your day, Tim, and it's only a Saturday.
CCTV and Cash then round 3. Better round for Elevate overall in round 2, able to. I said maybe would have liked to have seen it. There was nothing wrong with what they did. I'm just. Would it be nice to see him just go and just kind of flood into sight and see the opportunity with only 1 there? Yeah, I guess it would have been, but look, they got the job done, and that's what they're looking to do, is put rounds on the board. And you love to see it. They're showing respect over to Soul's Heart, so they're not feeling like they can just run around and get kills and just do whatever they want. They coordinated their teamwork onto the red stairs to take Marco Lely down really well, and if they continue playing like that,
You didn't say his name right, Tim.
Sorry, Marco Lely.
Thank you.
But yeah, I think if they continue playing like that, then yeah, they're gonna have a tough time of it here.
Do you reckon you could do the bit from the Scatman song where he goes like, I don't even know what words he
Definitely
says.
Not. Doesn't matter which
Doesn't matter what part.
Definitely not.
1 was in March. He's holding around the bottom of the lounge here as well. Already had this wall opened up, not quite managing to use the mirror trick there to be able to deny away the wall being opened up in rapid time. 30 seconds and it's opened up with a mirror on it. It kind of feels unforgivable because you bring mirror and place it on that wall specifically to be able to deny things away. The exothermic starts going off, you shoot the mirror window out, or you place it on the wall as the exothermic is going off. It destroys the charge, and you're basically able to keep that wall closed for a hell of a lot longer than you'd otherwise be able to. But at least here, it's really not going to offer them anything. The second one being deployed and set up now to help them try and lock this down that little bit tighter. But already it feels like the walls are closing in as Elevate's starting to apply pressure from every which direction.
Yeah, and I like this. I like this from Elevate. Certainly no need to rush it. But Scatman steps out, picks up wraps. And that's a big loss. That's your player on the breach. Ion does manage to get the trade. I think Scatman's maybe got a little bit carried. He's had a rush of blood to the head there after that kill. He's kind of got a bit. He doesn't need to stay stood in that. But he doesn't need to give him the opportunity. You've done a fantastic job already. Just get yourself back to red stairs. Keep yourself alive. Because what's happened is you've allowed Elevate back into it. Just only again, you're wandering into no man's land. Why are you walking in front of the breach like that? Yeah, it's falling apart quickly for Soul's Heart here in round 3.
All right. I mean, I thought for a second they might be able to hold on in the 4v4, but I think once Stemp got that 2k, this one was pretty much done and dusted, and it was a really good, again, 2v1 being set up on that garage door. We've seen it from Elevate a couple of times throughout the game where they just look very, very composed, playing as a team, forcing out these man advantage situations and giving nothing over to Soul's Heart. One more out in the breaches, I'm sure he knows at this point. Steps out, that is not the kind of recoil control that you need, I'm afraid, DCH, to get yourself a kill. Now they know where he is. They can step inside. If they want to plant, they can. But why do that when you can kill him, Tim? There's 3 players all looking to pad out the KD, and it's Iron that's going to find it. Elevate up 2-1 now, and that round 1 feels like a far distant memory. They are in form and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm a little bit frustrated with Soul's Heart that round. I kind of said it as we were going, but Scatman gets himself a good kill. Killing the breach player is great. You know, yeah, they're going to replace it with somebody else, but, you know, you've got your kill, you've got your utility off the board. He goes back looking for more. Don't get greedy there. You don't get many kills on that breach for a reason. Get yourself back into top red. Your job's done. Live your life. You know, be ready to fight for the rest of the round. And then just only, again, just compounds the mistake. You know, comes just strolling, effectively, strolling out of Cash Door into CCTV to have a look at the breach and again gets killed. You know, they just need to play the game in front of him, Soul's Heart. Give yourself a chance to win. You've got the entry kill. Sit back a little bit. Absorb 20 seconds. You know, we'll see what happens in Catwalk. You've got a player out there. Yes, Elevate dealt with that player really, really well. But yeah, you don't need to sort of continue aggression, because it will be punished against a team like Elevate.
Aggression. I did, by the way, just share in Discord the Scatman video. So if you want to listen to the first 5 seconds, that's what I want to hear you try and do.
I can't hear it. I've just no, it's not coming through.
Oh, is YouTube broken for you? Is it down?
Yeah, it's down, I think.
I hate it when that happens. It always seems to happen at the most inconvenient times as well.
Yeah, I think it might be like my sound mixer or something. You know, I'm getting you, but I'm not getting that. I don't want to mess with it on broadcast. Do you know what I mean?
It just happens sometimes, mate. Nothing you can do about it, really, is there?
Yeah, it's, you know, it is what it is.
And once we go for round 4, Clash on side for, let's say just only, but it's not just only. It's I9, of course. Had many jokes about him being related somewhat to a BMW at some point in the past. I-Force, of course, being quite a nice one. I want to say I seen him take a picture of one before, actually, as well, and I just thought, funny reference there, but here we go. Onwards we step forward, though. Ignore all that chat about cars. Honestly, I'm on one this afternoon. After these first 2 games, my brain is all over the shop. Probably also about to get worse as well, because Villa are just about to kick off versus Everton, so it's going to get even worse.
Yeah, could be in serious trouble.
I say that. I look at Discord and Xenox has just posted a link about Jack Grealish, and I'm like, yep, cheers, mate. Thanks for reminding me.
Timing. Wait, is it... no, Siege... Is it home or away, Des, for you? Is it home or away?
It's home, I believe. Please double check.
Yeah, Grealish returns home. We'll see what happens. Anyway, back to Siege.
No, it's away. We're away. My bad.
Oh, okay. He's in his new home then, at least.
Yeah.
So we've got Elevate taking again good control here. They've got themselves into kitchen, got the hatch open. I think Dirt Tunnel is open as well now. Stemp is making his way across. We see the drone racing around his feet, so a nice roam clearance. Elevate, like I said, I like the respect that Elevate are playing. They are, you know, ticking boxes. Clubhouse very checklist map, so it's make sure the roam clear, make sure you've got everybody back to site, which they have at the minute. There's just one player out on blue stairs they need to be cautious of, which is Marco Lele. He's going to be under a little bit of pressure fairly soon, I would imagine. You can see, yeah, he's just going to have to dip away there before that hatch opens. Just gets himself back, but yeah, Elevate are good. 1 minute 20 left to go. Some hatches are open. They're in a good position. They're cooking here.
Yeah, they're cooking. Hopefully initial. Soul's Heart, though, gagging to hold on. They can't let this one keep on slipping away. They need to get themselves fighting back in now. Can't really be going into that second half on the attacking side, down 4-2. A pretty dismal state of affairs. I mean, we saw how it worked out in our previous game. You know, one of these maps that we look at and say, generally the defenders you expect to be the ones coming out better. When it may be gym bedroom, when in the basement, then losing Cash CC, you can forgive that one a little bit. But Elevate have started out pretty strong. Looking, of course, towards wraps on that Ying is the main thing in this round for me. Obviously looking to try and overwhelm. There is no Warden to respond or counter to it. You have got the Wamai to at least help catch out those Candelas. But of course they can't be everywhere, Tim, as demonstrated by that Goyo canister being snapped out inside of blue. And now the pressure's going to start building up on the backside.
Yeah, they've just opened up the angle to bottom main stairs, so that's going to prevent any sort of flanks or any opportunities to try to retake that aggression. 5 versus 5. Time is ticking down. 20 seconds left to go. Elevate need to make a move here. This one is possible for Soul's Heart. I've spoken about how possible it is to defend when you've still got 5 left alive, and that is the case. Kills coming in, and they are all going in the direction of Soul's Heart. Elevate have not done enough in the early round, and they're being punished. DCH manages to get another Scatman for the final kill, and that is going to be a Soul's Heart round. They've been able to lock down another. Elevate are certainly not having this easy. We came in thinking this was probably the most one-sided game of the day, but absolutely not.
I mean, steady on now. They've won their games so far 7-1, 7-2, and then 7-3. If you like patterns and you like math, you're probably saying 7-4 this game. Still early doors, although that was a really good defense out of Soul's Heart. Where I think they really had the 6th man on their side, as I often say, is the clock as well. It came down to those last 15 seconds. We still had smoke canisters ringing out, and I was a little bit like, Elevate have left this one just a little bit too late there. But this is why you see these defenders being so popular. Things like we saw as the Azami and the Goyo and the smoke is the amount of time waste they can bring along is ridiculous. 7 or 2 players out on their own to shoot through some drones and slow the attackers down a bit. They could be hitting sight with no time left for any kind of margin for error. You make one small mistake or get hit by a player you didn't know was there. That can be enough to see the round over for you. And I think Soul's Heart have just played their comp to maximum efficiency there, and Elevate are the ones that have paid the price. It's these next 2 sites where I start to worry though, Tim. These off sites that we go into. We saw round 1 also go against Elevate. They failed in the basement the first time round. They won the next 2. So if again following those patterns, it's going to be the same story here, where if you're looking back at history, Elevate win these next couple of rounds.
Yeah, you would expect so. And look, a 4-2 half, I think is that it's not fine for Soul's Heart with Elevate going on to the defence. But I also don't think it's a bad performance from them. You know, considering the team that they're up against, I think they've done pretty well so far. So we'll see whether they might surprise us. You know, look at the last matchup that we had. That we thought would be a 5-1, 4-2 half, and all of a sudden we're sitting at 3-3, and who knows what's going to happen. So, you know, great stuff can happen, and Elevate need to be careful that they don't become the ones to fall foul of that.
Absolutely. Now at least no one's gone down too early in the round, so no crazy aggression coming on out. I think all eyes are going to go towards Stempia really on the Deimos as that entry point for his team. But like I said last time we were here, it's that double drone comp. It's quite slow. A lot of time to choose through the utility, through the Keybers, through the shields, through everything else. They've got to work their way through various things, of course, including barbed wire to slow them their step on forward here. But not in a massive rush. Just need to see them be a little bit quicker than they were in the last round. And I think generally upstairs on this top floor, that is far easier than trying to work downstairs, but there's a lot of bottlenecks that you can be forced into.
Droning is done, some utility is cleared by Ion, and decides it's time to move on into the building, taking out the bulletproof cam from range as well. Nice little angle for you to take away if you wish. And don't get overexcited. The silhouette that you see
I did think for a second that wall was soft and he was going to find him.
In cash. Scatman is keeping himself safe behind
underneath
the reinforcements. It's something. So they actually held on to this for a long time last time in Soul's Heart. Elevate did deal with it well in the end, but it took them a good while to do so. And it's the same again. We're nearly 2 minutes into the round, and Elevate still haven't cleared either the top red or the cash player. And there's no reason for them to drop back now, to be honest. They can just play the lives here. Marcolele manages to pick up Ion. Big start for them. 5 versus 4. They've still, Elevate, got to clear this position out. They managed to get it done, but it's not all of it. They still have to push through and take out Scatman. He's going to continue fighting. This is another 20 seconds burnt, and he's going to continue burning time. I'm not sure Elevate can get this one done.
It's a weird one again where the clock is going to hurt them. Last time around they at least ignored to start with, but this time they put their full focus on this from second 1, and they're potentially not going to be able to get going here. Turns to the 1 and finds him, and there's no second player to swing because your teammate has got you covered. They failed at step 1 in this round 1 here, Tim. Like, step 1 is clear out Cash and CC, but they cannot get away with that. It's a 1 versus 3. Psycho in for the backstab, being the lurker for his team. Well, you might find yourself inside a site, my man, but there are 3 players all bearing down on you now. That is not going to make this easy for you. We're into that last 10 seconds again, and this one looks done. May well get a trade, but the round is over, and Elevate not winning the round that I thought they would. It's starting to look pretty good for the other side.
Exactly. You know, we were just talking about a 4-2 half, and I even said coming into the round, you know, we've literally just watched a game where Leighton Dragons against Daystar came out and surprised us with a 3-3 half, and then ultimately went on, you know, to win the game. So, look, I'm not saying that's going to be the case here, definitely, but Soul's Heart have come out, they've got their 3, they could go 4-2 on the half for defence. I think attack will be more difficult for them, but Elevate, to me, you know, given the calibre of the players that are on side, they just don't feel like they're at the races, Des. A lot of gunfights are being lost. They're taking 2 minutes to clear top red, like, come on.
Yeah, it can't happen that way. I kind of would forgive it in that first round because, like I said, they didn't start there. If you recall, they had the sledge trying to smash open those panels on the 2 south windows to begin with. Then they focused a little bit towards Jacuzzi and then moved all their players over. And I was a little bit like, why are we leaving this until late in the round? That feels really, really strange. But obviously something came off the back of it. In that round there, they put all their focus on it. 3 or 4 players pushing in and got away with absolutely nothing. So kind of is what it is. We'll take it as it stands. At this point, though, things are looking better for Soul's Heart.
Much better. I think much better than they could have hoped for. CCTV and Cash will be the final defensive site, and let's have a look and see if they can get it locked down or not. It was a tough one for them last time. They didn't help themselves, to be fair, is what I will say about this site last time around. It's the one where I got a little bit frustrated with them double peaking they didn't double. I say double peak. It sounds like they did it both at the same time as part of a like maneuver or something. It wasn't that. Scatman got a kill and then went back to see if he could get some more and was taken down. And then just like Einan just wandered across the front and started causing a problem for himself as well. So yeah, it didn't go well, and it continues to not go well on this side as Resets manages to pick one up. That's going to be Mr. Punch taken out, and it is nice. And it's 5 versus 4.
Did you ever play Super Smash Brothers as a kid, Tim?
I didn't. No, it's not one that I've played really a lot.
That's what I love. There's a captain. There's a player in the game called Captain Falcon. When he punches, he goes Falco punch, and I always think about that every single time I hear it. It's beautiful. It really brings back my childhood. It brings a tear to my eye.
I'm glad it does this. I'm glad that you're happy with that. I'm happy with their performance so far as Soul's Heart. Maybe not in this round, but overall they are 3-2 up after all. They are now facing a construction-sided push, which is an interesting one from Elevate because they are going to leave them with that garage position. This should be an easy take for the Clutch Draw. I'm going to grab that bubble. The evil eye will be theirs, and that's going to mean that they can get in and start breaching that wall without worrying about losing the utility that goes onto it.
Absolutely. Well, construction all getting opened up now. As you can see, the Habana getting everything down. The Blackbeard sniffing on this door, finding out exactly where they are. Normally expect one to be in behind the green box, although that is not quite the case here. Soul's Heart really with 2 players on the downstairs. One is trying to deny away any kind of challenge from below here, secure it for themselves to be able to waste a little bit more time, and sure enough, they may well get away with that. Still got Scatman over in garage as well. Let's not forget here, they've got to try and clear him out at some point too, because he can do a lot of work they're not pressed onto. Texter downstairs can of course come up catwalk, can't plant in that default spot here. The step 4 coming from 1, but 2 kills quickly for Elevate. Just on top of this one, Makaleli admittedly going down to a nade, not most ideal, but it's into a 4 versus 2. Elevate surely, Tim, with 40 seconds to play and a 2-man advantage, can close this one out.
Yeah, you would have expected so. I think that, you know, the peak onto main stairs, they weren't expecting there to be more members of Elevate there waiting for the challenge. So a double comes in from the breach again, and that's going to be the round for Elevate. 3-3 on the half. I think whilst it might not be, you know, what Elevate would have, you know, eagerly anticipated against the 7th place side, I think overall Elevate come out the best of that one. Now that they move on to the defence, you know, look, I say this, Soul's Heart might surprise me. They've been going well and winning gunfights so far. I just expect that it should be a little bit easier for Elevate to improve on a 3-3 half when they're on the defence.
Completely agree, yeah. I mean, on paper, Elevate take a 3-3 half at the start of this game. I'd have been like, okay, they'd probably expect a 4-2 against the team right down at the bottom of the table, but a 3-3 still feels pretty palatable because, as you say, going into the defense, you're back to be able to do pretty well here. Now, one thing I love about this, and we spoke about this a lot historically for teams going into maps like Labs, is it can be really, really hard for a team to overcome having their key hard breaches taken away. Because it complicates things. It means you've got to rely on a Maverick. It can add 30 seconds or so to you getting things done that you need to get done, especially when things are being involved around denial, like C4s being tossed at the wall. We saw it quite a lot on labs for the longest time up on that top floor, where teams would really struggle without having things like the thermite on side. So I actually quite like it as a ban coming in against Soul's Heart here. I'm not going to say it's going to shut them out the game. Of course, the banner is fantastic on this map. They've still got ace they can play, but I do like that more targeted ban towards the thermite.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think it starts making, like I say, where's the value? And I look at it and I'd say if you're just taking ace, yep, you're taking a bit of range hard breach away, but ace's hard breach really isn't the best. You're in an animation to get through it usually, unless you've got it right down at the bottom of the wall, in which case you're crouched. It's always a bit tricky, whereas thermite is that beautiful, big hole that gets opened up. So yeah, I think I'm down for that one. If you're going to take one of them away, I'd probably still take the banner for the hatches, to be honest, personally. But yeah, let's get into it. So we've got Elevate, plenty of presence up on that top floor. They've got the Mute up there and the Bandit. They've got Ion joining them as well out in Garage, just off the bottom of our screen. So they are going to make Soul's Heart fight for every inch of this map, and I think that is the right choice from Elevate. I think that's where you're going to get joy here, is cause as many problems as you can for Soul's Heart. Don't let them, as I said earlier today, do the easy stuff quickly and good. Get them having to clear, fight every inch. If you just let them with a minute and a half start opening hatches and getting verticals, then they'll have as much chance as anybody.
Absolutely. Towards that denial for the Bandit, I think it's going to waste time because you choose with that layer. You've got C4s to contend with. You've got the Goyos you spoke about. Just a lot of ability to run that clock down. And if the team aren't fully prepared to deal with the Bandit, well, then you're in for a world of hurt. It's very interesting, of course, that the big focus is on the upstairs. It is going to draw them in. In a way, it's almost like defending top floor because you've got the electrified wall coming in. You've got the Azami Keeper barriers going down inside the garage. Obviously, I know that Elevate know which side they're defending here, but I wonder if Soul's Heart gets sucked into that and are willing to try and go and clear this top floor in its entirety. Or if they say forget about it, we'll just focus on a kitchen and a main stairs take.
Very possibly. We can hear
with the blitz. They're definitely going to run it down at some point. 100%.
I was just going to say we can hear the shield marching about there, just getting towards position to be able to provide that aggression. And like you say, I think just send the blitz down, go in behind them. I'm not sure it'll work against a team like Elevate, if I'm honest. But they are very well spread out around the map, and the thing is speed. You got to go now because look at what's happening. You've now got 3 back on site. You're going to have 4 very soon because one's gone to Garage. That's becoming a problem, and I think that's the issue, is that Soul's Heart, but just they haven't pulled the trigger.
But make a decision at some point, boys, else you start running that risk of seeing the same woes that Elevate had in that first half of the clock being your worst enemy. Still got players focusing on this top floor, and I'm just nervous again that we're coming to this point where they haven't said, let's forget about that top floor. Let's go and hit site. If they want to play a couple of players upstairs, they can play a couple of players upstairs. I guess part of the challenge is, though, that you've seen the players on the defensive side also wasting a bit of time around that side, just to, again, run that clock down a little bit further. They are now back on site, but the plant is going down. Surely they know about this one. In comes close to Mute as well. Not quite finished off there. Again, it was a few milliseconds, and maybe they get away with it. But now they've got a 2 versus 3 to win. Not a bad situation as they make it a 2 versus 2. DCH going massive inside of blue. Resets to hold on in the Soul's Heart from what 45 seconds ago, Tim, looked like a done, and just fighting their way back in, and it looks like might start this attack inside in winning form.
Problem is he's got to work with that SMG and it costs him. Resets just can't control the shots. They're unruly at best. And he gets cut down. Soul's Heart somehow make it happen. I thought that they were going to get away with sneaking the plant, but no. However, it was almost like that was the bait and switch. If we get away with the plant, great. But if not, there's going to be so much focus from Elevate as to where are they, how did they get there, that will mop them up as they move around. Brilliant stuff from Soul's Heart, taking their first attack. And look, I thought coming in at 3-3 that maybe Elevate had the advantage there. They'd be looking at a 4-2 half on the defense, no problem. But Soul's Heart certainly aren't here to make it easy for them.
Absolutely not. Woo! All right. Game on our hands. I mean, honestly, Tim should have gone to the shotgun. You should know. Should have watched that last game. Should just know. Less than 15 meters. It's a one-shot kill. Especially against someone with only a 1 armor as well in Capitite. Actually would have been most likely an instant kill. That's the funniest thing about it.
I think it'd probably been a down at least.
10 seconds to go.
All right.
It's tough to hit them SMG shots.
Like, mate, honestly, I don't play those operators for that exact reason. I just cannot control that for Toffee. No chance.
Even for the pros, it is a tough one. We've got some trip connectors just across the door towards top red there. So Elevate, we've already seen Elevate having success with Dayar. They were the team that got the first ever kill with a trip connector in Tier 1 competitive Siege. It was here on Clubhouse as well, I believe, if I remember rightly. It was on the main stairs. So, yeah, they are very much adopting that operator quite quickly. They're going to be looking to protect themselves at top red. Stemp is going to be the player that's trying to hold on there as the smoke. And, again, we've got some more good Maverick in today. We've already seen it from Cotley in a previous game. This time it's going to be Scatman going straight in there and taking the job in hand and dealing with it quickly.
You say straight in there. I think he's too busy focusing on what's going on with barbed wire downstairs at the minute. But yeah, he does need to come over because the rest of his team are somewhat impeded here and able to start looking in towards Cash CC without it being opened. There we go. Opened up, I believe, by the ace there with that breach in charge. Always a bit of a risk, mind you, because of course they can just spray through that soft wall. They hear you doing that, you could well lose your life for it. It's a fortune to still be alive at this point. But this is only the start, though, Tim. You can see there are a few players from Elevate, 2 of them in Cash CC. Well, 1 top red, 1 inside of Cash, and 1 inside of Construction. They're given an awful lot here for Elevate, for Soul's Heart to have to work through.
Marcolele manages to find Stemp, so that's red stairs cleared out, make it a second. Not only did he play defensively fantastic in that position, he's also managed to attack it very well as well, showing a great understanding of top red. Make that a triple, surely not. He finds 3 out of 5. Psycho taken down. Arnan says no ace for you, but Scatman does say a flawless round, takes down resets. And we have the timeout request come in from Elevate. No surprises, they are getting battered pillar to post at the minute.
Yeah, that's 2 defenses they've now lost on 2 different sites. Like, one you can maybe forgive. DCH just got a 3K from blue. Cool, he's done all the work for you. I guess the problem here is that without too much conviction behind it, like, we've seen Marcolele get a 3K. Like, he's done a lot of work there, and so it's a little bit like, lightning does strike twice, guys. Time out, get the pause on. How the hell are we letting this happen time and time again? It needs to be stopped right now. They've got to fight their way back in because Soul's Heart are 1 point round away from at least guaranteeing OT against Elevate, who, as I said, have won their game 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. At best here, they can hope for a 7-5, Tim, but I don't see them winning 4 rounds in a row.
No, I'd agree with you. Not with the way they're playing at the minute. This tactical timeout is going to have to be good. It's going to have to change something because if they continue as they are, they just look lackluster. I mean, you know, we spoke about the Clubhouse 8-9 map, and I'm just amazed. Like I said, out of players that have played in Brazil for as long as they have against, great Clubhouse teams regularly, I'm just amazed at how much they're struggling with it, to be honest with you, and how much Soul's Heart are able to just use the map and to win those gunfights and get every advantage out of them.
All right, we've had that timeout, boys. No more time for excuses, no change in the lineup. So similar to our broadcast a couple of days ago, you don't see a massive change up in what they're picking. It's more about a communication issue, or it's a playstyle change they're looking for here. It's a weird one because in the prior round, the first round that we saw in this half, they were a little more active for a while around the map. Here, yes, it's extended the hold, but they were relatively static. And they just got chewed up and spat out by Marcolele down inside a lounge. So they were probably a bit stuck here in exactly what they've got to do. And I think, honestly, going into this site, Cash and CC, the hard one that we normally expect defending teams to lose, they've got to do something really special.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I really would. And it kind of feels like it's now or never for Elevate. I think if you give up this round and Soul's Heart get onto match point, like you said, 4 in a row, 3 in a row, I just don't see happening. So yeah, it's a good opportunity as well. We've got to look at that both ways. Soul's Heart, don't bottle it. Get in here, get it won. Clinching out wins is not always an easy thing to do. So, get in there, get it, recognise the importance of this round and make sure that you're securing it. I was going to say, did I go too soon with the compliments of the Maverick on Scatman? But I did not. He's done that fantastically well. Nice and neat. Loving, I've got to say, first time in Asia, only player day that I'm doing this stage, and I am loving, absolutely loving the quality of Maverick that's on show today.
I think there's a few regions around the world that could do with a
I'd
little
agree
bit of
with the EML being one of them.
EMA. Granted, we're not seeing like heavily aggressive like anti-Maverick play, like C4's being tossed in and impacts and all the rest of it. It has been pretty tame in that department, so the Mavericks had a lot of time to be able to get away with it. But you are right, they've generally been pretty quick at it, and they've also been pretty spot on with it. They don't make the wall look like Swiss cheese as they go about their business.
Yep, just great accuracy, bang, they know exactly where they need to cover, and they just get it done, and you see that reinforcement disappear. So, yeah, it's been, there you go, job done, nice and easy. Really good stuff from them. It's, you know, I always joke about the Mavericks, but genuinely, compliments where it's due. Both of them today, Kotlin and Scatman, have actually, it seems like a simple thing. Oh, it's just using one of the gadgets in the game. Of course, yeah, of course you should be able to use it. That's exactly my point. So if you can't, why are you bringing the Maverick? And so, yeah, great. You know, we do see that. You know, we see Mavericks brought along, and they just haven't got a good enough command of the gadget. But no, great stuff. We're going to have a bit of damage done there to Mr. Punch. Psycho does take down I9, so it's a good start for Elevate. But Mr. Punch is there with a response. Step finds Marco Lele. 4 versus 3 in favour of Elevate.
Psycho's coming straight up against Mr. Punch. That's the back away on. He's killed Mr. Punch. DCH at least guaranteeing the trade for his team. Elevate a 3v2. Make it a 1v3 now for Scatman to try and save the round. Just feel like that tech timeout has worked a little bit here. They've looked a bit more composed. They've dealt with what Soul's Heart have thrown at them. Bearing in mind, a lot of those kills came off-site. It was out towards Master Bedroom side. Steps in for look for one. I was going to say, surely there's a swing coming in from the window, and there was in the end. There we go. They hold on. At least bring themselves one round closer now. 5-4. Still a small hill for Elevate to climb.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously whatever's been said in the tactical time out there has maybe done a little bit of work. Also, maybe just having that 45 seconds, a minute away from things to, you know, just kind of collect your thoughts a little bit. You know, there'll have been some talking going on there, obviously, from coach and RGL as to, I'm sure, some specifics of what needed changing, where the problems were. But sometimes it is just about getting out of that loop of negativity of, you know, losing one round after another, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy sometimes almost. So we're going to see Elevate take away the other hard breach, so they're going to leave them with Hibana only. But in response, Soul's Heart will remove the other Electro Bro. So Bandit will now go alongside Kaid, which should speed things up a little bit for them, make it a little bit more viable for things like those hard breach gadgets, you know, rather than having to be solely reliant on the Hibana. But Scatman will bring along the Hibana this time. The Maverick would have been fine. I'm sure he did a great job last time out, but I do prefer Hibana for this site. I think quicker to get the hatches, but also you can open sort of church wall from bottom main stairs and things like that much safer.
Sure, well, let's see if Psycho's going to cause a little bit of bother out towards Strip, because we had this back in the first half and spoke about it then. You know, look, we had Leaky Faco, as I mentioned, over in EML, popped off in that position against Matchco just last week. Psycho is indeed going to get himself set up out there to try and waste as much time as he can. Of course, the blessing in playing on the Skopos is once the pressure starts getting a bit too much, you just teleport yourself back out and you're immediately on site. No problems at all. Yes, you can see the ground, but often you are draining a lot of time. You're pulling in a lot of resources from the other side. And interestingly, Ion's also going to commit a couple of these mute jammers out here as well, just to make it a little easier for Psycho.
We've already seen, not in this game, but in previous games, a little bit of aggression on this door for the possible run out. We've got a lot of mute jammers around Strip to just try and keep these two safe. Psycho is out there along with Ion as well.
I love this.
And yeah, this is... This could
be
deadly.
The shield's going to foil it, though. The shield could be the big issue for them, right? You normally see one player roaming out here. You never see two. So I think if they can get away with it, like if they can keep all the drones away from seeing what's going on with Ion, he could get a freebie. But the one thing that responds to that is a shield being in front of his face, and this is where the danger could come in. He's got to be so careful here. Hello, bit of a surprise, and he's got rid of one Tim. He's got to get the next, and sure enough, they managed to shut him down. Ion in for the trade. Now Psycho's dug in, but Marco Lele, he's also down here, not quite out yet, but it's been a start to the round for Elevate.
It has. Yeah, they've taken out the Twitch, which is good. Marco Lele will get picked back up to 20 HP, but I9 and Marco Lele both being on low health really does help Elevate. But it's like you say, had that not been a shield, it goes even better for them, I think. Elevate probably come away with at least 2 kills, but the Blitz just managing to save himself from that initial shotgun blast, and Ion really did try to push the advantage, went in with the melee strike and really wanted to get that kill, but the cover was in place to prevent that being the case. So 4 versus 4, 1 minute 30 left in the round, but look at what it's done, and this is the bigger point. Soul's Heart have made no progress in terms of attacking onto site. They've now spent the time droning, re-droning, checking. They're only just opening hatches. 1 minute 15 left to go, so it's been smart from Elevate.
It has. And again, I said that I don't think we see them winning 4 rounds in a row, so OT feels all but guaranteed at the minimum. But Elevate is certainly building in confidence, and it's to be a challenge for Soul's Heart to start getting some of these rounds over the line. They obviously managed to win on the side off towards Cash CC, one of the harder ones to defend, as mentioned. We'll see how Gym Bedroom goes next. For now, though, holding on okay, and Stemp looking to be a real headache maker. I don't know if they know he's upstairs, Tim. I've got a drone watching it, but you can still get a bit of a backstab on the go.
Yeah, especially with the Blitz and the Buck on such low health as well. It's really not going to take much, to go in and catch a couple of them and get yourself a couple of kills, which pretty much pushes you over the line in this one. 4 versus 3 as Resets does manage to take down the Blitz. That's I9 gone. Resets manages to find Markalele. So both of the low HP operators that I suggested could be in big trouble. Go by the wayside, add Scatman to the list, and it is all of a sudden all up to DCH, who can do nothing. That's going to be the end of the round. Elevate, take it, 5-5, and we're getting a minimum of 12.
Yeah, keep on giving them ones, and it's just a little bit too easy, I think, there for Elevate at the close of that round. And I just wonder if Soul's Heart are starting to run out of steam. Started the half so well, 2-round wins, and I was like, wow, they could go on and win this whole thing. Elevate since their attack timeout, flawless, won 2 rounds in a row. Now Soul's Heart take their time to have a conversation here and just figure out what's happened in these last 2 rounds. Why are we suddenly bleeding rounds after we started so damn well? And Tim, I can half tell you what it was because I said it at the time. Lightning struck twice. We had the 3K from DCH in blue. We had the 3K from Markalele inside a lounge. We aren't going to be able to see that every single round. As I've said, it's very hard to rely on players having these big hero plays round after round. So we need a little bit more from them here. We need to see something that little bit extra as a team to get back into this.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe, obviously, look, we came in saying, this should, on paper, be fairly straightforward for Elevate. They're much higher than them in the league table, not necessarily down to individual players. There's some quality on Soul's Heart, but there's a lot of quality on Elevate as well. But yeah, I just look at it and I think maybe Soul's Heart have squeezed everything out of the map advantage that they could. We said Clubhouse wasn't a good map for Elevate, but I don't know if they may be at the end of that road here, Soul's Heart, and Elevate now just, find a bit of class and turn it on and get this one finished off.
Well, let's see how we go. At least in this round, it looks to be another pretty slow lineup coming out of Soul's Heart. That double drone lineup with the Twitch and the Flores coming along on side. They'll replay here. This is one of our gunfights that we saw towards the back end of the round and a pretty comfortable close there. No real big questions needing to be asked. All throughout, just felt dominant, including in that original roam out towards Strip as well. So let's see if anything changes coming into this round. Going to find ourselves with that clash on side for Raps. So really wanted to punish actually Soul's Heart for being too slow. Pair it with things like the Malusi and the Goyo, and you've got a recipe for disaster time-wise for Soul's Heart. They need to move quickly in this round.
Yeah, I'd agree. Don't let Elevate settle. Don't let them think out their game plan. Elevate have certainly looked better, generally speaking, when they've been able to play slower siege. That's both on the attack and defence, I think, today. So, maybe that's something that teams can take to them. It's been, the rounds where Soul's Heart have been able to meet them with a little bit of aggression or kind of punish their attempt at aggression that they've been able to pick up rounds. So, Elevate, yeah, as long as you leave them sat in their positions, they're going to be more than happy. Get in their faces, force them around, make them move. So we're going to have that main breach opened up to begin with. That's going to be access into CCTV, so they can start then looking to push forward. It was the big performance from Markalele last time was in clearing top red, that we saw him getting those kills and opening Elevate up. So they need that bit of a hero performance again.
Careful he's being there about any C4s that might get tossed his way. Even though we haven't seen any C4 attempts or aggression onto him, still seeing a lot of caution being shown by Scatman, which is a great thing to see. Of course, the Ying is the one thing I've got my eye on most keenly. They've changed away, as we saw from that Twitch, and have brought it along instead. So it really screams to me they want to be able to overwhelm and take parts of the map here in numbers. I'm just very concerned that they're coming up again. C4s, Goyo, the Clash, lots of things to impede them. So as much as you want to go fast, it doesn't mean you will.
No, it absolutely does not. We're going to have the drone continue for now, but they can't leave it too long here, Soul's Heart, because time is starting to tick away. 1 minute 20 left to go. Elevate pretty much forced back to site now. We can see they've just got the one down in basement. Otherwise, everybody else is back. Yes. So it's Soul's Heart's map to play with, really. So long as they're aware of Psycho, they can just leave him out in the cold, essentially. He's probably going to try, I would imagine, to come up red stairs at some point and get behind them in cash CCTV. It's always a bit pointless coming back up main stairs, but if he has to, he will do. But yeah, as long as they're aware of that, Soul's Heart could start to pressure site a little bit.
Ooh, This is across now. They know what they're doing straight away, Tim. They're in through the window with the shotgun at the ready. Of course they are. In admittedly, but then straight into a down off the back of it. I9 currently on his backside. His team looking to try and get in. A C4 up and over. Stemp's going to find Mr. Punch. Scatman in for a trade at least onto the other side. It's a 3 versus 3. Make it a 2 versus 3. In fact, I9 recovered. How on earth does that happen inside a site? That is balmy. But there's still bleeding players elsewhere, Tim. Elevate now. A 3 versus 2. Make it a 2v2. Can they at least guarantee OT here, Tim? 15 seconds to go. No C4s left to deny the plan, but there are plenty of smokes down and around. But someone somewhere needs to make something happen because that clash is going to be a massive headache.
The elevator just dying for the smoke to clear. It won't quite in time. I9 manages to find Psycho. Scatman's on the plant. Going to have to do something.
Why'd you come
Raps.
off?
Look, I'm going to say...
he didn't realise we were at 0 seconds.
I don't think he realised that they were so... Yeah. That they would,
What I also don't get about that is the sound is pretty obvious when you're coming down to 0 seconds.
Yeah, it is. I think he was just...
Let's look.
I think in his head...
No,
I think in his head
way.
he's hopeful that it's kind of a bit of a 2v1. You know, remember all this is happening within a second and a half. I think his mate says, oh, he's challenging me. And I think he thinks 2v1, we guarantee the kill. And he comes off the plan. I hope that's the case anyway, because otherwise, yeah, it always frustrates me when players come off the kill at 0, because I think, well, I know 100% you ain't winning it if you take your finger off F. So, look, Elevate get the job done. It was another close one from Soul's Heart. They've actually been really unfortunate there. It's that last fight that they don't win. If he wins that, obviously, in the 2v1, you know, it's job done. But they had to make a decision, and that was put the diffuser down and extend the clock, which they needed to do. So, tough one for them. They just need to suck it up and move on, try and get themselves into overtime. But Elevate guaranteed themselves at least 1 point out of this.
Probably been a little bit harsh, to be fair. I can appreciate there, like, when you're down to that last second, maybe there's a bit of confidence on the clash. Maybe he thought the clash was a little bit closer and thought, okay, I might have 200 milliseconds here, but if I come off quickly enough and just spray, and he happens to be there, I get the headshot, we win the round. So I completely understand why he's gone for it, to be fair. It was closer than what I thought it was. I thought it'd been down to 0 seconds for a little bit longer there, but hey, here we are.
Okay, then. This could be our final round, or it could be just the start of the festivities, depending on how this one goes. Is going to be, again, the Maverick doing that work. This just goes to show, if you put the practice into a Mav, and you can do it consistently and quickly, you really don't need to worry about those hard breach bans, because the Mav can be so quick. There's no denial that will stop him. There's no counter to Mav, realistically, apart from a Nitro. We'd already said earlier on. You'd said a couple of times there's not been any attempt at Nitro in the Mav. There's not been, you know, any of that going on. And he did get the reinforcement off before he got Nitro, so that's something.
Granted, it's something, right? It's something. All right. Let's see what this team can do off the back of that opening that he's given them then. Quite literally an opening in this case in towards the wall. But for Elevate, my worry is, Tim, they are going to do what I said earlier. I didn't think they'd be able to do given how things were going. 4 rounds on the bounce is now looking very, very possible. Trying to get their way in to push this player out of catwalk, but again, my concern is they haven't cleared everything away. They're still trying here. Finally get the burn up, and Nate going up as well, but he's just repositioned here, Ion. Look at him, slippy as a snake. They can't quite catch him down. Waiting now for the challenge to come on through, and they're all looking skyward, so Stemp inside of Oil is like, thank you very much. That's a freebie onto Mr. Punch. Only 3 now left standing. At least a kill coming back as Markalele gets 1, expects a swing from Lounge, and no, the player's a bit more dug in than that, and now they're used to go and hit site. Good idea. Someone's off site, just go and hit.
Yeah, exactly that. They take full advantage of the situation. I9 is managing to get the diffuser down. Elevator took their eye off the ball here. The plant is going to be successful. 2 versus 3.
Wow.
1 versus 3. This is almost certain, Des. Raps does start fighting back, though. It becomes a 1v2.
He's had a good game, Raps, as well, to be fair. If anyone could do it, it's him, but no, he's walking his way in towards the trap there as well. There's no way he walks away with that one too comfortably. And as you see, the outcome of the round, Tim, is guaranteeing that we get a little bit of overtime here to see which way this game goes.
Yep, a little bit of extra coming your way. Honestly, this has been a great game. It's been really entertaining, a lot closer than maybe expected. I think the fact we got Clubhouse has probably helped that. I was kind of disbelieving of like, nah, surely Elevate can play. But it's certainly, you know, narrowed the gap between these two teams. The league table would at least suggest was present. But great stuff so far. we head on into it. Elevate are going to have the defense. I feel like it is an advantage for them. I know it's been 3-3 halves, but I think generally speaking, if you come in and you have the choice of your defences, it didn't happen in round 7 and 8, to be fair. It's just if you have the choice of sites and you can just go wherever, I would expect a team on Clubhouse to win their first 2 defences. I'd expect it to be that third choice that you've been kind of scrapping over. But look, who knows at this point? Who knows?
Who knows, Tim? Who knows? Well, let's not get the what's the saying about the horse? I was about to say it and it completely went out of my mind. Something about the horse bolting. What's the expression?
Well, you closing the stable door after the horse has bolted.
That's the one, yeah. I said let's not do that, basically. Let's wait and see here how it goes across at least the first couple and how things develop. Got I9 stepping across onto that Blackbeard. Oh my, more lovely art inside of the site. Let's take a look at that, actually. What's he got set up here as well? Just on the one side as well, but also across to the windows. Both windows covered off by one trip here, I believe, too. Nice, I like that. It is immediately shut down by a single nade, by the way, inside of Jim, but that's beside the point.
Well, yeah, you get that one gone, and it cuts them all across, of course, but it would still leave you your construction door active, so not a bad thing at all. But yeah, something that I would expect Soul's Heart to be able to deal with. And we're going to have them already inside of the building. No messing about here. Sledge of Mr. Punch has just got himself moving in quickly to hold an angle. I think he's just hoping to maybe catch Elevate out here and get a cheap kill, get them an advantage. But for the time being, Elevate are not going to provide.
Yeah. It's that classic, like, SSG roam style of many, many moons ago. Not going to see the mute in the Moz. You have got the mute on side, but it's about causing bother around the map here. It's why you've got 3 players up on that second floor. Just looking to waste through a little bit of time here and force Soul's Heart into chasing them around the map. And I think both teams have struggled to the clock points throughout this game. So I don't all blame them. It feels like a good idea to try and give yourself a higher advantage to get through. Mr. Punch has got to be so careful about upstairs. So I don't think he knows there's a player right above him. He's just going to get rid of one, and Stemp's there ready to put Mr. Punch to sleep. Gets rid of him very, very quickly. A 5v3 and Elevate. It feels, Tim, got the hold this time round, unless they can go fast, but it's simply not going to happen. Shut down by resets. He hits a 2k in the round. This one looks like it's done.
Yeah, I think it probably will be Elevate holding on to Church and Arsenal very nicely. It was a lot closer last time around, but DCH does manage to find Psycho. The trade is there for reset. Stamp's closing out, and that's going to be the round. So advantage goes to Elevate. They get another 2 opportunities to shut this one down and get themselves the 2 points.
Absolutely. I mean, again, for Soul's Heart, I think if you said to them at the start of the game, look, we can at least give you OT against Elevate, they'd bite your hand off for that, because it doesn't feel like a team in 7th place against a team that has dropped, what will be the count, 6 rounds total across 3 games. You don't really give them a good chance of being able to win that game, to be fair. So to have them at this point, I think still feels great to get 8 points. It'll feel like a little bit of a heartbreaker because they did all the hard work. They got themselves up to 6-3. It was like, wow, they can do this. And then Elevate have battled their way all the way back in and brought us to where we are now, where 2 points at least looks guaranteed.
Down to the basement we go again. This time for Soul's Heart to do their defending. It's going to be all or nothing from here on in. Soul's Heart have to win 2 rounds in a row if they want to take the lion's share, as you quite rightly say, Des. It's going to be Dirt Tunnel getting reinforced by Mr. Punch. Everything looks pretty standard. We've got the Malusi on board. I always like to see a Malusi on the basement. I use Malusi down here quite often. It's a really good indicator of where you're being pushed from. So I'm not saying it's necessarily the pro setup, but for yourselves at home, if you want to have a little look at Malusi on here, you can get a Banshee on main door. You get a Banshee on either side of blue, so from Adam Stairs and from Oil Pit.
Let the observer catch up, Tim.
There you go. You get one there. Look, I'm not saying it's a pro setup. It's the one I use, but they've got barbed wire instead of the Oil Pit side, so they don't really need one there. Thank you very much. And then I tend to put one at the bottom of Dirt Tunnel as well. So that
one observer to Dirt we ride.
Woo! To Dirt we go. So I put one through Dirt. I tend to put it here on the wall here, so that, you know, if anybody's pushing down Dirt, so you get a real good view then of like where you're being pushed from, where it's coming from. But yeah, so she's a very valuable operator, I think, for basement is Malusi.
I think she's just class in general. Like, if I play...
She is.
Again, we're talking about pro here and not my solo queue endeavors, but I play Malusi as one of my go-to operators because she just offers so damn much. Really, really effective. Those 4... Banshee servers intel, as well as, of course, being denial. You have the ability to put down bulletproof. You've got the impacts if you need them. Just, again, there's an awful
Shotgun
lot all
secondary.
in one. Shotgun secondary, yeah, absolutely. She's brilliant.
Yeah, she is very, very good.
a bit slow.
For the time being, Elevate are going to start working on trying to clear out blue. They've got rid of the barbed wire for now, taking out the destructive ingredient at the bottom as well, but they're still going to have that Banshee to deal with when they reach. I mean, the thing with the Banshee is it's more of an intel gadget for me. I don't, yeah, it slows them down, but if you're smart and you walk into a Banshee, don't go looking for it. Guns up. Where am I going to be attacked from? Because you can still fight absolutely fine. It's just that you can't walk any quicker. So, yeah, always an interesting one. I9 does manage to pick up Ion. We could be going all the way to 15 here, Des. That's going to be the buck gone as well. So you're going to be a little bit stuck with whatever verticality you've managed to achieve so far. And I tell you now, that's not very much.
Can't be teasing that as a line, Tim, without us being there. Jesus. But it does look like 15 rounds are going to be what we'll need to separate these two teams, which again is a big accomplishment for Soul's Heart. All this little focus down towards getting the hatch open up, the classic dance with impacts, and there's still, if you look at the bottom of your screen, a hell of a lot of impacts to go through. 3 more to play behind. It'll be quite difficult if you haven't already got the hatch opened up here. However, here we go to step on down. Resets working his way forward. All Candelas now gone, by the way. He's going to have to get in there and get busy with his guns to make this happen. They don't have a lot of utility to work with here. Just the flashes in the back pocket of Psycho.
Going to be looking to get that angle, but it's just so tight. You've got to be very lucky to catch somebody moving across there. Stemp does just get himself. He's just peeking out of short into long at the minute, seeing if he can get anything going in the back of sight as well. Will be challenged, takes a lot of damage, doesn't do too much in return. I9 on the rotate. Scatman manages to find wraps. 4 versus 2, but Elevate come back into it again. They always seem to manage to find a way to fight back. Resets with a double. 10 seconds, there's.
Time is always the worry, though, Tim. They step forward for 1. They get rid of Makalele. It's a 1 versus 1. He's got to find him on the step through. Scatman, 1 HP. Can't quite find Psycho, who wraps it up for his boys. 8-6. Not the scoreline that Elevate wanted, but the one they've been handed. And a deserved 1 point going over to the other side. 2 points for Elevate.
It was right there for Soul's Heart to take us into round 15, but they just couldn't survive those extra couple of seconds at the end. Couldn't win the gunfight with Psycho. And Elevate managed to come away with, I think it's fair to say, a very hard-fought victory.
Absolutely was, and honestly, Tim, the game that I thought would be our most decisive of the day, but maybe that's going to be what happens in Game 4 after the break. Shark LFO versus Arrival 7. See you in a few.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. Kind of dig into the third wing. This last question actually is a little bit of praise from one of your friends.
Is there even any hot sauce on that one?
I think we should put a little bit, maybe we just, do you want to do the honors and just put a little bit more of that on for
You might need another bite.
poor guy?
Oh fuck.
Oh. Heavy hand.
Okay, so
That looks delicious.
while your intern enjoys that, yeah, like I said, we've got some praise from some of your fellow competitors in the APL. This is a comment from our good friend Lunchbox.
Ah, who the fuck is that?
I'm pretty sure Turd was a Kiwi, and he couldn't find a team in OS because absolutely no one liked him in OS, so he literally had to relocate to a different country, and he has to play in Asia now because no one liked him in OS.
I don't even know who that guy is, to be honest. And I am better than every other OCE player, so that's okay.
Oh, the intern's digging.
Your ice cream's out.
Oh, God. I don't know where you found this guy, but he's feral. Alright, so where are you from? You're from OCE, right? But you went over to Asia.
So I'm originally from New Zealand. As Lunchbox said, true story. Nobody wanted me in the OS League. And I think I had a pretty good timing. Like Blast had just taken over in 2023. A lot of my friends, their contracts were ending with their previous teams. So we ended up making a team and I got inputted out to the Southeast Asia League for 2023. And I've been there ever since.
So your first ever professional team was firstly flying overseas.
Yep.
Secondly, the best team in the region. And how many events have you now gone to overseas?
Been to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.
And do you know how many that guy's been to?
0.
I didn't even
A
know
whopping
that.
0.
Amazing. And where do you live now?
I live in Tokyo, but we play from Bandung in Indonesia.
Mr. Worldwide over here. What did you think of the wings?
Very spicy, to be honest. The ice cream, lifesaver. Taking it well.
Welcome back to day 4 of Asia. We are going into our last game of the day after what has been a very roller coaster ride of a day so far, Tim. To close things out, we may well find ourselves having more of the same. You've got Shark LFO coming up against Arrival 7. Let's take a look at Shark LFO first and foremost and have a look at their roster and break this down a little bit, Tim. It's not been the best start to the stage for either of these teams, but at the very least, LFO have got a win on the board.
There's a question mark at the end of that, Des. Yeah, I think it's been an unusual day today, so maybe we'll have unusual performances. Like you say, it's been tough overall for these two both, but Shark LFO do have the win there at least, and they do have the point from the overtime loss as well, so there's something for them to build on. MC, of course, is coming out sort of top of the pops there in terms of the players. There's a couple that we recognise as well that we've covered before. So I think it's always the same for anybody, particularly in that mid-table. It's just dig deep, and whenever you play a game against a team that's below you, in this case Arrival 7, just take as much as you can away from them, because they're the ones that are going to be the problem.
Yeah. Speaking of, let's have a look at Arrival 7 as well. Right down there at the bottom of our leaderboard so far. No wins, all regulation losses. It has been brutal, and we're still really waiting to see what these guys can offer us, to be honest with you, Tim. Again, with it being what it has been the start of the stage, you'd hope to see them now really start getting their season started. Otherwise, I think if you lose today, you're already starting to look at the playoffs being a bit of a far-off dream.
Yeah, I'd agree. I would totally agree. Like you say, when you've got an 8-team league, you're only playing 7 games. This is your 4th. There's not much wiggle room after that. If you start taking a couple of losses along the way, you can quickly find yourself out in the cold. And, if we look at the ratings and everything, look at the numbers across the board, they're not really stacking up where they need to be for Arrival 7. So, to be honest, I feel like Arrival 7 are maybe just waiting for the arrival of their superstar. Somebody needs to step up and get a hold of this and say, I'm going to drag the team forward. And we just need to see a couple of big performances out of somebody on that carry.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at maps as well, of course. We've got to see what battleground we're stepping into to close things out. It's going to be a bit of labs. And I know, Tim, you're going to be delighted at this because you love a little bit of labs.
I do. It's one of my favourite maps, both to play and watch. It's one of the most common questions I get asked, actually, is which is your favourite map to cast? And I'd say Chalet and Labs at the minute, both up there. So, yeah, looking forward to this one. It could be a tough one. It's always, I think, a tough map to play if you're not playing well, is Labs. You know, you've got to be on top of your game to be having a good performance on Labs. So, we'll see what we get. We'll see what we get.
Both teams have got a very similar record on it as well. You know, a 1-2 scoreline for Shark LFO over the last 6 months. For Rival 7, it's a 1-1. Both have it as kind of like a preferred map they like to go to. And both over the last week have lost it against A-Star. So there is, well, in fact, no, sorry. It was Rival 7 losing it to Fury in their last game, and Shark LFO lost it to Daystar. Both of those games happening on exactly the same day. So both coming in form, I think it's fair to say. And it's one of those games because it's a battle lower down the table that I can't honestly tell you which way it's going to go. We know that Arrival 7 are right down there at the very bottom right now. But of course, things can always be turned around because looking at their first few games they've had, they've played against Elevate, they've played against Daystar, they've played against Fury. Your hard games are out the way. If you're going to start your season at any point, now is the time to start it.
There's no better time than now, Des. There's no better time than now. You cannot change what has passed, but you can change how the future looks, and that is, as you say, exactly the position that they find themselves in. We're going to be getting into this one any minute now. I love the aesthetic of Nighthaven as well. I know I've said it's one of my favourite maps to watch, but I just love the whole idea of it, that it's like this big kind of platform that's floating. I think it's great. I love the greenery as well.
You like the greenery?
I do.
Then why not find another map that's got a lot of greenery on there and like that as well?
I don't. Is there one?
Emerald Plains.
In the camp. Oh, I can't think. Yeah.
Well, now you're starting to really like rifle things down here. I'm talking about maps in general.
Well, that's what I'm kind of thinking. You know, when I'm talking on a competitive broadcast about the map, are there
any other really green maps actually in the pool?
There's Emerald Plains, but I don't think it's green in the same way. It's not like lush.
No.
Nighthaven feels really lush and a little bit tropical. Favela's not like that, obviously.
Yeah, but it's like manufactured tropical though, right? Like it is
100%. But you know that don't mean I can't enjoy it, Des.
All my food's
manufactured, but you know I still eat it.
You know what, Tim? Give me white walls and anthracite finishings. That is my house, basically. Everyone's like, oh, it's got no character. I'm like, it doesn't need to have buckets of character. That's what my office is for. It can be nice and chill and easy to look after, and that's what I care about. As long as it's easy and simple, that's all I care about.
Exactly that. Completely agree.
I don't really fancy being the gardener for Nighthaven, to be fair.
Doesn't look easy and simple. But I think, yeah, the point, if you own Nighthaven, I think you can probably afford a gardener or two to sort it out. So
that is true.
Up to the top floor we go, Des. Round one, it's usually the case. I'm not always the biggest fan of top floor. I think I've said this before, kind of similar story to Cafe. Not as much. I say it in a different way. Top floor, I think, is still reasonably successful here on Nighthaven. The reason that I'm not a huge fan of top floor on Nighthaven is because I think it restricts you a little bit. In the way that the roam is not really as effective. Whereas if you're anywhere else on Nighthaven, if you're in the basement, for example, or if you're in storage, for example, you can get yourself out into the rest of the map and you can cause a lot of problems. Whereas you watch what happens here, and Arrival 7 are going to be pressuring this site, I would expect, within 30 to 60 seconds. You get straight there. You don't need to worry about all the other stuff. You know, you can get that RT wall open straight away. No pressure on you. You can open up connect the electrical window and you can start putting pressure through there to get yourself into connector. And you very, very quickly, straight towards the site for this one. And that's why, as a defender, I think, give me some options. Get me somewhere else and I've got some options.
The battle is going to be quite bottlenecky as far as it comes to pushing in from this side of the map. So it's like easy to start and hard to finish. Whereas really, if you're trying to start your focus in towards, for example, Garage side, it can be a little bit harder to start, especially when you've got his armies locking it down like Fort Knox. But it's a little bit easier to push in from later when you've got that joint IT control as well. And they have got a player dug in here who's trying to make life hard for them. And Pinjin, he is completely in the wrong place, Tim. Hard punish here by PO, forces him away, gets the kill. That's the one I done and dusted here inside 60 seconds.
Yeah, really nicely done there, wasn't it? Absolutely beautiful stuff from the Monty. Just the whole team, really. They knew exactly what they were doing there, what was going to happen, and Pinjin had just found himself in no man's land. Momo does manage to pick up Labyrinth, and that's going to bring us back to a 4v4. Nitro goes out, no success. But for the time being, the forward momentum of the attackers has been paused a little bit, but continues very shortly after through Electrical, and it is all being driven by this Monty.
Absolutely, is a spearhead, as we often call the shields in these rounds, Tim. And admittedly, an aggressive Monty, it's very rare you get to see one of those. Anderton, I think, one of the main culprits we think of when we think of aggressive Monties. Here he is right in front of the door, feeding the information over, smashing out that mirror window as well, of course, found the entry. Now running himself in towards Electric. Looking for his march on in, sees another mirror window. 2 players hugging tight, but that's valuable information to pass over to his team here. Knowing there are 4 alive and you know exactly where 2 are, you can have a very good guess at where a 3rd one is behind the mirror window. Andy's seen the 4th. They have full knowledge about what's going on. Now they've got to do something, and Tim, not quite what they were looking for there. A bit of a sting coming out from their own Nomad. That's not ideal, and almost pay the price for it. It's down to a 2v2, so somewhat salvaged. But all their utility is gone here. They're just going to have to go in and win these gunfights.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a roll of the dice there. I don't know if the Monty was aware of the air jab or not. It wouldn't surprise me if they were, and they thought, you know what, I'll just go and trigger it. It'll take the Monty out as well. I'm sure they didn't expect to lose 2 lives along with it, but it leaves them in a 2v2 that was very winnable until Roldini manages to pick one up behind the mirror window, make that a 2nd, and that is a good start for Arrival 7, getting that first win onto that top floor. I said top floor, you know, get somewhere else, cause problems around the map. Arrival 7 were very, very quickly aggressive onto that site, using the Monty. I like they were using the Monty in like a more old school kind of vibe. You know, Monty we've always seen as this operator to feed intel and create space by being that ominous presence. More recently we've seen him being used maybe a little bit more aggressively, dropping that shield, taking the gunfights, but you know, once upon a day, and still occasionally now, you'll have him, yep, just stand in a doorway. Just stand in a doorway and shout out everything he's seeing. And it was very much more so that from Arrival 7. I really like that.
Yeah, it was a good round outside of the chaos. But you can forgive little mistakes like that. And to be fair, you can call it a mistake if you want. Like, it's a great place to have an open air jab. It's just you don't expect someone to come running through it, trying to go hyper-aggressive onto you, and then potentially costing all of you your life in the process. We go down to the basement, though, and we're still going to see shields being rolled out. Pio going across on towards the blitz here. So, Tim, a little more fast-paced, a little more frantic, looking to close down any would-be roamers, and of course also able to hit the site in a similar fashion. The main battle he's got to worry about is coming up against this Clash of Songler on the other side.
So the deal with the Clash, no immediate utility to deal with it necessarily.
In fact, Tim, look at the lineup. It's a bit bonkers, isn't it?
It is. No, I'm kind of, you can hear me thinking as I'm talking. You know, historically, obviously the Clash was a little bit different. We've seen those recent changes, so we don't always see a fronting up as kind of a shield-bearing operator. Quite often that shield is going to be planted on the floor, so the need for sort of a Carly or a Zafir or sort of maybe a Nomad to deal with that shield and force it onto a back and, you know, allow you to get that kill. It's not quite as necessary anymore, because quite often this is what we'll see. Hands off the shield onto the secondary, and so you don't necessarily need that same utility, but still fascinated. You know, no Capitao has been brought along, nothing like that. Always a great way of dealing with the Clash. So let's see how Arrival 7 shape up against the Clash.
Well, one of the Ferraros has been deployed, I believe, as well, so they're already starting to get themselves set up for this one. See a player dug in, but it is indeed that Clash. Got to do something about this one, Tim. Playing hyper-aggressive, and surely they punish him here with a nade or something. Like, where's Peeps at this point? He can do some work, I'm sure, but no. Picks up the shield, starts his back off here as well, safely supported by his team, will be able to return. Labyrinth also into a bit of a scrap here on the vertical, has opened up a lot of the floor. C4 finds him out. Good start from the side of Shark LFO. I like what the Clash has done. I like how they've denied away Labyrinth quite comfortably here. Now really eyes have to turn into towards this Clash. What's he going to do? Only got the 2 smokes in the back pocket of the Rara to work with, and really should have had his man's scout there for free, but couldn't quite find it. And now the Clash is causing even more problems, Tim.
Yeah, and still Arrival 7 aren't really anywhere near sight. They've got some verticals going, but they're not in a position or anywhere near one to be able to make a plant or get into that sort of spot. And this is what I was saying about that top floor. By going elsewhere, Shark have given themselves the opportunity here to cause problems for Arrival 7. Give them little puzzles to solve. Burn time. We're down to 55 seconds left to go. It's 4 versus 5, and Arrival 7 haven't really made enough progress for the point of where we are in the round.
I mean, they've got the entirety of
They've
this.
got a
route.
lot of verticals,
Tank
but
is theirs, but
not
they need to
getting
actually
them
have players downstairs. It's like you say, it's giving them nothing. They've got a player on cargo to contend with. Yes, they can drop in and go for a pretty standard plant overall. You can drop all those Rowers onto the doorways that stop players pressing in from the east side in towards a plant going down, but they've used most of them now, Tim, and they're not on the doors that will block those players from pushing on through, especially when Jackie has still got 2 impacts to take any of those Rowers off the doors.
There comes the drop, so now in a position to move forward and think about getting the diffuser down, which is exactly what will happen. But Toxic Babe canister comes out and forces the retreat, and then they're punished as they do. Jackie managing to find the kill onto Roldini. Quickly, though, the glass moves in and does pick up the diffuser and continues the plant. But look at the damage that he's done, and the kill comes in from Momo. Super important, and Shark close out the round. And as I said, there was just too much damage done around the map before Arrival 7 ever got anywhere near that site. It made it super difficult then for them when they did get down there to be able to successfully plant. And that for me is one of the big differences between a bottom floor or mid-floor site on Nighthaven and that top floor.
It was a weird one because with the lineup that, I mean, to be fair, I've got to give a shout out to Songler first and foremost. I think he's played 3 or 4 positions with that clash in that round, and it's been an absolute terror in every single one. Knew the right time to pick up the shield and step away, knew when to go aggressive. Really showed why Clash is going to be frustrating, and wouldn't be wholly unsurprised to see it banned away in the next round, just so they haven't got to worry about facing off against it again. But again, I saw the vision in that round. I understood it with the Rower on side, with the Glass on side. They had all the right tools to make and execute happen inside of Tank. But they used all the Rowers upstairs. They didn't really use any downstairs on the site itself, and it's the main purpose that you want it. It locks off those doorways. It forces impacts and utility to have to be expended by the defenders to be able to come back through and challenge you. So it's just a little bit limp when it came to the actual push itself, and that's why Shark LFO so aggressively swarmed 2 or 3 players in towards Tank, and it was like, cool, you're putting all your eggs in the hatch basket. We're going to contest you every single step of the way, and it was a little bit too easy for them. So Arrival 7 running out of steam a little bit in round 2. We're going to try again here with a very similar lineup. Again, that Blitz, the Glass, and the Rower on side, but this time they're bringing along a second shield in the Monty.
Hard breach immediately on that garage wall, which is going to start to limit exactly what Shark can do, particularly their movements, because they're going to have to be very, very careful about anything going through warehouse now. And we can see the 2 shields stacking up already, looking to get in. Yep, the movement is here, going to go straight on into sight. Bash open the barricade. Haven't dealt with verticals yet. Toxic Babe canister comes out, going to do a little bit of damage to Roldini, but not too much. But it does at least put a pause on the attack.
That's exactly it. All they have to do there is put a pause on it, let the defense start to get back into position. They can deal with the rush, but the smokes are going into him. They're going to go hell for leather for this one as well. Watch out for any C4s as you step in. There are 2 of those to come up against here, but he's into the back corner looking for the verticals, sees that it's safe, and now with that shield on his back, he's trying to get the plant down. A C4 does find one of his teammates, and he's down to a fraction of HP as the smoke starts to expire. They'll get it down to him, but his whole team is dead. He's all alone, and now even he's gone down as well. Nice attempt, boys, but Shark LFO were just ready off the back of that excellent smoke coming out from Momo.
Yeah, Rival 7, they had an idea there. The premise was there, but it just, in reality, didn't work out for them, did it? And it was all that we needed to show was the ending of that round as he comes off the diffuser and there's bullets flying in from every direction onto him. I think Shark did the right thing there. They didn't focus on the plant going down. They weren't worried about that bit. Look, kill everybody else. You know, deal with all the other threats that are coming against us at the same time. All this noise that they're making, and then we can worry about that later. So great call from them, and we're going to see the Monty band out. Not too much of a surprise. We've obviously seen some success being gained in round 1 and 3, particularly from Arrival 7 with the big shieldy boy. So Shark deciding, you know, enough's enough of that. They're unlikely, I think, to see too much of the Blitz or Blackbeard in sort of replacement of the Monty because of how the Monty's been used. I said this more old school style of intel gathering and bullying operators out of position is not necessarily where Blitz and Blackbeard find their niche. So in this round at least, we're not going to have any shields brought against them.
Yeah, a little bit of a slowdown, I think, for Rival 7 is good now. You've tried a couple of cheeky plays here. We've had that rush in the prior round. We had the all-in drop with the set-piece play coming in through the hatch and towards basement. Let's just kind of pause a little bit here now and I think slow things down. So I like seeing the fact that we've got the Capital inside, we've got the Sens and the Grim. It's still an execute-focused comp, but it is that little bit slower, that little bit more controlled. The issue they've got to face off against on the other side is not just that clash once again, but also the ward and deals, of course, with a lot of that threat coming in from Labyrinth on that Ying. So let's see if they can deal with that one and keep a close eye on how things progress.
Straight away, Dayar is going to be working on those trip connectors. I quite like that one, of course. It's all about getting them, you know, as hidden as possible. Look at that. Okay.
I like
making him, making him as difficult as you can to clear out effectively. You know, getting him right in there behind those obstacles that are going to mean that you can't just move through. And then one just that should be reasonably easily dealt with, I'd have thought. But obviously the challenge there is clearing that out without getting shot from behind the deployable shield. So back up to the top floor we go. As I said previously, I think this is a better site for Arrival 7 to be finding success, which they did because there's fewer problems. You can just get yourself straight towards site. Don't really worry too much about the rest. Jackie's taken some damage there at the beginning. He's down in the basement. You can just leave him down in the basement, to be honest. Leave him in the cold. He's unlikely to have too much of an effect so long as you're careful about those flanks. They've got air jabs, so there's no reason that the Valkyrie should have any joy.
Surely not. And here again, it's just about trying to waste time. And look at this again, the clash. Honestly, I'm not surprised if they absolutely hate Songler after this. Like, oh, again, somewhat shocked they haven't banned this away and they just went for the mirror. And I think Songler's going to keep on giving them headaches all half long now that he realizes he has the agency and the freedom to play this as much as he likes. Just backing himself away here. So, what? Peeps? Are we Tim? Have we got non-functional eyes here? What is going? Sorry, Tim, that was a real harsh one. That was very questionable.
My eyes are fine, actually, Des. I'll have you know.
All right, it's your brain then. Whatever. I'm not sure if that's better or worse. Either way, that was pretty damn bad. Like you've got a free kill there onto a clash that you know is there, and you've let him get away with it for free. He's turned around, spun on you, got the kill. Yes, you've got him afterwards, but that's a kill that you didn't need to give away. Momo, do they know that he's up close here? Shotgun at the ready, gets a freebie before the. Okay, the edge went up very late. Fair enough. Ah. I was coming in, but no, it didn't happen. Momo's got two. Nice stuff. They should hold on here. Shark LFO in a good spot. Gallet and Labyrinth to try and do anything they can. Never mind, it's just Labyrinth here. Hasn't got a kill to his name yet this game, and he's got 4 players to go through. Don't think it's happening.
Momo's done brilliantly there, and we'll come back to exactly why. Labyrinth's just looking to challenge on this electrical window. 1 versus 4, 40 seconds left to go. Shark can pretty much be hands off keyboard here. They know that they don't really need to sort of push this or worry about it too much. They've got a good idea where he is. In he goes, and the challenge is going to come from both sides. Manages to get the first with the shotgun, not the second. Momo gets a third in the round, and that is going to be it closed out. But so Momo, I think, got a little bit lucky there. Moved in to electrical as the air jab was deployed, just slides across in behind that generator, but in doing so obviously the air jab takes a second to deploy to activate everything else, so at that point didn't move, and that was the important thing because I'm pretty sure that it's the movement will trigger the air jab, so long as you stay still it won't detect the movement to trigger. So he just waits and waits and waits, and then he gets hit off his feet as he takes that fight because he does need to move a little bit because otherwise he's going to get pre-fired, but manages to hit that shotgun shot, and it was absolutely brilliant really to recognize I've somehow ended up in this position where the air jab is there but is not triggering for me. Just stay still, don't breathe. Brilliant stuff from Momo, really good, and got his rewards with a 3k.
Absolutely. All right, Shark LFO off to a pretty flying start so far. You might say it was the scoreline that socials definitely. It's about 85% lean towards Shark LFO getting the win, despite both having a similar start to the stage, although Shark LFO getting slightly better results overall. You are seeing that translate here into rounds. What I do appreciate from Arrival 7, though, is they are still trying to be creative. They are throwing in these very execute-focused comp. They've tried double shields. They've tried a rush. They're always mixing it up a little bit, though it does kind of make you wonder, is this kind of, they're like a one-trick pony and trying these slightly out there things? Can they not just like win around out comfortably and stably? Because that was the most stable like execute-focused comp that we've seen in the game so far. They couldn't really make it work at all. It never properly got going.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really surprise me too much that Arrival are struggling on the attack of Nighthaven Labs. Like I said, it is quite a difficult map, really. It's not one to play when you're not at your best, because it is always going to be tough. It's big, there's lots of things to do, there's lots of variations, a lot of adaptations, you know, a lot of stuff that you need to keep control of, and, you know, that's always going to be difficult if you're a team that's kind of down at the bottom of the table. But, look, they've managed to deal with the clash immediately. They've come with a plan, and you love to see it. You've already spoken about how Songler's been causing them so many problems there with that operator. So great stuff from them. Pinjin does manage to fight back, takes down the buck, so that's going to leave us now 4 versus 4. I was going to say with a lot less verticals, but there is still the Ram on side, so they should be absolutely fine, Arrival 7.
Yeah, and nearly everyone's back on site. It's just Macy holding around, or MC, sorry, holding around on cargo. Not the end of the world. You expect a player to be sat there. So as far as really the attackers should be, everyone is back on site, and this is where, as you say, that Ram is now going to get to work and start opening things up for the site itself. You've done your work and getting the second floor control and opening that up, but now you've got to start actually looking at the site itself.
There is a couple on low health on the side of Shark. That might be something that Arrival 7 can take advantage of. And for the time being, though, their initial task here, the most important thing, is to start clearing out these outliers that are going to give them access. You know, cargo stairs, for example, is somewhere that they need to be clearing sooner rather than later. With 1:10 left to go, we've got Labyrinth just kind of sitting, holding an angle for the time being. That could be the one. Beautiful stuff. Gallup picking up the kill onto MC, and that leaves us now in a 3v3. I love the use of the Capitao utility there. Just to force his man out of position, and he was ready and waiting. Beautiful stuff.
I say it a lot. Capitao, fantastic operator. I'm more surprised he's banned away more. Brings so much to a team composition. You see it there, even just with the use of one of those 4 bits of utility. Still more to come. We are getting towards these final 30 seconds, Tim, which makes me a little bit nervous for them. I say that. Smokes are going on down. They're going to start their step on 4. Plant is going down here as well. Jackie in a good spot, but can't get close enough to challenge at this point, I don't think. It's going to get finished off, Tim. And Rival 7 have finally done it here. Labyrinth into 1 more, just 2 left to go. The C4 in the back pocket at the moment, but they've got to get these kills. He's on the vertical and finds one for himself, loses life for the second, and Pinjin, I don't think he's saving this one. Tim, Rival 7 get another one on the board.
Yeah, that was a better round from them, wasn't it? You know, there was less sort of time spent trying to clear the... I think getting the clash immediately was like such a big thing for them. It just freed them up. It saved them a ton of time around the map trying to close those problems out. Then the defenders kind of just pushed back to site, and so now it's just about clearing out those positions, which is really well using the utility they had to hand with the Capitao, for example, on cargo stairs, and then they just go in decisively and get the diffuser down. Much better from Arrival 7. If we saw more rounds like that from them, and they would definitely be putting more on the scoreboard. So 2-3 it stands now. Shark, I think, will be certainly looking to close out a 4-2 half here, and interestingly, they're going to take us to Kitchen. Not too often that we get to see this one.
No, it isn't. I've only ever really seen... That's a lie. A lot of the time I've seen it attacked one way, which is a big focus on that window. A shield getting in, getting up onto the little, prep side counts, whatever you want to call it, getting the diffuser down, and then really trying to protect it from the window itself. It makes for a really scrappy, close quarters execute itself. Not that you can't apply pressure from lobby for open the double wall, or even try and push it from Exo side. There is a lot you can do. It normally starts out with quite a lot of vertical control, though, and even you can see here the reverse verticals being used by the defenders too to be able to contest early on. So a lot to watch out for in this round. I'm looking at the defenders here and only really seeing the 1 upstairs for now. Well, 2 if you include Songler, who was outside there, of course, getting the hatch reinforced off. Also Kiwu for a second was downstairs in basement, may return there later, would cause a bit of a headache if not careful.
Yeah, it needs to... if you're defending storage, obviously having a player down in basement makes perfect sense because you can use an outro to deny the plant. Not the case here in Kitchen for at least most of it, depending where the plant's going to go down. Very difficult to have any sort of impacts whatsoever, as you can see. Look at all that solid floor. It makes it very difficult to have any sort of impact. You're basically coming back up cargo stairs and trying to, have a fight there instead. So yeah, they just need to be cautious of that. It looks like they have moved back up now to lounge. But right now, Arrival 7 are using the shields again. It's going to be the Blitz because the Monty has been taken away. They have seen some success with the Monty, but I always love Blitz in this role as roam clear. I think he's absolutely great at it. Just get across, get aggressive, right up in people's faces and take those fights if the opportunity presents themselves. But he's not going to find anybody up there. There's no defenders top floor, and Arrival 7 are happy with that. A minute 15 into the round, they've not taken too long. Start getting the boogie drones going and the verticals opened up, and it's going to start getting a little bit tasty inside of sight for these defenders, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think the defenders are slightly worried about alert coming up from basement later into the round, but obviously with that being locked off by the barbed wire, I think for the most part you're going to see Arrival 7 ignore it. They've been very, very good at getting a lot of the vertical destruction done. My concern is what they actually do with it, Tim. Often found themselves a little bit paused out, a bit frozen down. So here, with all they've now got control-wise, they start trying to move in towards the site because we're coming down to that last 60 seconds or so. Got the phone call available for Dockerby of Peeps off towards the bottom left corner of your screen, and a Blitz that wants to go a little bit bananas here. The Capitao, of course, able to assist. They've got a lot of things to make it happen, but not really too indicative yet of where the push is coming from.
Just has that little bit of intel, knows, ooh, the player's in behind the keyboard barricade. Roldini takes damage after damage with the impact nade coming through. I think it was a nitro, actually. Instead, shotgun on the close angle. It's the Warden, but no! Roldini comes away. You can't let him have that victory. 5 versus 3 now. And Arrival 7 are looking pretty good. There you go. That's why those vertical fights are always so hard. Despite landing a whole bunch of shots, Momo still closed out. But look at the HP. They've barely got a full player between 4 of them, Des.
Oh. I mean, they're pretty much done here at this point, Tim. Like, it was a really good rotation for Arrival as well, getting that vertical control, turning it straight away into this main lobby breach plant. And although Jackie might get a couple of exit kills to look a little bit flash, Tim, I think we know which way this game is going. Pin down from left, pin down from the right, diffusers down. This one's done.
Yeah, as soon as you got the player on the window, that was the big problem for him. Manages to get that. It's Gallet that's going to be the problem. He's not on low health at all, and he's just hidden himself around the corner. There you go.
Nice.
Steps up and gets his kill. Well played from the Capitao. Well played from Arrival 7, and they level things up 3-3 on the half.
Gallet looking nice and composed. He's faring a good number of these rounds on the Capitao. Not overusing gadgetry. Always finds himself in a good position. Nice stuff overall. And yeah, 3 apiece. Didn't think we'd be here given how it sat when things were 3-1. I thought Arrival 7 were all out of ideas, but they showed across that round and somewhat the previous one as well, a more standard take, a more standard approach to the game, and have managed to make it work beautifully. Good stuff. Now let's see what Shark LFO can do on the other side. Anyone's guess though, Tim, if I didn't know any better, I'd probably say overtime is upon us again, because it's been pretty back and forth between the two, but at least balanced as far as things stand.
Whew, yeah, exactly.
A bit
that.
of OT to close the day, I'll take it.
Why not? Let's stretch it out, Des. We've already had plenty of rounds today. We've not seen a single game go less than 12, and we were looking at the schedule to begin with this morning thinking, you know, there could be a few one-sided affairs in here, but there's been some surprises along the way. That much is for sure. And we've just got our highlights rolling on by. Jackie Wu making a great effort at the 1v5 at the end, but couldn't get any better than a 1v2 out of it. But yeah, we're going to flip the sides. We're going to head to Shark now being on the attack, and you feel like Arrival 7 have done some real work there. You know, obviously for anybody who is unaware, maybe joined us after the beginning of the game where we'd gone over this stuff. Arrival 7 so far have lost all 3 of their matches here in the Asia group of APL, and they are sat rock bottom of the table, minus 12 round difference. It's been a tough start for them, but look, they're coming out and putting in a performance so far today. Shark mid-table, 5th place, 1 win, 1 overtime loss, 4 points. You know, and they're being pushed about a little bit, and Arrival 7 having won the rounds on the attack and now being able to focus on defence, it gives them a real opportunity.
Does. Well, here we go. Let's get started with our second half. See how things shake down from here. Momo across onto that Deimos and cause a lot of bother from below, if not respected, I think, as well, as one thing to be mindful of. We saw it earlier on one of our Clubhouse games. I want to say it was the first one, but we had a Deimos sniffing around downstairs, but not really making use of the Vendetta to get chewing through those floorboards and give some pressure to those upstairs inside Cash and CC. Maybe here you'll see it coming out of Momo, because he's been flying so far in this game, and I think if you can settle 1 or 2 of those defenders upstairs, you're in a pretty good place.
Sitting tight on this window here, Labyrinth. Just desperate for the challenge with that shotgun. Not going to get it
Cheeky.
as the Thermat is round on the IT wall. So they've opened up underneath to make sure that there is no trickery going on, because the Bandit is still available. And straight away, they drop down that Capitao, get him onto the breach. We've got a little Evil Eye that could very easily be missed if you just wander into IT. It's not about getting zapped there. It's about the intel that it would provide. And MC manages to get peeps up, and that's a good start taking down the Azami from Catwalk. Absolutely huge, actually.
It helps that when the Monty gets into aggressive spots like this early in the round as well. Just gives you the ability to start applying pressure. The Monty's always there. You've got to give respect to it. A cheeky reinforce off the back of that smoke going through like that from Labyrinth as well. You do concede Catwalk by reinforcing that off. You do give them a lot of control to it because your only angle of challenge is going to be, you could argue through the drone hole, but no, it's really going to be from that IT door itself. But that's always very, very, very risky given it's a little bit of a bottleneck. I'll step across here and quite comfortably start getting this opened up. However, I've just seen that for the first time actually as well. That Evil Eye will reveal a lot of information on the other side and will force them probably to open this wall up on one side, which is going to be off towards the right, tucked in there, so they haven't got to worry about it too much. That's now opened up, and they've got a nice clean view in towards site itself. Is that going to be where the execute comes from to me? It looks like yes, because everyone is scattered out on this side of the map right now.
Just taking out the peek onto little Catwalk door. Needs to be careful here, Labyrinth, on the SMG. Of course, he'd be, I think, better off playing his time, biding his time, waiting for his opportunity with that shotgun at a closer range. Shield is going to start to bully, though. Songler taken down. That's the Zofia gone. Shield dealt with, actually, very nicely by Arrival 7. Look at this. Arrival 7 absolutely flying on defence. Does it look like they could be on the back foot after losing that as army? But no, they've found their way to dig a heel into the ground and push back. Brilliant stuff.
It's always my worry that when you see like a bit of a one focus push coming on through, you make life a bit too easy. You've had one player try the backstab coming in through Akko. He's being zapped out here by the Evil Eyes, Tim. He's pretty much toast. And that'll be the round going over to Arrival 7 and a timeout, as you can see, top right corner. This is a very early timeout coming in from Shark LFO.
Yeah, it is definitely wanting on the attack to make sure they don't fall too far behind. Like I say, Nighthaven, it is, or can be, you know, very, very defendable. I've spoken a little bit about top floor. I still don't think it's a bad site, just fewer options. But yeah, if you look at storage and basement as the next two, there's real potential for Arrival 7 to roll together 2 or 3 rounds quite quickly, and all of a sudden you're then in big, big trouble.
Absolutely. All right. Let's see what comes to the back of that tack timeout. It's a hard one to call because, again, it's such an early one. Like, normally when you see these sort of things come out, we often say it, like, wait at least 3 rounds, see what happens in the quarter, what the issues are. If you're doing it at this point, it's a communication issue. Like, there's a grave error going on and the coach wants to step in and get things sorted. So clearly really not pleased with what they've seen there in that first round, and things need to be corrected moving on forwards. Shock Horror Team are going down to the basement, though, for round 8. See how things fare down there.
Yeah, I think that's largely as expected. Just looking at the defensive lineup coming along, the Tubarão Bandit combo alike. We've not seen too much focus on breaching from teams. Of course, you know, sat at home playing this site in ranked, you'll quite often just have like moths to a flame, onto the double wall, get that breached, get the single wall breached into Animus, and go from there. The pro teams not always as focused on that. They will do that sometimes, but quite often they want that top floor control. They're going to work cargo stairs, they're going to open those hatches, you know, maybe look for a little Animus drop, something like that. You know, they can attack this one quite differently. So yes, I don't dislike the Tubarão Bandit combo. It's great in ranked. You'll get loads of bandit tricks if you play that on this side. Tubarão high, bandit low, always remember. And you'll get loads of stuff picked up with that. But I don't think that's going to be the play that we're seeing here. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'd expect Labyrinth more to be focusing on hatches, keeping things like that Animus hatch closed. They can just, you know, do that for sort of a minute or so, and just give them a little bit more time.
Yeah. That focus around storage often is the big one, but obviously all the focus right now, at least from the defenders, has gone in towards cargo side instead. So almost saying, if you want the wall, you can have the wall. We don't really care. Like, normally you have the bandit on side. The focus is indeed that denial, but not too fussed about it yet. Maybe wanted to try and deny from below, but with 3 players hovering around that first wall from Arrival 7, probably find they could be absolutely anywhere. I mean, as you can see here, 2 hanging around Exo can very easily come in to challenge on towards storage if so desired. For the attackers, you'd hope that that's their kind of point of focus. Get in there, get that main wall opened up. Admittedly, Tim, with limited utility, it's just a Hibana I'm looking at here. And of course, as we know, not really the operator you turn to for getting walls opened up.
No, certainly not ideal. Just the length of the fuse essentially makes it much easier to be tricked or to be dealt with in any way, shape or fashion. So yeah, much more focused on more specific breaching such as hatches. But we've got a little bit, I was going to say we've got a little bit of a lull here. Cast the Curse comes in as Momo manages to pick up Peeps. It's going to be a headshot to kick things off. Does take a lot of damage along the way though. So the Deimos being really low health is never a bad thing for the defenders. It's just going to give them that opportunity to take Momo out before those tracks can become a real problem. Still 3 in pocket actually for Momo, so they need to be very careful to keep this Deimos active and alive.
Oh, so pinching. I thought for a second might get sprayed down there, or the T4 coming through the hatch or anything. It was a lot of hot bother, but for now, yourself going, all is well and good. They've got the man advantage, but I'm very nervous that all of their focus is around control right now. That's all they've really got. So they're making this a very execute. I think they need to extend that a little bit further, have someone on the lurk, maybe drop into Animus like we were speaking about earlier. There needs to be more than just what you're looking for inside a cargo. MC getting rid of Labyrinth, things looking a lot better here into a 5 versus 3 with a minute to play. That is tons of time to get this one over the line and start the fight back.
Yeah, it is. Awful lot of time to be able to do this, and you need to be careful of that Shark. And going to be dropping the hatch any second now, I think. Ready to go. In they go. Pinching low health though, again.
All right. Default spot.
Thinking about
nice.
Yep, that's it. He's got his cover in place, but here comes the fight back. 2 kills. Pinching is going to secure the plant, is he? Ooh. Look at that though. They're all down. It's up to Momo. There's 1 versus 3. In the blink of an eye with the diffuser down. They're going straight onto it here. This doesn't surprise me at all. There's nothing Momo can do. He's just going to spray through the wall. He manages to get 1, but Pro's not fake. Stick it all the way. Get the job done. And that's going to be another round for Arrival 7. Shark just watching this game pass them by at the minute.
It's really frustrating because they had that 5v3. They look so good there. And everything has just crumbled away from them in the dying moments. Honestly, I thought coming down cargo, he hits the deck there. You can see through the actual soft breach itself on those footholds they've got, and probably manages to get it down onto the player who was disabling. He was only on about 25 HP. A couple of bullets would have been enough, but instead went for the spray. And of course, as we saw, wasn't quite the right call that they were looking for. Unfortunate. Instead, it just now means they're in a really difficult position, Tim. Rival 7 go up to 5 and 3. Shark LFO with a lot more to do.
A lot more indeed. It feels like everything they're trying at the minute, just, you know, I feel for Shark LFO a little bit because just nothing's kind of coming together, nothing's coming off.
Sticking.
Exactly that. You know, I don't think that was a bad push. I think the time was right, you know, to go. They just didn't win that one gunfight, that swing that downed one of them, and then the Blackbeard was down and out, and it was just in the blink of an eye. They're in a 1v3, and really, they're in, you know, before that, 10 seconds before, they're in the control of the round. They put in the diffuser down. I think it was all good and set up, but just maybe 1 or 2 things they'd overlooked, and ultimately they ended up punished by it. So we're going to see ourselves in round 9 straight away. Songler, interestingly, with the Hibana shotgun. We did have a big spell of Hibana shotgun about 2.5 years ago, if I remember rightly. And it kind of just went by the wayside, as you would expect, but occasionally we do get it brought every now and again.
Sure. All right, step into it. Hopefully for Shark LFO, things start to look better. It's always bad to lose around at the back of a timeout as well, especially when it started so well. It's a real momentum and sort of morale breaker. It doesn't get much better when things like this start happening, Tim. Sledge has gone down at the very, very start off. Peeps just, there's quite literally peeping his head there out towards the main warehouse exit. No drones in, no one with any knowledge of what's going on. And at this point, even just struggling to try and get the main wall open up. That mute jammer giving him enough time to get away safely. That's a bit of a nuisance.
Chasing drones around inside of storage here. Aldini just trying to hold his ground and again cause problems as much as possible. It's something Arrival 7 have actually done really well so far, is keep themselves dug into positions that make life difficult for Shark, and that is going to be one of them. Inside of storage, don't allow them access to that sort of standard default spot. Make their life as difficult as possible, make them clear as much as possible. Ram goes in through IT, which is aimed at, you know, forcing somebody like Raldini out of position. It's not going to do that for the time being. Pinjin does manage to pick him up though, and that's the gap they needed. Straight in after it as well to get Diffuser down. There's nothing really that can be done. They're there too little, too late. Gallet with the Nitro. They do get a couple of kills. It's 4 versus 3, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to get in and defuse this just because of the angles being held from above.
It's going to be so awkward unless, Tim, they can go aggressive. They have got the one longer one if they want to, but you've only got about 15 seconds here to start this recovery off. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. C4 almost finding Songler, who's now on half HP. They see the feet. This is looking so messy for them. They've got the vertical. They've got to stack up, Tim. He can't get away with it all. Momo into a 1v1, but Gallet! The man again goes absolutely nuclear when required. It's been the calm, the reason for his team throughout this game. And now he wins out a 1v1 to well and truly shatter the mental of Shark LFO.
What am I witnessing right now? Unreal stuff. Arrival 7 just showing great resilience there. They find themselves in a tough spot. Again, what did I say in the last round for Shark? I feel for them. They're doing things right. Clinching gets a great kill onto Ronaldini and then gets straight away. I'm in through the window. I know there's the opportunity. I know that there's a gap. They're too late with the Nitro. They get the plant down. All day long they should be holding that. They have them from above in IT. They have them on the window. You know, they should be able to keep a hold of that, but it comes down to a 1v1 and Gallet hits the pistol shot. Like, there's nothing you can do to legislate for that. I'm not really sure about jumping in through the window. I don't know how necessarily that was. I'm pretty sure he was vaulting in through the window for some reason. He didn't need to. He could see the case from outside. If he wasn't doing that and I've misremembered that, then I apologise. But yeah, other than that, I just think, yeah, Shark have got to be kicking themselves.
It's a couple of rounds that you look at now across those last two that really... I spoke about this before on a broadcast before. I think in EML, like, you speak to coaches and players after a game and go, oh, you know, you won 7-5, Gratz, like, yeah, it should have been a 7-3. Or they'd be like, if they lost the game, they'd be like, oh, we should have won that one. And they'll always be able to pinpoint 2 or 3 rounds where they really feel they gave something away in really stupid fashion. And I think Shark LFO will look at 2 of those last 3 rounds and go, we should have won those. Like, we just should not be losing in the position we found ourselves in. Diffuser's down in a couple of them. You know, we've got normally the numbers advantage as well. But Arrival 7 have been so good at the retakes and fighting their way back into these rounds. But it still feels to Shark LFO, they won't see it as that way. If, oh yeah, Arrival 7 played really well, they'll see it as they let the ball slip.
I think you have to, you know, realistically. And it will be frustrating for them because, like I say, they've done a lot right and they've not really come away with the rewards for that. But I think the problem is now they need to make sure they're not kind of snatching at this. They're not grabbing at it, you know. They're not then just like rushing and... right, just throw that on there. Yep, go in and get that, and kind of letting this game run away with them. They need to be very careful that that's not the case, because otherwise, Arrival 7, they're just going to quite happily sit back and mop that up. They're just going to let them do so, and they'll pick them off as and when the opportunities present themselves. So, for the time being, the clash is going to be coming under a little bit of scrutiny here in Connector with that wall being opened. Of course, still having the shield to play in behind. But work certainly needs to be done from the defenders to look after that clash at the minute. Roldini could be in a tough position.
Yeah, it feels like we've come full circle. Thinking back how round 1 went when it was Shark LFO on the defensive side, clash being an absolute headache. It's a similar story here with how Roldini's setting up. Jackie Wu almost going down to something there. Maybe a C4 coming out from Pio over the top, possibly almost catching him out. Not enough to finish him off either way, but it's a lot of damage going in. They're inside of Electric here, Tim, so it's actually gone quite fast here. Only halfway in the round, and they're already starting to bear down on the side door, but here's your old faithful friend. It's a Nomad again, screwing a shield up on this door. What is going on, Tim?
Yeah, I think Roldini should have been aware of that. They had the ADSs there to try and prevent that air jab, but you saw the utility that Jackie Wu threw in. It was flashbang, air jab, flashbang, air jab, so it burnt through all 3 of them. How about that, though? Pio manages to absolutely slam the Nomad 2 for the side of Shark, and surely this is a round they're able to get, but they've given up the Blackbeard. That's a big loss. Clinching might be able to be collected here, but there's an opportunity with the shotgun in hand. Full white flash, though. And this one should be over fairly soon. It is MC managing to close it out, and Shark LFO keep themselves fighting for one more round.
Yeah, much better. Admittedly, I don't want to put it all down to one person there, but Roldini really didn't need to go and make that play. They've heard air jabs going down. They know they're pushing in towards electric. You know that your job is to waste as much time here and frustrate the death out of them. You haven't got to go pushing into electric trying to take the ground back when you know they're already in there. It just felt a little bit too much being shown by him. Now, you've lost your main defensive frustration in the round itself, but well capitalized by Shock LFO. Push forward to get themselves on the board. 2 more to go before they can at least get to OT.
Top floor, it is going to be again Arrival 7 deciding that this is somewhere that they can hold down. Roldini on the clash again. It looks like it's going to be fairly similar. We've got the Jaeger ADSs on the back of Electrical. I think they're there with the pure intention of allowing Clash to be able to rotate. They're on the back of the generator. There we go. I think they're there with the pure intention of allowing Clash to be able to move in through here, but they're fully aware of it. As I said, Jackie Wu on the Nomad just went straight in and was flashbang, air jab, flashbang, air jab. So that's your 3 ADSs done. Your fourth, your fourth thing, the second air jab, is going to then hit that wall, and that's what dealt with Roldini last time around. So I hope that Arrival 7 have learnt from that and don't fall foul of a similar trick here, aren't too reliant on those 3 ADSs.
Yeah, the other side of it, of course, is that you've got to be mindful that you can hear an air jab when it's on the wall on the other side. Like, yes, you can't hear it particularly loud, but you can hear it close enough. And you'll also hear when it's first deployed. As long as someone's playing near that door, they will know when it has been air jabbed off. And it's just a little bit of communication that needs to happen there, I think, to really make this sing like a canary bird. Onwards we march, though. IT being opened up by Momo. Once he's got these 2 exothermics done, Tim, he's basically a free gun at that point. And I remember for a while we saw like Doki, for example, over in EML playing a lot of ace, and people were like, oh, why is Doki on support? And he was like, I'm not playing support. I'm using the gadgetry, and then I'm basically a free gun. Then I can go and do what I want. I can be the entry. I can be the second entry. Whatever the team needs, I'm then free. And I think it's going to be a similar story for Momo here. I don't think you'll see him staying hard on the supportive side. He'll need to go aggressive alongside the rest of his team because there is a lot of utility for this team to chew through.
Again, same starting positions. Clash last time moved through the soft wall and it was reinforced behind them. Gallet was there ready and waiting, as is the case again. I think this is just, again, it's just gathering intel from Roldini. Just where are they up to? You know, do I see any of the operators that are coming? Are they pushing on this side? Let's make sure that they're not going for, you know, Warehouse Catwalk and Aqua or anything like that. If you can get a little challenge, maybe pick up a kill along the way, brilliant. But otherwise, he's ready to escape as soon as the pressure becomes too much. Now he's burnt half the round. This is good.
Right. We are having a repeat basically of what we had last round. Let's not see the same errors being made is the main thing to look for. T4 looking a little bit cheeky, like the place of it, and it will find Pinchin. I thought he'd step back a little bit too far there and was safe. It's always the fear of playing against, whether it's a Monty or a Clash, it doesn't really matter, Tim. Shields feed that information back and forth, and at some point, you're guaranteed dead to rights if you stay in their sight line for too long.
Yeah, as soon as you get that ping on the floor, they're just sat watching and they'll just call it. Boom, boom, boom. And in it goes. 5 versus 1 now as Gallup picks up MC. This one is done. It looks like Arrival 7 are not only going to be picking up their first win, they're going to be picking up their first full 3-point win, which I won't say catapults them up the table, because it doesn't, but it does tie them up with Soul's Heart. So, not too bad at all over there, to be honest for you. And Songler does make a little bit of a go at this, gets 2, but I think it's still going to be a big ask, especially with that Clash to go up against.
As cheeky this is, the Clash surely at some point just drops down the shield. Oh, gets no way. It cannot happen, Tim. It cannot happen. Has an idea, constantly being zapped out, so they've at least got the sound line going through, but no, at this point, he's going to bait out a swing from someone at some point, and of course it is all reliable Gallop for the closing swing, and Arrival 7, not Arrival 3, because as you say, Tim, they've now got their first 3 points.
Yeah, a great result for them. I think, you know, coming into the day, coming into the matchup, we looked at that and expected maybe that they wouldn't be getting the win. But just like APAC North, Asia has presented plenty of surprises today. A couple of matches not going how we expected, whether that be the length of them or the outcome or both. And it's been a great day of Siege here. Ended with a good win for Arrival 7.
Yeah, I think unpredictable is probably also the word that I would give it. You know, Elevate with their struggle against Soul's Heart, Daystar with theirs against Leighton Dragon. It has been very up and down. In fact, even Weibo struggling against Fury. I think everyone expected Weibo to come out there very, very dominant. It has been a bit of a surprising day overall, and the best thing about that, Tim, is it just keeps things nice and mixed up in the table overall. And of course, as I mentioned, we're now over halfway through the stage, so that is going to make things very, very interesting from here on out.
It really is. You know, when you start looking at the bottom part of that table now, of course, Sharkon 4, Leighton 4, Souls 3, Arrival 7, 3, all fighting for that sort of 5th and 6th place. Absolutely phenomenal last few weeks that we're going to have to this Asia League. It's brilliant.
Absolutely. Well, of course, we'll have a little recap of those standings for you in a moment as well, so you can see exactly how things shake up overall. But if you look back across those 4 games today so far, Tim, which one was your favourite?
Which one was my favourite? I enjoyed the Elevate game, to be honest. I thought that it was a lot of fun. Soul's Heart really ran them the distance. It surprised me. And what I like the most is, you know, like anybody, you look at the Brazilian team comes in here and you kind of think, well, how are they going to do in the region? And it's nice for somebody who's worked in APAC, you know, in the APAC region for so many years now, to have that kind of... you know, is it not reassurance, but that confirmation that actually there's a lot of talent down here, and it surprises people sometimes. It's really good.
It does. Well, just as a recap for you, in case you missed it, it has been a long day of games. A lot of rounds played out overall. We started out with a surprise Fury win over Weibo and Dragon, probably the biggest surprise of the day, getting their 7-5 over 2nd place Daystar. Leighton Dragon hadn't won a game up to that point, and Daystar hadn't lost, so a big surprise. Elevate with a banger of a game against Soul's Heart. Maybe one that, again, many would look at and say, Elevate, you think surely you're taking that one in regulation, but nope, Soul's Heart showed they had a whole lot of that thing called heart and fought their way through. And then the closing game just now, Arrival 7 finally getting themselves a win on the board.
Yeah, brilliant outcome for them. We see our updated table there. As I said, particularly Tasty is down at the bottom, 4-4-3-3, and it is place 5 and 6. It's down to 6 that will go through to playoffs. So it's them sort of top 2 spots, 5 and 6, that those 4 are going to be fighting over. Weibo might even get dragged into it at this rate, but you would expect them to have a few more wins in them somewhere. But overall, it's really shaping up to be a very, very spicy finish.
It's going to be really, really interesting for sure. And a reminder that it's those that finish top of the playoffs, the 2 teams that go through to the major qualifier. So although it's still early doors, as you mentioned, Tim, it's those top 6, but really it's those top 2 spots that everyone is aiming for. But Tim, that is our one and only game of Asia that you and I are covering this stage. I've enjoyed getting to see some different players, some different games, some interesting moments for sure, with Shotgun Kill back in Clubhouse. So I won't forget that one anytime soon. But it has been good fun. Thank you all for watching, and we'll catch you guys on a show very soon. See you later.
夜の電車が心地よくて